So we just got the third day of the event today in very good condition, good winds, very good waves, very radical. The level in each heat was so tight with the end of the challenger for both men and women, and then we did the whole first round of pro men and pro girls.
I think everyone's pushing and I can't tell who's going to do good here, so that's pretty exciting.
But the level is insane. Since the first round you already gotta give it all, because if not, it's not gonna be enough.
The sun is about to go, the level was super high, every heat was a big fight, impossible to say who was winning, so great to watch, enjoying it, and tomorrow is going to be even better.
¿De qué soy? Por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Ajuste en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le achuntó! ¡Le explico! El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 libivecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
Check 1, 2. We are back at Matanzas. Good to be back. Beautiful region of Navidad in central Chile. You're looking at the flag waving. There is wind, there is waves. We are patiently waiting for it to fill in. On the right part of your screen there, you can see it's a little bit of a float and ride in the lineup. Kai Kachiduri and Carl Vita rejoining you, and thank you for patiently waiting for us to bring this live cast to you at the 2024 Chile Pro. We are well underway into the Pro Men's bracket. We have completed round 1, which is the seeding round, so to speak, of each division. Today becomes a little bit more of a serious affair.
It
We are
does.
in the Reaper Charge round here. Sailors are going to start getting axed. And that is going to up the level of performance considerably. We'll get into the nuts and bolts. The first heat starting at 140 is Adam Warkall, Dieter Vanden Eycken, Robbie Swift, and Andres Tobar for your local contingent. And on that subject, Carl, I wanted to just allow you to color what the feeling is at this very moment locally with a 5-star caliber wave sailing event on the PWA IWT Unified World Tour, an event that has been many years in the making. Take it away and what that means to this community.
Well, I think it officially puts Matanzas on the map as a windsurfing destination. I mean, I think here people can be proud that windsurf is here to stay. I mean, there's a lot of other sports around here, but I think people now start to understand, especially with an event like that, that this place needs to be respected for his windsurfing and his quality windsurfing. I mean, there's surf, there's kite surfing, there's wing foil, there's everything. But windsurfing is the thing to do here in Matanzas.
It's environmental. It's environmental worldwide. My impression on what you're saying here, and I totally agree, Chile is world class. It's world class on a lot of different levels in terms of the quality of the waves, the abundance of the wind, the length of the season. Okay, it's a little cold. Doesn't bother me. I was raised in Santa Cruz area, so that's cold. All of you from Europe, you're not afraid of the cold. However, there is an abundance of these conditions here, and that's one of the defining qualities of this region to me, is that there's so much energy coming from the ocean and the elements here. It takes over.
It does. It does. And I mean, the wind, the main wind here, it's called Surazo from the south. I mean, it's gonna bring cold weather. I mean, if there's not a drastic change of temperature in the day, the wind will not come. If it's too warm, we will not have no wind. So we want it to be a bit cold, have that drastic change of temperature, and this will bring the Surazo.
And the Surazo decided to show up for this event, did it not? As we were leading up to this, with the amount of competitors we had in this event, there was a requirement to have a week of Surazo. And that's just about exactly what we got. Many of our competitors arrived here in Chile 2 or 3 weeks ago. They were treated to a long string of conditions, which boded well, but you never quite know when you're in that window. I have noticed that the forecasts do tend to fluctuate here when you're about 1 to 3 days out, but some of these general tendencies, the wind hanging in there, let's just keep our fingers crossed, because we are more than halfway done with this event. We are getting down into the top 24 today. Most likely, if we are getting through all of these rounds, we're going to be quickly able to finish this event 1 or 2 days more.
Exactly. And like you said, it's very impressive how this wind like sustain in time. In Matanzas, normally there's some cloudy days coming in and it will hang out for 4 or 5 days and it will kill that wind. So we've been very lucky, and thank you, Eolio. And thank you for this condition. I mean, we've been overwhelmed with it, and today is going to be an amazing day. The period is a bit longer in between the sets, so it means the wave is forming a little better. Yesterday we had wave coming from two different directions. What made maybe some riders take the top section and then some others took the middle section, and they were a bit confused of where to hang out to catch a good wave. And I think today it's not going to be quite like this. I think that wave is going to run and hopefully until the end.
Exactly, and that's actually due to the fact that we're on more of a 14 to 16 second swell period.
Yes.
To be scientific about it. And this does make a big difference. These earlier days have been more like 12 and 14s, a little tightly, closer together and less broken up type of lines. And what I do see coming in here, several of our competitors went surfing this morning. Morgan Noirot, Bent Rodinger, getting some good ones right across the heart of that reef, getting intimately familiar with how this wave breaks, because that's really going to help. You want to learn how to wave sail any break. Go surf it. That's the key thing. We're definitely in the business of riding waves here on this tour. We're in the business of learning the nuances of how to rip this place. And on that subject, actually, I'm pleased to announce that today we'll also be including a measure of replay. We're going to have some replay, and we're going to definitely be able to give some of these scores back to you. On top of the fact that we also actually have a highlight video available for you from yesterday's action. With several of the standout clips, and I'm signaling that I'm ready to go to that video anytime you guys have it queued up. It'll probably cut out of here suddenly, but before that happens, or while we wait for it to happen, I want to mention some of the standout riders from yesterday.
Oh,
and
yes.
I'll let you start basically with the top local dog. You know, Alex Vargas putting on a big-time performance in his opening round.
Yes.
And it was a clinical performance by him.
And I think after Alex, the people and the riders sort of understood that back there's some good sets coming in and good bombs, and he sort of set the table for everybody else after. They sort of hang by there, and we got some really good riders on this wave. I want to also mention Vicente Gonzalez.
Winning the Challengers division.
My God, Bicho,
Yes.
Amazing. Keep going. You're on the right track, and we can tell you have a great future at windsurfing. I mean, you're still young. You still have a few years in your body. Just keep consistent with your training. I saw you this year. You were on the water all the time, kept improving every time I saw you. So keep doing it. You're doing a good job at it.
Definitely others to mention, more in the IWT PWA bracket. The first name that comes to mind based on yesterday's performance is Julian Salmon, who had the highest score of the day. And you see some of these images on our releases with Fishbowl Diaries and other photographers, but there's a shot of Salman doing this cut back above the rock. He's got his whole entire rail engaged, and you see how critical the line is here. You're getting slingshotted through this rocky point here, and Salman looks like he has a read on it where he actually predetermined his trajectory, but this turn is so powerful. And it's in the perfect part of the wave, and it's right above this rock, in the framework. And I think that images like that have been lighting up the social media sphere. I see, heavily respected photographers such as Eric Ader back on Maui just going incredible shots. It seems like to me that this has created a very favorable impression of Chile across the globe. I'm a bit close to the action here to really get an impression of what it feels like, looking from afar. But having studied this place for years before coming here, this is my first time. The rumors are true. The pictures are speaking 1,000 words. And this place is alight with the energy that it is able to produce. And that's what I see locally, is that there's this pride confirmation about how good this place is.
Yes, it is. Let's mention some girls too. I think Justine did a great job out there with Sarah on their board.
Sure.
Good energy, good. And Alexia also.
Alexia was another one I was going to mention, along with, the entire duotone team. Lisa Wermeister, Maria
Yeah.
Behrens. Pauline Katz had a great heat. She did really well. Jane Seaman.
Oh my God.
Just battered a section. I don't want to leave anybody out. There's a lot of really big performances. You mentioned Hauser. who kept her campaign rolling here. She was in a tight heat with Justinia, who, I was talking to Justinia this morning actually for a little color on that. And she was like, yeah, thanks. My boom was slipping down. All these technical issues, the typical little grind, your boom's slipping down and right before your heat. And maybe, many years ago, that would have rattled Justinia. She's gone through that crap so many times that it's just part of the deal, right? And so on and so on. I think that this is just beginning to clear up. But back to the, way we're running the brackets. And I mean, the rest of the men. I mean, Brasinho holding water here. Clearly Traverse also, looking good. Shuban, those type of names that you would expect. A few little shaky performances. Philip Koster as well had a really good heat.
Ooh, that jump.
And that, Victor Fernandez is in this mix. Morgan Noirot is in this mix. I don't mean to just start naming names, haphazardly. These are the people that come to mind right now. Salmon's the guy who put the stamp on it, and as far as, what the postage stamp in my brain was, that turn.
Yeah, I
but
think
there's
so.
a lot more to it. Antoine Martin also.
Yeah.
All these guys are contenders, and that's kind of getting to my next point, Caro, is that everybody that I just named and then some, and some of these other can win this event.
Everyone.
I don't think anybody can sit here and tell me somebody in particular is going to win this thing.
No, because you said it a lot yesterday. Matanzas delivers. Who is going to get it? Who is going to read well that way? Because this will be a game changer. If you read well your wave and you take it at the right timing, today anyway, for these kind of waves that are coming in, you're going to have a long and strong ride with some powerful moments. You're going to have at least 2 or 3 possibility of air in that wave. So
Absolutely.
choose well.
Cara, what kind of tea are you drinking this morning?
Why? Because
I'm curious. I've got my mate here.
Yeah, I thought about my throat a little bit, my voice this morning. My voice keeps getting deeper, but they say that I get more attention for deeper voice, so
Perfect.
I'm going to
So
have
under
one.
your tea also is our list of sponsors.
Yes,
that
we do.
Oh, that's great.
Sorry, it's a bit
Not even under your tea.
bad.
We got like quick access there. Thank you very much. Please do mention our very proud list of sponsors as the horn goes off, signifying the start of this. So, quickly, please.
Quickly, we have Hotel Surasso as our main sponsor with Peugeot. We have Gobierno Regional, Región de O'Higgins, Core O'Higgins, Corona, Jack Daniels, Lipigas, Plan Vital, and we have all our minor sponsors, Ari Plotter, Kaya United, Garage & Company, Athletic, Greenvic, Windsurfing Chile, Taka, 25 Nudos, Bless, OMZ, Navidad, Municipalidad, FCF, Construction, Stanley, Segers, and Sanchez for you guys. Thank you very much, and all of you.
Thank you, Caro, for joining me here on the live stream. You've been a very valuable addition to our team with the local flavor and your knowledge of the sport on and off the water. We are underway. Round 7, Heat 1. Adam Warkall, Dieter van der Eycken, Robbie Swift, and Andreas Tobar. You see it on your screen. We see somebody on a wave. This is the first wave being ridden. It is Robbie Swift. To your left, there he goes. Is that the local cheering section for him?
Look at
nice
that.
aerial for Robbie. He's going to continue, but not quite get the open door to it. There are a few other riders upwind. The rider, the furthest upwind behind Robbie is Van Eycken. You see him on the Severn sail there. This is looking up the point. Warcall on the Blue Goya, combing for something a little lower. Can he get into this one? No. The wind is still quite light. There are all kinds of whitecaps on the outside. And that zone where Swifty caught his wave was right where the wind is the best.
Yes.
For sure. It's that upper zone I'm calling Vargas land. And, you watched Alex Vargas yesterday. He's got a read on the certain kind of wave that he wants to ride up there. Well, Robbie got that exact kind of wave. It was an upper corner that went into the bay and went past that rocky point. And it is definitely nice way to start the heat. Practically on the buzzer there. 5.23 for Swifty, who's feeling a lot better today. To explain to you all at home, if Robbie didn't quite look like his real self there in that first heat, which is the reason he's in this Reaper Charge round, it's because he had a stomach bug and he was barely walking yesterday, let alone sailing. So credit to Swifty. Also a master of certain levels of adversity, and you know, he can definitely get through this. It's the start of a long climb back into the top 10 for him. He's a world title contender, wants to play this game, and has a huge advantage with this event, because this is a big part of that whole story. Van Eycken looks like he's on quite a big sail, but maybe not that big of a board. Remains to be seen exactly. Andres Tobar looks like the guy at furthest upwind, if that's Van Eycken on the way out there. So that Severn rig with the Peugeot logo is Dieter Van Eycken, and Andres Tobar is the one who's actually a little bit more on the spot, waiting patiently. We have one ride on counting here. You said, Caro, that your estimation was that the wind was going to actually fill in somewhere between 1 and 2 o'clock.
Yes, it's not quite entering yet here on shore, so hopefully it will by 2. We have that kind of that tunnel without wind straight, like right before the waves breaks and where you catch waves, so it makes it a bit more strategic today. So you have to be really, really on the dots on choosing your wave and making sure you have enough wind to get it.
Adam Warcall also in this hardly a predicament. We'll just call it a heat of consequence, because there are sailors that are going to be not moving on further in this contest the way this bracket is set up here. And then we will reach the quarters once this round is done. We have got 4 of these heats to go. So the drone is circling, giving us a 360-degree perspective of our beloved break known as Matanzas. And welcome to all of you at home who have joined us on this live cast. I can promise you one thing, it's going to get a lot windier quite soon. At the moment, however, after 2 delays, I believe, we were trying to start at 1 o'clock, then it was 1:20. At 1:40, head judge Boujma Guillol in the seat as head judge for his 2nd World Tour event, and uses his authority accordingly. And he is sending the seat out with full intention to run the full bracket, but we have got to see scores from all sailors in order for that heat to count. It is simply put, we're not just going to end a heat with Robbie Swift's 5.23. The conditions have to show that they're actually contestable. Right now, holding the line, Caro. This is really tight. You know what's coming. We're just trying to squeeze as many heats as we can out of this with the hope that all 3 of the other competitors start piling up scores.
Yes.
But right now, it's slow moving.
Very slow moving. They're just hanging in that zone, that tunnel with no wind. Typical Matanza, by the way. It's sort of happened a lot of the time out of the years. But today, I think that wind will come in. We just need to be a bit more patient. If Andres Tovar in that zone get a good bomb, we're going to have hell of a show. Let's see if he can get on one and getting pushed by that wave and not so much by the wind. He knows how to do that. So let's see if that happens. I believe he will. At least having 2 scores, and we will need at least other ones for that heat to count.
Yeah, there's nothing but wind upwind. I look at a really solid wind line here, and we just want to, reflect on the moment here. We know it's coming, and it's just a question of being patient. This is there. It's not like nobody would be sailing right now. There'd be a couple people giving it a try, I'm sure.
Yes.
But this is early days on a typical day at Matanzas. 3 o'clock is usually when we're getting started on the sailing.
That's it, Kai.
Credit a contest for the motivation in making the most of this world-class gear and talent that we have. As a set approaches, somebody might be able to edge on it. And as you mentioned, Andres Tobar, you don't see him on your screen. He's the furthest one upwind, but he is in position should this wave actually have a chance.
I think he's on one, Kai.
Still Van Eycken. He's really in the spot. He's not riding. That set passed him by.
Yes, it did.
If we watch Van Eycken tacking his way upwind, that's Tobar way in the distance on your screen there. And he looks like he kind of did a little half a water start. Things are slow. Muchas gracias. I would not see Bujma hanging on to this much longer. In my opinion, we are probably pretty close to a cancellation here. Let me check my flag. And another really good thing I found today, binoculars. Thank you. I'm going to have a look at these right now. Looking upwind. Ooh, yeah. Flag's down. I think this heat has actually been canceled. And my understanding right now is that we are going to reset, and we are definitely not running this heat. Flag is down. White caps everywhere. We're just getting started here at the 2024 Chile World Cup. And it is a matter of time before these guys are buzzing around the lineup catching waves. And usually what it takes, Caro, is canceling a heat.
And
the
then it
second
happens.
you do it, the wind picks up. I'm just telling you. You guys see it on the screen. Look at those white caps. Don't tell me it doesn't look windy. It's just not windy on the inside cove in Kitty Land and up here in the booth and whatnot. It's filling in. Chile is in charge.
Like the wave, he's also in charge of the wind. So that's how it is.
Well, Robbie Swift had a 5.23. I wouldn't mind seeing a replay of that.
Oh,
I also
that would
wouldn't
be
mind
nice.
seeing this highlight video from yesterday, which will provide plenty of entertainment, let me assure you. And, you know, don't take my word for it. Watch some of these wave rides that these guys do and tell me that this isn't one of the best wave sailing places on the planet. So we'll let Matanzas speak to us for just a little while. Turn our mics off for, you know, a certain amount of time. We'll let you guys feel the vibe there. And we'll get right back to you when we have a little bit more news.
See you in a little bit.
¿De que soy? Por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Nuevo ajuste en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le chuntó! Le explico. El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 vecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
We've had an amazing opening day for the Challenger Day. The challengers have had exquisite waves that only Chile can deliver. And we started a little late because we're waiting for the wind. And we just started moving through the heats beautifully. So it's been a spectacular day.
Yo creo que nunca había visto tanto nivel en un campeonato. Los próximos días tienen muy buena pinta también y espero que siga así y poder darlo todo y pasárnoslo también en este evento como esperamos.
The organisation is seamless with the rock and the sun coming down. We've had waves that have been travelling for 300, 400 metres. Everything's just great. I mean, Chile is just a delight, an absolute delight. We've had an amazing opening day for the Challenger Day. The challengers have had exquisite waves that only Chile can deliver. And we started a little late because we're waiting for the wind. And we just started moving through the heats beautifully. So it's been a spectacular day.
Yo creo que nunca había visto tanto nivel en un campeonato. Los próximos días tienen muy buena pinta también y espero que siga así y poder darlo todo y pasárnoslo también en este evento como esperamos.
The organisation is seamless with the rock and the sun coming down. We've had waves that have been travelling for 300, 400 metres. Everything's just great. I mean, Chile is just a delight, an absolute delight.
¿De que soy? Por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Nuevo ajuste en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le chuntó! Le explico. El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 vecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
We've had an amazing opening day for the Challenger Day. The challengers have had exquisite waves that only Chile can deliver. And we started a little late because we're waiting for the wind. And we just started moving through the heats beautifully. So it's been a spectacular day.
Yo creo que nunca había visto tanto nivel en un campeonato. Los próximos días tienen muy buena pinta también y espero que siga así y poder darlo todo y pasárnoslo también en este evento como esperamos.
The organisation is seamless with the rock and the sun coming down. We've had waves that have been travelling for 300, 400 metres. Everything's just great. I mean, Chile is just a delight, an absolute delight. We've had an amazing opening day for the Challenger Day. The challengers have had exquisite waves that only Chile can deliver. And we started a little late because we're waiting for the wind, and we just started moving through the heats beautifully. So it's been a spectacular day.
Yo creo que nunca había visto tanto nivel en un campeonato. Los próximos días tienen muy buena pinta también y espero que siga así y poder darlo todo y pasárnoslo también en este evento como esperamos.
The organisation is seamless with the rock and the sun coming down. We've had waves that have been travelling for 300, 400 metres. Everything's just great. I mean, Chile is just a delight, an absolute delight.
¿Eso ahí? Por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Ajuste en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le chuntó! Le explico. El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 vecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
We've had an amazing opening day for the Challenger Day. The challengers have had exquisite waves that only Chile can deliver. And we started a little late because we're waiting for the wind. And we just started moving through the heats beautifully. So it's been a spectacular day.
Yo creo que nunca había visto tanto nivel en un campeonato. Los próximos días tienen muy buena pinta también y espero que siga así y poder darlo todo y pasárnoslo también en este evento como esperamos.
The organisation is seamless with the rock and the sun coming down. We've had waves that have been travelling for 300, 400 metres. Everything's just great. I mean, Chile is just a delight, an absolute delight.
Welcome back to the 2024 Chile World Cup. You're looking at Matanzas Island there. There are our same four competitors, that being Adam Warhol, Dieter van der Eycken, Robbie Swift, Andreas Tobar. And Andres looks like he's all the way upwind, right where we left off. And you see it yourselves, there's more wind. And to me, this is right at that point where these guys are going to be able to catch and ride waves. Doesn't look that windy down lower in the lineup, but look at that set. We are about to get rolling here. This heat is less than a minute from starting based on my watch. Kai Kachidorian, Caro Vita joining me in the live stream booth here at the IWT PWA Unified World Tour stop number 2. That being in Matanzas, Chile. And we are scoring conditions. Every day I've been here has had some sort of swell or wind confluence going here, and it is blowing my mind that we're getting the run we're getting. And the heat is on. That is an official beginning of the clock. The heats have also been extended.
Yes.
Hopefully the clock on the sticker will reflect that. 27-minute heats, 3-minute transition, and yes, indeed, you do see that. Will unfortunately not be able to carry over Robbie Swift's 5.23 from the previous heat. All scores should be 0, and that is what you should be seeing there.
Exactly.
Pardon our technicality. There we go. Everybody's at 0. And here we go. It's kind of doing this, filling in, filling out deal. I've seen plenty of waves come into the lineup. And this is really one of those instances, Caro, where you start playing a little bit more like a surfer. You're running at, first gear, second gear when you're trolling for waves in the lineup. But I do see off your screen upwind.
A bit more on the left.
Yeah, let's hit the left here. Somebody's getting in on one. You can see it right now. You're going to see somebody come from the left side of your screen. Not quite a wave yet. Somebody's off position. You have not missed anything. We're looking at the hustle in between the wave rides, the jockeying in position and all of that. What I do see is a set that's breaking on the furthest upper corner as these riders are edging their way into the lineup. That's your view of the action. We do have somebody setting up here. This appears to be, is that Van Eycken?
I think it is.
Van Eycken trying to pump into this wave. He gets in, and behind him is Robbie Swift. 1-2 exchange here as the Matanzas Express heads on down the line. Indeed, Van Eycken starting off this heat perfectly. He will continue his ride down the line. Robbie Swift behind him doing exactly the same thing. These swoopy turns off the whitewater ball there. As Van Eycken finishes his ride. Let's focus on other riders, please. Thank you. There we go. That's Robbie Swift.
Nice wave.
Beautiful hit for Swifty. This is well more than halfway through his ride. He's had a screamer ride here. Big section coming up for Swifty, and he obliges with a very courteous line there, saving Van Eycken's neck as they both sail in now through the shore break. They are most likely going to have that fun little mission of walking back upwind and launching in the bay. Caro, those were two good rides, very comparable rides.
Very comparable, very similar waves. They got their timing perfectly. So let's see what the judge thinks of that. We had Adam Warhol also had a wave there. I think he's going to be scoring some points too. We didn't get to see it, but he was on a wave.
He was on a wave. It didn't seem like it was the same kind of a swell train that Swifty and Van Eycken got involved with there. And Andres Tobar on the outside trying to set up for something, but no dice. Swifty's ride might have been the better of the two. He had an off lip at the end of it, and it was a slightly bigger wave. There's Swifty coming in right when the drone caught it. That's more than halfway through. But you see the line, all of a sudden, you've got to stay active with the rail work here at Matanzas. You got to keep plugging down the line because then you're going to get little sections like that right at the end. Amazing. Swifty on the board, improving to a 5.9. Adam Walcall with a 3.4 was about half the effort of Van Eycken. And we are back in action. That's very, very good news for everybody in this event and all of you at home watching, because it seems like Matanzas has now opened up shop.
Yes, it did. And it seems like the only one out there right now, it's Andres Tovar, the local boy. Actually, nice a chef from Hotel Surasso. The other ones are sort of coming in, so I think he's just waiting for that nice bomb. He knows them, so he's just patiently waiting because he doesn't see anybody besides him that can take it. So I don't know why he would need to rush on a wave that he knows it's gonna not deliver what he wants.
Wave selection, wave selection, wave selection. It is the name of the game here. It's the name of the game at most any wave sailing locale, but especially here, you do see that in a set wave of 3 waves, usually that second wave is usually the one that you want. Don't really always want to be on the first wave of a set. Sometimes, especially in this situation, you don't have a choice but to just go. Van Eycken was really boxed in. He had to make the decision. But he sits in an advancing position, and I do remind everybody at home and myself that this is an elimination round. And these are riders who have already not advanced out of their first rounds. So this is the second chance, the last chance, so to speak. And that brings a level of urgency forward. One thing for sure, Robbie Swift there on your screen looks like he's going to make it out along with Van Eycken. They did a little bit of a walk up the beach, and then you launch on the inside and start creeping back out there. Van Eycken looks like he's on at least a 5.3. That's Severn rig. Swifty on the Neil Pride sail, probably something more like a 5.0. I would certainly be going 5.3 and about a 92 liter board, maybe even a 99. Float and ride especial. Andres Tobar waiting patiently. He's right by Matanzas Island, far off in the distance there. There's Andres. And the local contingent represented well, not entirely. That challengers round definitely, and quite unfortunately, eliminated several very capable riders. But that's the name of the game. And they will be back another day as we look at the Chilean flag waving proudly on the beach in front of Hotel Suarzo.
Look at that island, Kai. How beautiful.
It is beautiful. I've also come to believe that it is actually the source of our waves that we ride. It comes straight from the island. The island's like our wave machine. And all of a sudden, it needs to deliver for Andres Tobar, who's waited patiently and cleared his mind and gotten himself into this moment of this Gran Battaglia.
Look at him looking back, waiting for that wave. He knows something is going to come at one point. He's just there floating around.
He's trolling.
And he's looking back.
He's
very
waiting.
Comfortable.
He's very comfortable in this position because he's being patient. He knows he has enough wind right now. He's not fully powered. In other words, he's not using the full power of his sail. He's waiting in place because he wants to catch the right swell. And you can see the contour. It's just a matter of time before Matanzas delivers a nice wave for Andres Tobar to get in the game here. And he's not going to settle for anything less than a good one. 19 minutes left in this heat. It goes by quickly. It was a 27-minute heat. We have 3 of our riders on the board. Andres Tobar probably could have gone and caught a wave, but he's holding things to a very high standard. As Robbie Swift and Dieter Van Eycken start slowly creeping back into the picture, Andres won't be alone in the zone forever. But for now, he's alone with his thoughts, trying to summon a good set.
Maybe part of his strategy too. Maybe we don't know something he knows. But yeah, I see these other guys like quickly going upwind, especially Ravi now. He's like making his way back to the zone slowly. We have Adam a bit more out of the picture on the right. He didn't do that run at the beach, and I think that was something he should have done to buy some time. I see some bumps coming.
I see some bumps coming as well. I'm looking at the screen, and there is a wide line coming in that Swifty is actually angling in for. And this might be Swift sneaking one under the pack, but I also think he might just be using this groundswell to, in fact, tack upwind, which he does promptly. But there's your look at the majesty of Matanzas as a beautiful set comes pouring in and upwind. Andres is about to strike here.
Oh,
here's
my
Andres
God.
Tobar on a really nice offering. This is exactly what he was waiting for. This is providing a crown at the upper part of the peak. And he's going to get on his horse, but he's done this so many times. He's behind the peak now, sets his inside rail. Andres Tobar punches a textbook bottom turn and hooks that turn around with authority right back into its second bottom turn. Very clean line, a bit more of an aggressive cut back there.
There you go.
Tobar takes his aim. He's a bit of a lower boom rider, likes to keep that wave riding style going. This wave's still going, and behind him is Van Eycken. We have got a lot of action here. Van Eycken with 2 turns and a kick out. You haven't missed anything there. Another set pours in right where Andres Tobar took off. Andres caught a good wave.
That was a great wave.
I don't know if it was the highest score of the heat. He had multiple turns on it, maybe no lip contact. And sometimes I'm noticing when you take off all the way up top like he did, Caro, it doesn't give you that end section. Right now, all the action is up top. This is where the best wind is, and it's definitely where you see the best riding potential. This makes me want to go windsurfing.
Oh yeah, I believe
I'm
you.
psyching, and I know I'm going to get my piece, but it's a model of patience for the commentator here as we have a replay to really delve into the local line here. You see how he redirected down into the wave using gravity to accomplish the objective of riding this wave the way it's asking to be ridden. And it's asking for a crisp bottom turn cutback combination. Keep it right here. There's nothing else happening in the lineup.
Amazing. That was a good wave for him.
It was mesmerizing. It's just that mode of perfection you get in when you see the down the line. You know, it's really like that. Dieter Van Eycken, based on the merits of his second wave ride, which was on a decent wave, he was kind of already halfway over when he dropped into it. So he got 2 check turns and kicked out, 2.73. And that's going to put him into the lead. And Tobar now has the highest score of the heat with a 6.37. So the judges giving him a ton of credit for the distance ridden and the quality of the wave, and obviously that third element of his aggressive turns in the pocket. A 6.37 is certainly a very generous score, and he'll take it.
Of course, who wouldn't?
He'll take it, and he's in second place in this heat, just ahead of Swift, who's going to play this like a cool customer right now. 14 and just about 15 minutes left here for Swifty to catch a second wave, for Warcall to catch a better than wave than his first wave. Van Eycken can start running the lineup as well as Tobar, but this is going to be quality over quantity now.
They're slowly coming back. I see Swifty here on the left, waiting patiently for his wave. He knows they pay off. I mean, his first ride was a big high 5, so I think he needs another one of that to secure an advance here in the points.
This is that cautious suspense that we have. This is one of the more consequential heats in the contest so far, just based on the fact that we've gotten through the challengers rounds and now we're in the pro brackets, but this is the first part of the pro bracket that involves people dropping out of the event, you know, being eliminated, which is the nature of competition. And we want to do that as fairly as possible. And I'll tell you right now, you see the amount of wind on the horizon. Once that sun starts dropping lower in the horizon, that wind's going to pick up. We're still not at peak wind whatsoever. And whatever part of the tide cycle we're on, it's certainly focusing the rideable, scoreable waves to the upper portion of the point. That's Tobar tacking to get back into the picture. Van Eycken and Swift squarely in the picture. Adam Warcall
made his way up.
He's upwind. And I do think he has absorbed that lesson, Carl. The next time he comes in on a ride, he's going to walk up the beach again.
I think he made that observation, and I hope he will learn from that, because he will definitely buy a lot of time. And I know Warcall can ride these waves. I mean, it's just a question of Matanza giving him one.
Seems like we're underway here. Got rolling at about 2:20 in the afternoon. About an hour and 20 minutes after we got started yesterday. Maybe slightly less wind predicted today. Still perfectly sailable. I would say a little bit of a margin of more active wave-wise. It's different. Seems like the swell direction has changed. And based on the tide cycle now, you see people are hugging the upper part of the point here. As far as the heat structure, Adam Warcall in fourth to start clawing into it. Needs a high 2-point ride. Warcall's on your screen. And that's what he's going to need to scrap into. Has he found something that's actually going to be up to standard? This looks like one of those medium ones that's going to go pretty steep. Here he goes. A good selection for Warcall. Waited a long time for that. That was a really nice turn. Adam is big on his back foot. It's how he surfs. It's how he windsurfs. He really likes to plant it. He gets a lot of speed and momentum by planting that back foot. You saw it again. Anchoring it, so to speak. That's going to be good for Adam. He's probably going to briefly leap ahead of Swift, possibly Tobar. But that's Adam's second score. And there was precious time elapsed there. And now we can put this to the test, because it looks like Adam might come in for the walk. We'll see about that. See if he absorbs that lesson. Big action up top, though. You see Swift and Tobar screep over there. Tobar's seen enough. That's a lower bowl. You see the line down by Van Eycken. Can someone catch this wave? I like Van Eycken's chances here. But Tobar is upwind of him, and that's who it's going to go to if they decide to. Nobody committing to it yet. Van Eycken's pumping for it. Now Swift and Tobar are going to be on the next one. You see the big line of swell coming from Matanzas Island. And you're looking just at Van Eycken. This is going to be a difference in the heat. Whoever can get on a good one. There's Van Eycken down low. And it looks like he's still trying to catch it. He's on it. Swift is behind him. Let's try to get both riders if we can. Here goes. Dieter Van Eycken on the Severn rig. Trying to get his third wave of the heat. It's the first wave of the set. And you see other riders behind him. There's big action going on behind Van Eycken.
Swifty is on the wave, and it's actually
Van Eycken's down, straight to the next rider. And it's Robbie Swift. There we go. Swifty drawing his line. Beautiful wave for Robbie Swift. Difference maker. This one's going all the way downtown. This has got the end section opportunity. Swift holds his line, his inside rail. Pounces like a cat and lands his air.
Good job.
Local applause. Felipe Vedelis really liked it.
Swifty's
We're in
back.
the flow here. That's what we wanted to see. Now Swifty really did himself well there. He's coming straight in. The lineup's clear. He got the best wave of the set. You saw most of it as we followed Dieter Van Eycken, who went down in the middle of his ride there. We still don't have his score. But it's not going to improve. But the replay on Swifty, look at the rail work. Inside rail fully sheeted in. Fins out of the water. Classic aerial. Robbie Swift in command of this heat now. by the nature of one high five here and a 6, which might calibrate into another high five. We'll see. I like the high fives. They're 2 high fives. All right. War call. 6.57 for that second wave ride. So look at the rail work that they are rewarding. That turn.
Yes, they
was
do.
the basis of that score. And he just backed it up with some other really good turns. Ladies and gentlemen, when you watch Adam Warcall, understand this much. It's not all about the size of the wave you catch. Warcall has the highest score in this heat by a slight margin. And this is kind of one of those in-between looks at beautiful Matanzas in the Navidad province of central Chile here. We're bringing this to you live on the IWT PWA Unified World Wave Tour. Event number 2. We started off in Japan. And we are continuing here in Chile. What that represents are 2 spots on opposite tacks. What's the heat structure picture here? Dieter Van Eycken, he needs to get a 5.38 to leap into second. Warcall to take the lead. He needs only a 4.9.
Very
Tobar
tight.
needs to get into the mix with his second scoring ride, and he's going to play extra patient now. He's the only one within any level of striking distance here. Van Eycken and Swift are heading out through the channel at the point, and they're going to make it out clean. And I see big action up by Matanzas Island as we're going to get a look at Warcall and a competitor from the other heat. Great stuff here.
Andres Tovar going back into the zone. I think
there he
he's
is on the
gonna be-
left side of your screen. That's Tobar there on the little under the sailors' names. That's Andres Tobar all the way upwind, carefully waiting for his offering. And what does he see that we don't see?
Oh, I think he's on one.
He is on one. This is a medium-sized wave, but it's right in the spot. And he sniffed this out very appropriately. It's going to grow a little bit under him. Andres Tobar, not going to wait any longer. It's a pretty good wave. It's not anything of true consequence, but I think he's going to commit to the ride. No, he's not.
No, didn't like it.
Didn't like it. It was the right decision. And had he had a lot more wind to work with, maybe he could have reached the part of the wave that was going to offer him a chance to do something. But that's not going to be a score for Tobar. Dieter Van Eycken sitting on a 3.33 and a 4.6. It's not really razor thin between Warcall and Swift. It's a fair margin. Between Warcall and Van Eycken, it's a fair margin. But anything can happen. A 4.75 puts Warcall into the lead. And a 5.61 would put Van Eycken in Warcall's spot. That's basically what's at play in this heat. Robbie Swift can just keep scoring high fives, and he will be all the way through. He will be back into the quarters, where I'm sure he feels he belongs.
Under 5 minutes left. Actually, 4 minutes 30 left. Kai, this is
as early as we could have gotten this started. I mean, we tried earlier, and this is the only moment now that's actually truly gotten saleable. But I expect that from here on, we're going to be running.
it looks like Adam Warcall here wants to go on something, and I think he is. Amazing wave. It's actually building really well. He needs to go fast. It's a big wall closing really fast on a nice turn, like you say, critical part of the wave. And he just got, no, he won't pass that.
Well, Adam gave it a look that you were like, okay, go. And he did that wraparound. He wrapped it all the way around, and Matanzas just laughed at him.
Yeah.
Like, really? You think this is where?
You think you're fast enough?
You're in Chile, bro. You got to be on your horse. And Adam, you saw him visibly just like, ugh.
Yes.
Because he did that wraparound. The rest of the wave just passed him right on by.
Yep.
That lower bowl right now would be you'd still be riding as we're talking.
You'd still be riding.
So, I mean, the thing is that was a tactical error, I have to say. I mean, it straight up was. That's not going to, I mean, he had the under the lip tag, he had the look, but when he wrapped it around and pointed that board the other way, the wave just went right by him.
Bye-bye.
Didn't give him a chance. But he still had some pretty aggressive turns on it. I'm not going to overly criticize. I don't think that's what he planned to do. I don't think that's, the end of the story either, with, plenty of time left on the clock. Well, 2 minutes, to get back out and try again. This level of wind, that isn't a lot of time.
They still gave him some good points and raised that first wave he had, so he's climbing up.
He's closer to Swifty than he was.
He's closer.
And, in the scheme of things, he's separating himself from Van Eycken and Tobar. Now, Tobar, let's cheer for Andres to get on a good second wave here, because he has the second highest score in the heat.
We never know what that can do.
And, he deserves a shot here. It's not like he doesn't know what he wants to ride. It's the question is Matanzas going to offer it to him? You can only think clearly enough, but you have to execute a plan here. And when you run out of time, that's when you can't do it anymore. But until then, he can hold the line. Is that not Andres Tobar right there on this wave? It sure looks like it. Fades in behind the peak. This is a really nice wave coming in under 2 minutes in this heat. Gets a little bit of a slow bottom turns, just making sure he doesn't wrap it too far around like Adam did. Second bottom turn for Tobar. This is huge danger. He floats the section under the lips. Swifty behind him. Tobar still going. This one is going to go quite a distance. Andres Tobar, with everything on the line now, needs to execute something to impress the judges, and he does just that with a floater over this section and lands it with authority. And everybody hold your breath, because there's Robbie Swift behind him. Great pan into, with mere seconds left in this heat. Robbie Swift trying to hold on to his lead here. Can he get a rotational move in? No, it's just another, floater down the line thing. Andres Tobar is expecting a score here that I would say is possibly better than his first wave. I'm not going to really overly speculate. He delivered it, and it came right on time with 30 seconds left. Can Andres Tobar catch Adam Warcall for second, or even Swifty for first? Swifty and Warcall might get the shake-up. Andres Tobar in first place in the heat with an 8-point ride with the basis of that big off-the-lip floater, and that knocks Warcall into third place with 20 seconds left in the most dramatic fashion imaginable. Dieter Van Eycken's got something to say about it, but is there enough time, and is there enough wave? Dieter Van Eycken on the lower bowl, 7 seconds left. This heat is done. It is a done bird. I don't know if Warcall can get on anything of any consequence.
It's gone. Zero.
No, it's zero, and Warcall's pumping on something. I will say that Warcall on this wave showed intent to ride it. We're going to stick with him. And if, stranger things have happened. In my book, Warcall's on this wave, and it counts because he caught it before the buzzer. Right at 1 second, he planed and the wave lifted him up. Let's pretend this counts. We'll see if it does. First turn. What does he need? Warcall needs a 4.7.
Ooh.
Second turn over the float. This is tight. Is it a 4.7? We're about to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back to you with the results, but what you just saw there was local flavor. Andres Tobar winning the heat.
In the house.
That is the final, and we will see about Swifty and Warcall, and we will be right back after this commercial. Great heat, boys.
Amazing. Woo-hoo-hoo.
Por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Ajuste en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le chuntó! Le explico. El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 vecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
So here we are back to Matanzas, that beautiful flag flying around. And oh my God, did we have a good heat there with Andres Tovar, first position. He actually scored an I6 on this second wave. Robbie Swift second place with 11:53, and Adam Warhol just missed by very short pointage. And unfortunately, we'll say goodbye to Adam and Dieter van der Kai. That's a shame.
Thank you. Yeah, that was really tight. I do believe that, you know, those are one of those things in the scope of the contest that you hold your line. Andres Tobar, way to stay patient and ride that out. Great heat. And next up, Arnaud Frenet, Anthony Runes, Tomer Shemgar, and Takuma Sugi. That's an interesting mix of riders there. You know, Runes and Sugi, both Gastro riders. Tomer Shengar with the RRD, and Frenet, I'm not sure what he rides.
Nash.
Nash rider in the event.
Nash rider in the event. So,
along with Vargas, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Also.
Understood.
So we actually see Arnaud right now getting on his first wave. Let's see how that settles for him. He seems to be on a medium. Oh, I know. I think it's a great wave coming up for him. It seems to be building up this nice wall. Nice first bottom turn and top turn. Let's see what he can do. There's a second one. He's kind of smooth on it. He's like dancing on water.
Beautiful riding. Nothing too critical, but a lot of flow.
A lot of flow going there.
A lot of flow going there. He's the only rider riding. Nobody behind him. He's going to take it into the little kitty bay. Well-ridden wave to start the heat for Arnaud Frenet, who is also in an elimination situation. And, you know, it's not easy.
Nope.
It's not easy to be in these heats no matter who you are, but a 4-point ride, great place to start. And in a situation where those kind of waves might be at a premium, priceless points.
Catching the first wave is also like a very important mark to do, I think.
That's true. I mean, you say catching the first wave, you know, beginning your heat's first wave, but that was also remarkably the first wave of that set.
Yes.
And there was somebody behind him, but it wasn't that good. That time, the first wave of the set was the best wave in that exchange. And that tells you something. That the local knowledge really paid off on that.
Yeah, Arnaud knows Chile. He's actually from Belgium, but he's been living in Chile for a long time. He's actually a guy that rides a lot in Pichilemu. Very huge wave here in Punta de Lobos. But he's been to Matanza a few times, but the quality of that wave is very similar. You definitely see some veteran action there.
Long heats here, and you see that definitely paid off. Head judge Bujma Guillot holding the line on the 27-minute heat. But I'm sure Andres Tobar didn't mind when he caught his advancing wave, you know, under a minute or something like that. That's why we like to play this game, but it shows you exactly what's at play here and how you've got to play the game patiently and decisively.
Smartly, tactically. Amazing.
More in-between moments here. It really hammers it home in terms of the importance of when you make that decision to ride a wave, how you get to that point, and what it's going to take. We'll start bringing on other riders here as we move forward, and what we'll kind of try to get the perspective of their impressions of, you know, how it is to sail this wave, what are the things in competition that you need to observe, and the like. We do have an interesting roster of characters here waiting to come on as well. And thank you for joining us wherever you are on the globe. And it's an interesting thing with South America here in Chile is that we're in this time zone that's kind of friendly to people in Europe and friendly to people in the US. It's not too far from Hawaii either. Good morning and good evening to wherever all of you are.
Amazing, right?
It is amazing.
Yes.
It's amazing to be here, but it's also equally important that we acknowledge, you know, how lucky we are to be here bringing this to you. And thank you to our sponsors once again. You know, that list is a very nice thing to be rattling off here, and it's a good in-between moment to perhaps once again mention our sponsors, most specifically Peugeot, major sponsor. We appreciate your support, and we're proud to be representing Hotel Surazo. Need I say more? That is our community headquarters here. Gabinera Regional, Goro Higgins. You know, that is the backbone of this event. We'll get to the rest in a little bit as we do see one of our riders. I would not be surprised if that is
Ruenes.
That is Ruenes. And with his high standard of riding, he is going to select a different wave, but pumping furiously. Another one of our advancers from the trials deep into the mix here, Tomer Shamgar.
What a good job he's done.
He's, you know, no matter what happens with Tomer, he's not even gotten started yet. But I mean, the point is that this is a historical performance based on, you know, his background, and you're not looking at Israel as this hub of wave sailing, but they have coastline, and boy, do they have wind on that coast, and they have a hard charging group of people representing that nation. Certainly need to, you know, give everybody credit who traveled far and wide. He's one of the ones who traveled pretty far to get here, and he's got something to show for it because he's lit up this entire event with his riding, and he just wants to get a good one. I think he's holding it to a high standard as well. I think that the sailors who went out in this heat accepted the reality that you're only going to get so many opportunities.
Exactly.
We have 20 minutes left. 7 minutes has gone by, and we have one score. And that's not necessarily anything due to the fact that the conditions aren't providing all those opportunities, but that one wave by Frenet said it all. You know, there are these moments where it comes together, and that's what these guys are waiting to do.
The set seems to be a bit further apart, but I do see some action on the island right now. Let's see what that happens. We have up there, waiting in the Vargas zone, we have Anthony.
Yeah, it's waiting for waves. I wouldn't be surprised if we're peaking out on high tide here, and things might end up shifting down to the lower bowl eventually. I don't see it happening yet.
Actually, I think Tomer is on a lower bowl wave right now. I think he's going to go for it.
Tomer made a lot of success out of paying attention to what happens down below. And if you blink, you missed it. But Tomer is pumping to get on this wave. He is going to have an opportunity to get what we call a shot. Beautiful looking cut back there. Tomer Shamgar taking his shot. Behind him looks like Sugi's first wave. That's a good size air. Takuma Sugi right on top of your screen, right in front of the rocks.
We seem to have some
Connects.
action in the back.
Action in the back in the form of Anthony Runes. Getting a check turn, but not a whole lot more. He might be on too small of a sail. Hard to say. Easy to say that when it just might be the wind. But, you know, these are the equations that these riders go through when they're going out.
I think he just didn't see that big wave or that the guys got earlier, and I think he's waiting for that.
Not only that, Caro, but, you know, the decision when you're going out in terms of what size equipment you're going to use. And if you get it right, you've geared it for what the majority of the wind in that heat is. But right now, he's probably gambling on trying to, you know, not feel overpowered or something, because sail size definitely dictates a lot of what you can do in the lineup, just as much like force size.
You're right. Equipment election is very crucial, especially on a day like this. Let's see. Let's mention some of our other sponsors we have here. Corona, Jack Daniels, Lipigas, Plan Vital. Thank you guys for you. Without you, it wouldn't be possible. Our minor sponsors, I will repeat, these minor sponsors are all our local community people. So very good to have them on board with us. We have Harry Plotter, who did all the graphic. We have Kaya United, beautiful clothing, Chilean clothing company. Garage Garage Go, Athletic. Thank you, Pato, for all these windsurfing care. So we have someone on the wave. I think it's Arnaud again.
Arnaud Frenet setting it up. It is starting to go down a little lower. This one's significantly further down when he started it, but he gets this beautiful S-turn, really showing his line here. And carefully selected this wave that is going to run down the line. Beautiful hit there for Arnaud. Can he bring it back in? Great riding from him. 4-point range for all of these riders. It's nice to back that up with another one. And speaking of backing it up, we almost had a backup.
Almost.
Runes with a lot of power now. You see that he's powered. Now it's the important part. You find the wave. Arnaud Frenet, 8-point total. So he scored another 4 on that ride. Rightfully so. Anthony Runes sitting with a 0.5. It's not trying to let frustration get over, but it is time to start scoring. This heat's roughly halfway over. And Runes with a nice little sub-level wave there. Gets a pretty active ride there.
Very good.
I thought he did very well for himself there. That was aggressive riding. And, you know, it was just almost about a shoulder to head high wave on the inside, which, you know, obviously broke top to bottom, which is allowing that aggressive riding style. Runes is going to get on the board there. Local applause, I believe, for Frenet, who might be walking up the beach or something. No, he's sailing out. People are fired up. That's what I can say. You're hearing a lot of positive vibrations here.
Yeah, and I think that was for the next heat. Some Chilean guy was going to be in the next heat, so I think this was a bit positive energy for him.
Word. That was Takuma Sugi, currently in second place with a great deal on the line. I might add, somebody who's begun his campaign as early as Japan. That's Tomer Shemgar, pumping into a mid-level wave as well.
He's been doing well on those waves so far, so he's going for it again.
Gets the little punt over the section, but can't hang on to it, unfortunately for him. Just got a little unglued there. It'll be some points, but not as much as a completion would have been. We'll see about Sugi's second score. Tomer Shemgar in the meantime, and their Sugi score. That's your running. Frenet, Sugi, Shemgar, and Runes. Runes, 4.33, so he got like a high 3. Let's see what we got in the score requirements. Runes needs to get back in the game with a 2.05. He'll leapfrog Shemgar, but Shemgar gets a low 2 to catch Sugi. And Sugi needs a mid-level 3, like a 3.56, to catch Frenet. And you better believe he can do that with 13 minutes left.
Hell yeah.
Sugi doesn't really have the level of wind where you think some of these wild rotations he's capable come out. But Sugi's just trying to breathe here and just, calm down because he's going to get on a good wave finally. I mean, he's got a couple rides, but I don't think he's gotten the wave he wanted yet. And once he does, that will be his opportunity. Now everybody's had an opportunity. Rune certainly made his own opportunity just by stubbornly going to the inside and riding that wave, which was the only thing to do, because now he can build his scorecard. Nothing's out of bounds here at this point. This is a good opportunity to start bringing on some of our other guests, and we've got a good roster of them. Caro, stay local, and thank you for beginning the color on this, and we will come back to you as often as possible.
Thank you, guys. I
Thank
bet
you
you
so
burn
much.
right now.
And go talk to some of the people up in the booth there. Angles. With me now is Bernd Rodinger. Thank you for joining, Bernd. Mic's on.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Wow, it's getting super exciting out there.
Yeah, these slow motion heats sometimes have this like frantic nature of tension with the slow mo.
Yep, nothing, and then everything all at once.
How about Arnaud Frenet's rides?
Unbelievable.
Local knowledge. How's the flow?
Well, that's the thing. There's so many sections, and it's really difficult to link them all together.
Sugi, on the wave he wanted.
Ooh.
Gorgeous canvas there, and can't stick the aerial, unfortunately for him. It's ghost riding to the inside. That's frustrating because that was one of those Sugi type of waves.
Yeah, see, that's where it gets really tricky because, for my eyes, I looked at that as the perfect setup.
And it was, but it was kind of low where the wind angle's a little different on the landing. He got caught up. Shemgar knows what to do.
Exactly. Local knowledge. Local knowledge definitely seems to be coming into play super hardcore here. We got Arnaud utilizing that local knowledge, getting way up high in, like you said, Alex Vargas land.
Vargas land,
a
paying
beautiful
off.
tap to begin with. Again, he's flowing. He's lining up sections. He's a little behind that one.
Quality control on that one, Bant. I mean, really, he had a little bit more to work with. You saw in the heat before Warcall, who wrapped it around, and the whole way just went, and that ended up being the difference in the heat.
Yeah, a fatal error.
One turn. Anyway, is that not Runes? Yes, it is. Anthony Runes with a punt, and he gets rotated.
Isn't that crazy? So that's the same section that was Takuma's doom.
We're going to call it the Matanza slapdown. We all do it.
Yeah, and Delio, he did such a fantastic job in the last heat of navigating that section. Whereas one of us might try to fade it a little bit, try to hit it late, thinking that that's like the prime spot for an air.
Man.
No, you float that section a little bit, and then you go for the next one.
The requirement to me, Barrett, seems to be speed. And if you have enough speed to think about doing something like that, but some of these lower speed attempts like Runes there, we kind of didn't hit that thing fast enough.
Yeah.
But I think he also kind of it just happened that he rotated that way. He got thrown into that.
Oh, no, for sure, yeah.
But he's in second place in this heat, and by the narrowest of margins. Now, Sugi is pissed because when he blew that section, he might as well have left that door open and put the welcome mat on and a sign saying we're open, because that heat was his to take with a move like that. He would have moved right next to Frenet. He's already at 6.2 with the bobble. He would have been in first place had he made that error. I'm just guessing, pretty close to it anyway. And these are the equations that head judge Bujma Guiol is looking at, and I'm sure you're looking at this very closely.
Yeah.
In terms of those little decisions that really matter. We talked about Adam. Now we're going to talk about Takuma, who just kind of maybe not at the basis of a decision, but just that little extra bit that would have made it a make. And that's what's hanging in the balance in this scorecard, because Arnaud Fournier is not going to change his strategy. Get on great waves, ride them with flow, and Runez and Shemgar and Sugi are locked in this struggle now to advance out of this elimination round. There's a lot on the line here.
No, there's a lot of wild cards. You know, it's hard because you take off on a wave and you're really not 100% sure what it's going to do. You can't rely on anything. You've got to take it one section at a time, but you have to ride with vision, and I think that that's very unique to this spot. Vision down the line is so important. Like you said, speed and speed management with a mind of, you know, 1-2 turns ahead of what you're doing now, while remaining in the flow and while remaining present and keeping that radical approach. Tough.
Mind game. Runez being given an opportunity, that sacred word. Beautiful bottom turn for Anthony. Backs that up with another one. This is what I remember him doing. Surgical highline slices. That was a 2-turn wave. He's not going to need a whole lot. Now, the judges aren't going to get carried away with that, but that was a nice wave, and behind him, Sugi's on. But
And
he's
off.
going to kick out, and he doesn't want to do a repeat of that wiggle. And I don't blame him, but if you look at the scorecard, Sugi's got a 4.47 and a 1.73. So he's telling himself, I just need to connect here. Heats can be so frustrating when you can't even get out of that, you know, low score threshold, because he's one of those guys, Brant, who can get a high score on any wave.
Yeah.
Just about. But it's got to be something of more substance. He did the right thing kicking out.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, with that wave, even after turning off, he made some upwind progress. He's getting back into the lineup. I mean, that's a huge challenge today. I was out surfing this morning and realized that there is so much current off that point there, so much more than yesterday.
God.
And so getting upwind, just getting back into the lineup is a challenge.
Doing the walk seems like a really good idea.
Yes.
Shemgar, target acquired.
He
has a good line here.
Great section, a Super Bowl, lands it, but then, oof, yeah, it just ran away from him.
Counted as a make to a degree, but yeah, that was all you could do, right? That wind is still a little bit light on the inside, but on the outside, that incremental increase of wind, guys are starting to move around now.
It looks like Takuma's going to try again.
Look at Sugi. This would be a really good time to open up his bag and get busy in this heat. Check turn, bottom turn, one more section. He needs to hit it, and he gets under the lip, not quite the contact. That's going to have me biting my fingernails. He's trying to ride that line.
He was trying to ride it smart. He was really trying to ride it smart.
He certainly must have been like, that's going to be beating my low score. Let's see what the judges give that. Was that not about a 3-turn combination with a hit at the end that he didn't fully stomp?
Yeah.
And we have got 4 minutes and 50 seconds left as we see some of our next competitors and the overview of beautiful Matanzas Beach here.
It really feels like the wave comes in 2 parts, and you have 2 different opportunities to build on your score and sort of prove yourself to the judges. Up top, again in Alex Vargas land, you have more time and more of a face to work with, so you can really open up and do some big turns, some points of difference, some style. And then as you come inside towards that sandbar where that racetrack is, that's where you prove that you actually have the vision and the eye to make a couple sections and hit it in the right timing to get multiple maneuvers in. So there's like a weird changing of gears that needs to happen as soon as you cross over from where that rock is. You're kind of going slow, taking your time, riding it critical, and then all of a sudden you're on. You're flying down the line and you're racing the sections.
Super great description, Ben. I really appreciate the tips because that's kind of confirming how I was looking at it. But that opening look you're talking about, dependent on how deep you take off, also dictates what's left of the wave down low. Some of these ones earlier that were breaking way, way over weren't going all the way through.
Right.
And I think we're on this tide level right now as we see Fournier setting up yet again. Is that it's kind of an in-between moment here. We're going to start getting into I believe it's going to be, with the high tide window of when it starts washing out. But right now we're still up top. Once it gets lower tide, I think we'll see that whole lower bowl open up. It's a little bit of both, like you said.
Yeah, this is certainly a gnarly heat. I mean, whoever makes it out of this is going up against Brow.
Yeah, they're going to be on that bracket. Precisely. There's Fernay. And that's the only one who's in the heat right now in position. Fernay showing us again. Swooping. Just using the contour of the wave with the inside rail of his board. Determined to make the wave. That's the main thing. Runes behind him.
Wow.
Fernay actually skies that section. Will he get one more hit? No.
Oy.
Behind him, Runes really wants to get into it here, and this is a big lower bowl with Sugi behind him. Here comes Runes.
He's really trying to build speed.
Floats this section, one more hit, but he kind of gets the Matanza slap down. Here comes Sugi behind him. Not enough.
Yeah.
Not enough. Sugi in the lead in this heat, Van, as we look at the scores again. Sugi being given a 4.47 and a 4.
Which
Great improvement. And, you look at Fernay, who hasn't really changed his game and the waves he's riding. He's just doing what he does.
Right.
He got an error. He's pushing it pretty well. But the scorecard indicates that the judges have reached their limits in terms of what they're going to reward very similarly. The first wave was, the highest score is a 4.10. That was his first wave. And he's trading in high threes, 3.9, 3.6. Meanwhile, Runes is just trying to get on something, a 3.5, 3.8, same territory. Shamgar has yet to connect since his first ride, but he's got a 4.6. So Shamgar's in a really opportunistic position here. With only 1 minute and 20 seconds left, he's in position to be able to steal the heat, is what he is, if he can get a mid-level 4. And Sugi's just hanging on tight. This is really tight, ultimately, between who's advancing and who's staying. And Runes is really eager to give this a shot here because he can catch Fernay if he gets merely a 4.5.
Here we got Tomar coming down the line. Mid-size
right on
wave,
time.
But really clean section. It's super open. And he's got lots of time, but not much down the line.
Lots of time, but not a lot of wave, but it is going to give him that little last shot.
Yeah, something, but
Shamgar with the event of his life. And, getting into the mix with the big boys on a buzzer beater was a huge accomplishment. Will this be enough to get him out of this round, or is his run done with 14 seconds left? We're about to find out. Tomer Shamgar, third place. Right now it's Arnaud Fernay and Sugi. Who do we have here? Sugi, one more time. Can Runes find a buzzer beater? It's done. And that's how it's going to go down. Unfortunately for Anthony and Tomer, their campaign's most likely done. Sugi and Fernay on to the quarters.
That was a tough heat. I mean, it was really sleepy in terms of sets. And you saw the guys working the lower section a lot more than the first heat.
Yeah, that was tight. I mean, it came down to Sugi finally connecting there. He had his shots. Sugi ripe with opportunities. Fernay did what he did, and it paid off. But Fernay had the door wide open, honestly. I mean, Runes could have come in there. And Shamgar obviously got the last wave he possibly could in that situation. That was hard sledding right there. But thank you for joining us here at the 2024 Chile Pro. I'm being joined by current world number 1, Bant Rodinger, as we are flying over Matanzas and looking at all the various features of this beautiful land here. We will go to commercial and be right back, but please stick with me, Barrett. There's a couple more heats to call. We enjoy your expertise and your eloquence. Be right back.
Sí, por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Ajusta en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le achuntó! Le explico. El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 libivecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
Gobierno Regional de O'Higgins, Core Regional, amongst our many proud sponsors, Peugeot. Thank you for helping support the IWT PWA Unified World Tour as we are game on with Alessio Stilrick, determined to get through this. Stilrick starting off with fire. Gets that bottom turn opened up. He's definitely not done. There's a little bit more wave here behind him, but we're going to pan to... Let me get my scorecard here.
Someone kicking out. Alessio's still going down the line, and he's actually got a great setup. Nice finishing aerial, pumping down the line, but he's out of runway.
This is Hayata Ishii, Diego Fabres, Rio Noguchi, and Stilrick.
Wow.
Battle Royale.
Certainly.
Man, no two ways about it. Stilrick started off quite nicely with a 5. He's got a nickel in there.
Takara lining up high.
Oh, man.
Again, he's got lots of time to turn. He's got lots of time to hit it critically, although he got a little hung up in the lip there.
Good stall tactic.
But he's certainly got time. This is a very open wave, almost kind of washy.
Big whitewater ball.
Yeah.
Not quite a lot of face on it, but he's making the most of it.
Up. Crazy. Even that small section came up so quick so as to, throw him off.
It's right next to the point.
And
I would think that that's Diego Fabres.
Yeah.
Local knowledge here, right on the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful wave. This one's going to run down the line. He's going to ride it in front of everybody in this heat. Diego, let's see it. Beautiful.
Whoa.
Same area, super shallow, sub-sea level.
Goodness.
Had to basically sail as fast as he can. He doesn't even make the wave. Matanzas stole it from him.
Says no.
He had a school of tricks lined up, but none of them. That was basically a setup wave that just passed him by. Take note. You think you're on something like that and it hits that shallow part, it just zipped right by him.
No, it's mind-blowing. I mean,
wow.
Looking from the beach, it seemed like he had all the time in the world.
It really did. And then it really didn't.
No, yeah. Then it was like a square barrel all the way to the beach.
Fabres, 2.5, which could have been easily in the 5-point range with a little bit of lip contact. If he had read it, right at the end and gotten under the lip and done it, but, I mean, it would have taken the mentality like, oh, I'm going to blow the rest of the wave for one hit. Well, guess what? You're not going to make the rest of the wave. And those are some of the decisions these guys have to make in milliseconds.
One saving grace is that Diego is undoubtedly one of the fastest guys in the lineup. He's going to be right back up at the point in no time at all.
Yep, he's going to leave Alessio and Rio. Hayata, who might still be, Hayata's straight out there.
Yep.
Who might even be more mobile than Diego. And that's who's on your screen there. It's Hayata Ishii and Diego Fabres, both in the back half of this heat right now. Rio Noguchi stealing a 3.10. This is a big battle because Ryu right now is up there in the rankings, and Hayata's older brother Takara is up there in the rankings.
Yes.
And these guys would love to just go 1-2 for Team Japan because, Brant, at the start of this tour, you were in Omizaki, Japan with these guys. There's 4 Japanese sailors in the top 16. 2 Ishiis.
A force to be reckoned with.
Like, it's danger.
Yes. Yeah.
And Rio Noguchi's the guy who actually entered the picture here. He's the Grom out of all of them. And it's unfamiliar territory, obviously. It's welcomed greatly. I also think he understands that it's fleeting if he doesn't perform immediately. And that's the situation he's in here, as we see a really nice set up top. And what you're watching is Diego Fabres getting as far upwind as he can to let this wave build under him. Presto! Matanzas delivers. Look at this wave.
Essentially starting where he left off, where he got closed out on the last wave, and starting from there, you can see how fast it's reeling.
And Hayata behind him.
He got a couple turns in. Hayata's got a little slower wave. Let's see if he doesn't get behind it. Oh, wow, that was beautiful.
That was beautiful. That was in true Ishii style. He's not done. He's going to punt something big.
Wow.
That's a great-looking aerial. And the speed, you know, that made me happy. He was in 7th gear.
Is anyone faster than Hayata?
Maybe Takara.
I mean, he's he's pretty incredible. It's pretty cool to watch him streak down the line with that much speed.
Hayata does indeed have this extra gear because it's kind of like his name. Hayata! He just zipped through the line there. Still, Rick.
Oh, we got a little bit of double action.
Yeah, a little bit of two riders on the same wave, and not consequential now. Hayata Ishii, not surprisingly, is in lead. Look at the high line. And let's just look at how elongated his line to the lip was. He read it way before it happened. And you're like, what are you doing? You're bottom to It's like he saw everything that needed to happen.
Yes.
And these shallow sandbank waves do have the tendency to lurch. But you can't read it because it lurches out of a flat spot. And part of what's going to make it run down the line is the angle of the swell once it passes the point.
Right.
And it's got this little reform ability. But the target was hit at full speed, and that provided the projection, supporting my exact point about how important speed is to hitting things here.
It's such a trip. It's almost like you're reading the wave less and the sand more, where as you're heading down the line, you sort of see where the sandbar is, you see the disturbance in the water, and you just know, even if it doesn't look like it right now, that wave is going to pitch in that exact spot. And if you're not there ready to hit it, it's going to close out on you.
Matanzas is a unique spot, yes. But I also feel that worldly wise sailors such as ourselves, Baron, have taken a page out of all of the other places we've ridden to piece together what a true ride here is like. It's a little bit of everything. I've got a little bit of Waddell and Hukipa and Cloudbreak all in one here.
Yes.
Flipped around on port tack. And that's probably the part that sets it apart from these other breaks, is that being on port tack and such a down-the-line performance type of wave really balances our tour out.
I mean, for me, I think about those small days that we competed in Punta Preta and how shallow it was and how you were like weaving in and out through rocks and the wave would kind of break in a very similar way. It was slow to begin with, and then all of a sudden it would start to race.
Right.
And as much as you wanted to open up and do these big turns on each section, you had to keep an eye out for that end, because the end was where you really were getting a pointed difference.
We are indeed on a world tour. Diego Fabres, being a local here, enters the picture of the world tour. That's what they love about this event. Early in the season, little hometown advantage, and nothing wrong with that. We're trying to unite the tribes of wave sailing across the globe, and my eyes are wide open to the Pacific side of South America here in Chile and Peru, obviously. Chile holding something very dear to me in the amount of abundance of conditions. It is just remarkably consistent.
The abundance of everything. The abundance of
everything.
Of passionate wave sailors, the abundance of land, space.
Yeah, you put it into words. There's so much area.
Yeah, it's a really amazing place. I mean, some of the guys went to Pichilemu on the last swell, but look, here we got Diego setting up super high. Not a crazy set wave, but he doesn't need much. That was an amazing turn.
He like a rare opportunity to wrap it around without consequence. No, Diego, might turn around and go, but still Rick behind him.
He does.
is on this next wave. He's fading into it, and it has come right to him at the most opportune time, but he doesn't like where he is in the stance of that.
Which is fair.
He was halfway through. Now, Ryo Noguchi on the best wave of the set.
He's got the setup.
He punches his first bottom turn fairly in place, not too deep. Very well read. This thing's going to wall up on him. He better get on his horse and get done with some hitting there under the hook. I tell you what, like, that look when you're staying high on the wave and you're just looking, you should be running as fast as you can. It's kind of like shish kebabs in the sense that you don't really see it running until it's too late.
It's crazy to watch it, just heat after heat, taking people out.
Yeah, and Noguchi needed this one. You know, he really did.
Alessio's coming back.
And that was Hayata kind of getting a little bit of an insider there, trying to pad his score line, but he's in great shape with or without that. Nice landing. Stillrick, this is live. Does the kick out, kind of a little check turn look. Not the entire body of work he was looking to do. Still holding on to second place though. Alessio on a razor-thin edge with Diego Fabres and Ryo Noguchi behind him. And we might be waiting for a score from Fabres, but I don't think it ends up being enough to catch Stillrick, who sits on a 4.4 and a 3.1. This is another nail-biter, Brant. I mean, this is really close. And we've got 16 minutes, as if that's like not enough time. This is an eternity left. This is anybody's heat, ultimately. Right now, Hayata and Alessio have the top cards here, but let's see the scoring line. 3.77 will give Diego Fabres second position, and if Stillrick aims to be in the lead, he needs a high 4. Lot to play for here. The thing with Stillrick is he does have a mixed bag of rotational maneuvers at his disposal, but I do think that he wants to build his case a little bit before he starts resorting to it. But make no mistake, in this round, it's for all the marbles, so Diego Fabres knows this as we watch him drop in, really grab that boom wide. Classic wave run, you grab that boom wide for the bottom turn, boom, and then slide it forward to cut back.
You can see they're getting really wound now. I mean, the wind has come up considerably just in the span of this heat.
Correct.
And again, it's a difficult challenge because you want a lot of speed. You want speed for that sandbar and that section. Alessio looks super wound on his first turn.
It's a great looking wave for Alessio though. He kind of gets his setup turn, making sure he's not too deep. Yeah. Alessio Stillrick enters the scoring arena with a lot on the line here. Beautiful riding from Stillrick and a very nice wave as well. Not done piloting his flyawave black tip combo down the line. Does he have another little hit at the end? Possibly here. Points his points. And why not? Stillrick ending his ride, possibly besting his low score. And we'll see if the judges want to boost his ranking ahead of Fabres and Noguchi. But Fabres also had a good wave. But once again, we're not so sure about what the consequences. And yes, it's a little bit of an improvement for Stillrick, 7.83. And we have seen that head judge Bujma Guiol has no problem using his authority to calibrate these scores. And we also do have replay today. And when you see a replay here, it's not just for our viewing pleasure. That's Bujma asking for it so he can review these scores. And that's got to be reassuring to a competitor in this game like you, that you get that second look.
Oh, for sure, because there's so much at play today. I mean, you see a lot of guys starting out with the best of intentions, super high up the point, but then as chaos ensues, you know, you get hit on that sandbar, dragged down by the current, you're struggling to make it upwind, and then you see a set come and you decide to take it whatever, halfway up the point instead of fully up the point, right? Then it's going to be up to Bujma to look at that and say, well, how does that compare to a wave ridden earlier in the heat when they had the entire canvas to work with?
The entire canvas, right?
You see now, like, these guys are kind of barely getting up to the rock.
It's true.
They're starting way further down.
It's current.
It's current.
And it's really something to absorb is that, what confounds it? I'm just figuring this out, like as we speak. Sailing out to sea doesn't solve much because there's current out there too. So you sailed out to sea and you just made it even harder to come back in and do the walk and get the timing.
Exactly. Yeah. There's no easy way to do it. It takes 2 tacks easy to get all the way up to where you want to be starting. And again, it's easy to be on the beach and critique. It's much harder when you're in the chaos of a heat. Yes. But you got to wonder whether or not it's just worth it to take those 2 tacks, let a set go by, and completely reset from the highest possible scoring position.
Hayata Ishii listened carefully to the wise samurai's words, and he is in position, and definitely, got on a wave so nobody else would be on. Stay loose and actually just get a little bit of word on the broadcast. He had a look. But maybe we're coming into high tide here. I'm going to check my tide book, but it seems like we're in a wave transition here, man. It's not doing that thing up all the way. Anybody who's selected waves up top, they haven't run all the way down the line. At minimum, the ones that have been good and going, to the racetrack have been these mid-level ones that are building, and then you're doing the check turns, and then you're off to the races, and good luck if you hit it late.
Right.
Hayata Ishii and Alessio Stilrick in the driver's seat in this heat. Diego Fabres and Ryo Noguchi not too far behind. Stilrick's last ride, the one that replaced his low 3 with the high 3, it was a good wave, well ridden. You could also see, like you said, he was powered. He had a gust of wind hit him in the middle of that ride, which was like, whoa, let me get that clue open bottom turn, look. So he's playing it safe. He can't blow any waves here. He knows who he's in with. And this is a nice looking opportunity for Alessio, because this one's got a little more skate part to it. And that's a nice air over this section. And if I were him, I would sell this to the judges till it hits the sand and maybe even try a little rotation. Let's see if we get it. Stilrick, good job.
Nice. Yeah, interesting. So Ryu is pretty far downwind at this point. I mean, after that last wipeout that he took, it took him a long time to get back out. And yeah, he's
still dealing with it, isn't he?
He's still
far
down. But he's got 10 minutes.
But meanwhile, in Vargas land, and you are seeing the corner of this set, there's a good one coming in. But we are on our competitors right now, and they are, doing the ocean tour. And there's 10 minutes left in the tour. Alessio Stilrick, first place in this heat after that wave. Here's your replay. Kabing! Oh, yeah, Alessio. Really nice. And only hints. Alessio will be the first person to tell you that he hasn't even gotten close to how he feels his potential is. I'll back down from that a little bit. Competition right now in this situation, your best work might be saved, for situations that you're not planning on. It's very calculated. The art of scoring points for the judges has a lot to do with dialing back your approach to an extent. In this round especially, when all is at stake.
Yeah, I definitely think that's the way that this heat has progressed so far. You saw everybody come out kind of guns blazing. Some people got punished for it. And so now they're kind of like, okay, maybe I need to dial this back a little bit and just focus on clean rides. Maintaining my speed is going to be like my biggest focus during my heat.
Yes.
Oh, this is a good setup.
Ooh, Diego Fabres. Big lip under him. He's kind of got forced into not quite getting the critical turn on it because he was on this bowl.
Interesting.
It's a nice runner, but it's kind of like the endless summer. Just a soul ride.
And Hayata's got the leftovers from that set.
Well, what you can do with leftovers in certain situations, but Hayata kind of left the door open now. Not that that wave was of any consequence whatsoever, but the thing is, time, tick-tock, ticking.
And, we said Ryu was way down the coast, but look, now he's back up at the point again, setting up, having a look at a wave to see if it's going to grow. Some of these have proven to be really great scores because they do grow as they come into the sandbar. He's already got 2 turns. He's setting up really nicely for an air. Hits it with speed on the landing, which is super nice. And he continues on, finishing aerial on the whitewater.
Is Ryo Noguchi going to be the inconvenient truth for Hayata Ishii? We shall see. That's definitely got a lot of implications too if you look at the scorecard.
That wave was really surprising.
Ryo, you know, he's going to need a 5, you know, and there was Ishii leaving the door open.
Yeah.
I mean, that really followed the script, Barrett. It was definitely not what you want to do if you're Ishii there. Ryo Noguchi launching back into 3rd place is the result of that. And essentially now, Ryo Noguchi with a 7.3 heat total needs a 4.21 to nip Ishii.
Alessio setting up. He's got another great kind of insider.
Oh yeah, Alessio's in the zone.
Lovely.
Alessio's definitely in the zone. This is going to be that wide smile that he has when he comes in so far. And he saves the turn, which was pretty key because he's trying to beat his high score.
Oh, he's milking it.
Yeah, mid-4s on his card. Did he just best that? In many respects, I believe he did.
I think so, yeah.
And, you know, that was the full package of speed, power, and flow, length of ride. Great sailing from Stillwick. He's getting hotter. That's also the thing, man. He's shaking off some sort of cobwebs. He's been here for a while, sailing, training, and finally getting into the flow of it. But also, as we see, choosing to sail out and sail back upwind. We'll see. We'll put our timer on, and hopefully it won't take him too long. Also, live action, if I'm not mistaken. Replay. Yeah, we had Stillwick on the replay there. You saw the contour of the wave. I would love to see that again. Replay the replay.
Yeah, 4.8. I mean, that puts him in a fantastic position.
So he's gone from low 4s to high 4s, mid 4s. 9.3 is his heat total now. Separation. There's your replay. Really read the corner of the wave well. It was a good offering. It was, you know, that's what I think we're seeing in that little freeze frame moment is the wave contour, but also where he rode it. It's working its way further down. Now I, you know, can confirm that. There are these upper looks.
Yeah.
But they're not like behind the rock. The best ones are kind of like coming in the mid zone. We're probably going to be seeing some more bowl hits at the lower part eventually.
Starting low. It's wild how much this wave changes with tide. Like in a 20 to 40 minute span, it just takes on totally different looks.
It really does. Diego Fabres. Oh yeah, he's still in this heat. You better believe it. This thing's got a long wall breaking down low.
Nice.
And he reads it perfectly.
Good early turn to keep speed,
Early
to keep going down the
turns.
line. It's a big section. He's looking. He taps it.
Gorgeous wave.
He's still going. All the way to the end.
He sticks it. That was pivotal for Fabres. You know, he's looking at a pair of 3s, 3.7 and a 3.0. We know he bested that. There's a chance that might be one of the better scores of the heat.
We got Ryu streaking on the line. He looks like he's gonna. Wow.
Giant hit for Ryu, who can't hold it. Whew. The turbulence. Man, Diego Fabres launches into second. 5-point ride.
Man, this heat's been crazy.
It's been crazy, but it's been well judged.
Yeah.
And I don't think they got carried away with Fabres there, but he delivered the goods on that. And I do look at the score he got as kind of like the minimum in a way of what they should have given him. But I also feel that in the structure of this heat, you know, in terms of the increments of what the judges are giving, I've been hearing various levels of feedback from people that the judges are using a very tight margin
Super
of
tight.
increments. So these small differences are based on what might actually in live be viewed as big differences. The size of the wave, how long he rode it for, how critical he rode it, that kind of an equation. And then you're equaling minor amounts of points. So the opinion might be bigger than the points.
Certainly. I mean, yesterday in my heat, Julian scored a 8.
That's right.
And that was a I would say a pretty miraculous wave, because he had an insane opening turn through a ton of water and was able to take his time with it because his timing was really on point. And then he came streaking down the line. I think he did like 4 aerials in a row with a finishing maneuver. So it's like, that's like the most incredible, like perfect lineup setup that you could ask for, and he got an 8.
And he got an 8.
That's where we're at.
Yep. That did set the bar it set the bar in terms of the performance. It also set the bar in the actual scoring potential. Because the thing about Salmon's ride there was that it was on offer. There was the menu. I'll take everything on the menu.
Yes.
I'll take the appetizer, the first course, the second course, the third course, and the dessert, and maybe even another appetizer. And there you have it. You've got to eat, man.
Man, I hope that happens to me. I really do. I hope I don't get like a weird mid transition tide thing where I don't know what's going on. Because certainly it did seem like in this heat that's kind of what was happening. Like everyone had a plan, and then the conditions changed and everyone had to adapt. And you can even kind of look at that with the scores too.
Absolutely.
Everyone's been incrementally building, almost recovering.
I would say that situation did favor Stilrick.
Yes.
Who did capitalize. But what he didn't do is he didn't revert into like this trickeration mode. He just stuck to his guns. He wanted to do an air. He's got 2 good ones off the looks. It's not said and done. There was Fabres with the make, and yeah, I mean that stuff down low. It seems like you stomp that air. Little less with the continuation. It's a finishing move, kind of like we get an air and then a couple more turns, so on and so forth. It's being judged well. It's on this razor thin level, and I think that's where Bujma needs to keep it, because ultimately you might as well have one judge in a sense, because he's got the levity, but it's not like that, and there's a high and a low in that scale, and that offers the opportunity to kind of tinker with this. And I look at this right now and I think it's pretty much spot on, because Hayata Ishii is how close to Fabres right now, right? But Diego's staying on waves, and that's the other difference. And Diego's not, I mean, this is a really nice wave.
It has some potential, yeah.
It's got contour, and he's reading it like it, so he's surfing it. Noguchi behind him isn't really on anything, but he's going to try to turn it into something because he can. Fabres trying to rotate, doesn't get it around. And Noguchi's just like, please.
Something.
But he's going into kiddie land.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of wind in there, and there's really not a lot of wave in there, and this heat's barely over, and that's why he's trying to do it, and it's not going to be enough. Oh, whew. Back at you, Kai Kachadorian, Bent Rodinger. Great to have you on board, and congratulations on a great start to the season, Bent. Great win in Japan, buzzer beater win in Japan. They love you over there. They love you all across the globe. You're a very, very capable rider to win a world title. Put that on your back right now.
Oh boy.
It's not an expectation. It's the potential given. And you're also in the mix with a lot of other riders here, but you've shown up to do battle. We're going to go to Chile. This tour anyway, when I say we, it will continue on to Gran Canaria. It will continue to Zilt, Germany, Fiji in September, and then back to Maui, which you're familiar with.
Back home.
For you right now and your campaign, I can tell you've been in, similar positions. I don't remember you ever being in Cape Verde. Were you not, on top there briefly as well?
But it was an entirely different tour.
Correct.
And that's the thing. That's the greatest achievement in windsurfing today, this year, 2024, where it's like somebody like me has a shot. And so many windsurfers from so many different backgrounds have a shot because we have all these crazy cool events with conditions that favor so many different types of riding. Yes. There's so much to learn. And I consider Chile to be a bonus, and I'm really happy to have done what I did already and looking forward to hopefully doing more.
Yeah, it's great to have you at this level. I think the tour keeping a rider of your tastes interested speaks for itself as well. We've seen generations of people who just didn't really want to do the grind that was offered to them and stay into their local, bubble of wherever in the world they are. We got a great planet here to choose so many different spots and so many different hemispheres. To elaborate briefly on it, Chile's been a total eye-opener.
Yeah.
But here we are, and making the most of this, saying hello to everybody, all our friends across the world. Zeroing in here on Chile, not a whole lot else going on in the windsurfing world at the moment. Certainly in the wave sailing world, all eyes are focused here, and it's been great to bring you this event. We feel that we're getting closer and closer to that body of work where fusing surfing and windsurfing in a perfect symbiosis brings us into this environment like Chile. And we really, we're so grateful to everybody who's brought this together. This event in particular has been a long time coming.
Yes.
And you heard about it for so long. We're going to do an event in Chile. I'm sitting there looking, and when was this ever going to happen? So this moment is not lost on me at all. And to have you in this position, I'm sure you don't take it for granted at all, Barrett, where you're sitting right now, and the generous hospitality that's been extended to us.
I mean, we got so many crazy local talents here in Chile that, they were previously not really connected to.
Yeah. Speaking of local talents,
there he is.
Benjamin Fabres, Vicente Gonzalez, Felipe Vedeles, and Russ Furrow. This heat is a local battle.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
How did Russ find himself in this local battle?
I'm sure he's wondering that right now.
He's just he's going to just be taking tickets here, but Russ can dictate the pace. Gentleman that he is, and he's on a great looking wave here. Felipe's already opened up the scoring with the 5.3, and Russ is going to town here.
Nice, Russ. Very surfy.
Very surfy indeed.
And he's maintaining a great position down the line. You can see that he's taking notes.
Yeah, he needs to hit this aggressivo, kind of like half speed there.
Yeah, he lost a little.
Finishes his ride, and somebody else there on the outside, Ho, is on a nugget. What a gorgeous wave. It's cornering in.
Okay. Wow, full power.
Nice.
So much speed. And you can see that he's managing this section perfectly, like he's done it, 1,000 times.
Russ Faro, 3.8. Felipe Vedeles, 5.3. What we just saw might have been the best score so far. We will hold our horses until we see it on the card. And it was just a well-ridden wave. But in these situations too, just the wave itself. But Vicente Gonzalez.
There goes Vincent.
Flipping it. He's on top with a 6, man. Just ahead of Felipe Vedeles. Russ Faro stating his case with the 3.8, trying to get back out there in the lower part of your screen. Man, did Vicente go to town on that one. Just the look, he saw the wave hold up, and he's like, okay, so you're telling me to do this highline snap, check. Gouged it around. It didn't go wrap it all the way around, but he faded back into the pit before he did his next bottom turn.
Yes.
And just another good turn. And that was rewarded quite well. It's tight between Vedeles and Gonzalez. Benjamin Fabres still yet to get in the mix, but I guess, there are still a couple waves up top, man.
I was just going to say the same thing. I mean, for a rider who's got a heat coming up, that's a mind-boggling turn of events to see another 6 score come from way up the point. And that it was a fantastic wave with so much potential to be ridden well.
Right.
I mean, that's a higher score than anybody got in the entire heat. Last heat.
Possibly we can get that on replay with a bit of time on our hands before we get any other riders in the mix. You can definitely see the water contour at the Surazo now in full effect here. Let me check my clock. It is almost 4 in the afternoon. Where does all the time go? I just woke up, I thought. Anyway, is that Fabres?
It's got to be.
He's hunting. He's hunting around. Everybody, I think that ticked everybody's little sensors that there's some little catch up there. You can find it. That doesn't look like a terribly big sail either.
He's got one.
He's got one. He sure does. You saw him fade into it, and he's got a lot of wind in his sail too. He's sizing it up. Other waves behind him.
He knows he's got like one big section. Very nice. But he doesn't want to necessarily wait too late.
No.
Because this is the real moneymaker. Oh! And he hits it with a lot of speed, enough to come all the way around, wrapping back.
Here's the 1-2 exchange, too.
And yes, our second rider is on a wave that is, considerably even has a better wall.
The local exchange here. Wrapping it around as it comes inside. This is definitely going to have a lower wall. This is the look that I saw in all
beautiful.
The pictures. The clean Chilean green.
Wow.
Man, it is just fun to watch. Thank you for joining me, Barrett. It's great to have, an in-contest sailor here. I'm sure it helps you, too. You're kind of like observe it on your own, but you get to, talk out. You're not giving away any secrets, obviously, but you're going to get into the mix later on today.
100%. I mean, this is what windsurfing sport is all about.
Now, Vicente Gonzalez, after Pedales backs up his second score. You saw Felipe rip the bag out of that last one, and Vicente didn't quite back that one up. Something happened there out the back. Some of these gusts now.
Yeah.
What's happening with the gusts here, Bant? Do you get like different direction gusts or just holes in gusts?
Oh, you certainly do. And there's a certain part where the wave will start to sort of bend into the sand. Again, it's changing directions and it's getting faster, and that puts your sail at a different direction to the wind. If you have a turn that sort of is positioned right in that section, you'll have a really difficult time adapting, and you can very easily get blown off your board right there. Vincent, wow. Crazy, so he scored a perfect wave up top, and now he's got a fantastic wave down below in the sandbar.
Both courses are open, obviously.
Yeah.
And you have our screenshot here of looking just like wind-blown lineup. Surazo has come in for the day, Cavaron.
Man.
Yeah, this is only fitting that it showed up here in Felipe and Vicente and Benjamin's heat. Russ knows how to sail in a lot of wind.
Mm-hmm.
It's fitting. It's some sort of a script that we haven't quite seen the end of yet. Will one of these riders from the local contingent take it all the way? Are we going to see a Felipe and Alex Vargas battle? Oh my goodness, could you imagine?
It's hard not to believe that these local riders are kind of charmed. I mean, they have a special relationship to this place. Very comparable to, Hawaiian riders and their local spots. It's not just knowledge. There's a relationship there. There's a connection, and they have an intuitive relationship with the spot to where, stuff that you can't really rationalize, sections that you feel like are not there are there for them. And all you can do is kind of just sit back and take class.
Wise words, and absolutely true. The people we sailed with for decades at Ho'okipa have those certain waves that we're looking for. We're looking for up at Green Trees or whatnot. And you just saw it play out in that last exchange with Felipe and Vicente, who sit in first and second place here. And this is definitely one of my favorite heats of this contest so far, with the local story behind it. Russ Faro with the 3.8, and he is definitely, looking for his second ride. He's going to need something in the mid to low 4-point range to, excuse me, I will correct myself there. Yeah, he's definitely got work to do. As I refresh here. Huerta in the lead, but not entirely comfortably.
No.
Would, and the reason being is that Vicente Gonzalez has the highest score His backup score is a 2.
And
Vedeles is like,
yeah,
okay, trying to back that up ASAP, and it looks like, according to plan, that might be exactly what's happening. Look how windy it is. Look at this wave setup. He chips right in on it.
Oh.
And sets up shop.
This is kind of like the one that you want when you're surfing.
This one's running all the way down the line, though, and it's got a lower section, and it's being read spotlessly.
Oh, my goodness.
Big floater line to make the set. If you weren't from here, you wouldn't have read that wave that way. This is still offering him a chance. But he's going to pass on that chance. And
Russ with a monster.
Russ, beautiful wave.
Easy logo high. And growing. Wow.
Into it. He got past it. Is there one more hit for
Very
Ferrero?
nice. Very nice.
Wore some of that on his back. Is he out of purgatory with that ride? We'll see. Vedeles most likely pretty close to bettering his score. That was a super nice wave. Wasn't ridden to the full potential.
Yeah. Man, I hope
and there
we
was
see
a lot of wind on it right at first.
Yeah, I hope we see Felipe's wave again, because that last lip line sort of like he met with it and then it just launched him, and he was able to continue after that. That was pretty textbook.
Pretty textbook.
Now we've got Ben lining up, but he probably doesn't have much of a set. Again, you got to wonder, like, what's worth kind of pulling the trigger on.
This looks well worth pulling the trigger on. It really surprised me that it turned into this
it grew a lot.
Overhead wave right at the point. Not much under it, but enough to keep himself active, and that was a nice cutback.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably about all that wave's going to offer. These guys are definitely fully juiced now. 4 o'clock in the afternoon at beautiful Matanzas in Chile in the Navidad region. Here at the IWT PWA Unified World Tour, stop number 2, the Chile Pro. Long time coming here. We're about to see Russ Faro's second score, Benjamin Fabres' second score, Vicente Gonzalez. And kind of the story of this heat, as far as I'm concerned right now, is the fact that Vicente Gonzalez' second score is a low 2. And we only know the potential of what he can do. And is it a little bit of a case of Felipe Vedeles playing defense? Yes,
certainly.
It is.
Yeah.
Because that's the nature of it. If Felipe Vedeles gets on waves that Vicente Gonzalez would love to have to better his 2, he won't even give him the chance. We'll see. There's not a ton of waves in terms of like the frequency, but they're coming in these sequences. And Matanzas is delivering those only so often, but you look at the refraction off Matanzas Island, and that's an indicator of some action. And
Vincent sees something.
Yeah. You can't stop Vicente from sailing. And he's actually in the lead by the nature of bettering that ride. Believe it or not. 5.25 replacing a 2. And he's on another one.
And he's on another one.
So they really had their work cut out there with the judging to get to that point, because he's already on next wave, if I'm not mistaken.
Smart. Smart to have a look at that wave and then decide, no, don't need it. And like you said, he's in the position of playing defense.
Russ getting a 4.7 for his last wave. Not enough to better his position out of his local headlock that he's in.
Yeah.
But that's okay. There's plenty of time.
Looks like it'll be basically a total reset. I mean, Ben's having a look at this wave, but he's going to kick out, which means that everyone's going to have time to catch up, and everyone's going to be in the lineup at the same time when this set comes, which with the time that we have left, for sure there's going to be one more set. And so, yeah, so all the standings that we see now could get completely shaken up.
More calibration. Felipe Vedeles back in the lead. They're lowering Vicente Gonzalez's second score, 3.67 upon review. I agree.
Smart.
But it is by that minor margin that we are seeing. Less than a point separates these two.
And we do have like a kind of mini set lining up.
We sure do. Taking it mid-level.
Ben's got a grower on the sandbar. Something that he's going to have to race a little bit at the end here. And Vicente
behind him. You can see both of them on the screen. That's our shot. That's what we like, the floater over the section. It really didn't look like off-roading was going to pay off there.
Well,
It's a pretty bumpy road. There's that Faro above everybody. Yes, it is. Russ Faro, scoring opportunity. Not quite. That's not going to be any of his highest scores, unfortunately. That was one of those little ones that gave him the look.
See, I can feel Russ's pain because this is me at Matanzas trying to figure out when to go, when not to go. Is it lining up for an air? Should I just race it? Man. And then you watch the local guys just having fun with it, just playing with it.
Yeah, it's really interesting, the familiarity. Felipe Vedeles.
Yeah, that's the one.
The godfather of this coastline.
Yeah, that's the one that I'm going to try to keep in my memory banks.
$11 minutes left. Redemption Heat 4. Thank you for joining me, Bent Rodinger. Good luck in your next round, and good luck to all our competitors in this contest. You're lucky to be here, period. And it's not lost on anybody. I see here huge smiles from everybody, understanding the moment, understanding the importance of this event to the tour, to the sport. Thank you for all of you chiming in across the world. Felipe Vedeles trying to get on a wave. It looks like he is on one. That's going to be a bit of a lower section. Full speed, full intention to ride it. Eyes on the target. And he is going to engage. First bottom turn, nice positioning. Wave opens up for him. Second hit over the section. Probably not going to up his total, but beautiful to watch.
Certainly, especially because that wave had a lot of different walls to it, and it was pretty sick to see him navigate that.
Definitely a rumble down under Matanzas Island. You can see the wave rear up, but none of our competitors are really in the spot to get it. Ben and Vicente are heading upwind, but they missed that brief opportunity. And where are we in the stance of tide and swell? There's plenty of energy out there. It's not non-stop. It definitely requires reading it.
Yeah, I wonder when we're going to see that tide push.
Exactly. That seems to be when it really happens. Now, this is a bit of a grower here, but it's just not enough, and it's not up to our standards. So he kicks out.
Not today.
Bit of an in-between moment here. And certainly with Vicente Gonzalez now narrowly in the lead, they have really tinkered with that score quite a bit. They're getting it right. Local pride is at stake. It matters. Okay? They're both advantages. It really does matter, you know, who gets the parking spot.
Right, of course, yeah.
So Vicente Gonzalez and Felipe Vedeles are battling for the parking spot here in the front row. And Fabres is also definitely in contention for that. And Faro, happy to be in the mix nonetheless, with definitely a big enough score in his pocket should he land another haymaker to make a big dent in people's campaigns here. And this has been a presiding theme maybe for about 5 minutes now. Guys getting into waves, giving him looks and kicking out.
Yeah. I mean, they all know that a set's got to come. something is going to line up. I think it's really interesting the way that that sailors approach kind of getting upwind. You know, as a as a windsurfer from Hokipa, you know, my natural intuition would be to putt upwind, to use the offshores, to kind of hug the lineup as much as I can. But these guys go way out to sea, and in an effort to try to avoid as much current as they possibly can, and they end up streaking upwind on these sets. And I think that's a lot of the reason why you see them taking so many looks at waves and taking so many waves and then tacking off of them, is that they're using them to get upwind. This is kind of the rotation that they get into. They're heading way out to sea, going sort of downwind at an off angle to the wind, catching a swell, riding it way up the point, and each time that they catch a wave and kick out, they're actually improving their position on the point and getting to that point where the next time that a set comes, they're going to be right there, as deep as you could be.
Yeah. The unspoken thing is that it's not immediately apparent to me that it shows the wave exactly where it's going to break. There's a couple more of the wave rolling into the spot. Guys are finding waves, and they're kind of coming to them at the last minute.
Yeah. No, it really is like deciphering code out there. But there are some hints, and like you said, if you see a wall that is on both sides of that island, it's a pretty good guarantee that there's going to be something.
I hear horns honking, and that's because Vicente Gonzalez is on a wave.
Wowzers.
And they are like, get her done. I can hear the horn. That's local pride speaking. Great, really ridden wave. I like the wraparound fade line straight into the bottom turn hit.
Very nice, Vicente.
That was kind of Rodiger-like.
Yeah, well, I really like seeing the variety. You know, of course, you want to see them make all the sections and streak down the line and keep speed and stuff like that. But
vertical approach.
Yeah, it's cool to see them changing directions and playing with the wave. I think that's the only way that you're going to build your score on a wave of that size.
Exactly.
And he's taking that one all the way in. Again, he's trying to get as far upwind as he can so that he can use the channel right next to that rock to sort of squeeze out. There's a big difference between sailing out through the break and hugging the rock as opposed to being like 20 feet down where the current is super strong and you're guaranteed to get, wasted.
Felipe. Carefully selected. And he's got a runner. This has got a lower line on it, but he doesn't really want to play that game.
No.
Doesn't seem like that kind of guy.
No.
To go chase things around. He's going to let it come to him.
Not a gambling man.
Not a gambling man.
Oh,
there's Russ Faro, who bets on himself on easily one of the nicer waves of this heat.
For sure.
Absolutely well selected. Vintage Matanzas offering.
He's taking advantage of the point for sure.
He's already got a good score behind him, and he saves a possible purling opportunity.
Beautiful, but Benjamin's got a really nice one.
Benjamin's behind him.
It's a good setup for down the line.
Double down the line. And there you see it. Perfect pan to the next rider. A+ camera crew. That was it right there.
He's building so much speed. It's going to be a huge air. He's going to keep going. He's gonna...
Benjamin with the second
hit.
Man, he gets into the game with that. That's going to make a difference because everybody's in the tight 10-point range. Benjamin Fabres, don't sleep on him. Russ Faro with a great ride and already a mid-level 5 in the mix. The scores are just about to increase here. Felipe and Vicente are in a bit of danger here.
Yeah.
4 minutes, 14 seconds. Are we going to see this heat flip completely on its head? So far, Benjamin Fabres has flipped it. He's in the 12-point range, first place. Waiting for that to happen. 6.45 double aerial on the late hits. Vicente Gonzalez. And Russ Faro is going to stay in fourth place. Regardless of that wave, I don't think the judges are handing him a huge score for it.
4-6.
Just under 10-point total. You could see it was a very, very good wave. You want to definitely give Faro credit for it, but what Benjamin offered there was really what we like to see, is that quick springing off the lip, tagging sections. Here's Gonzalez kicking out. Can't quite find the magic on that one. Woo! It's Benjamin Fabres and Vicente Gonzalez ahead of Vedeles and Faro. And the narrowest of margins between Vedeles and Gonzalez. What do they need to score? I don't have that in front of me. It is tight.
Ben really ticked all the boxes on that wave.
He did.
It was perfect.
And all of a sudden, too, that was the thing. It wasn't this like complete show of domination. It was a sudden strike.
Yeah.
Vedeles on a gorgeous offering, way deep. Is it enough?
He's going to kind of run out of runway a
Still
little.
time to believe in this wave, just to have it hit the inside. But even Felipe won't chase it. Just not enough to keep him interested. Or the judges interested. Two short minutes remain as we see the replay. There's the first tag, bang.
Bonk.
Projection. And that was the thing, is it projected him far enough just to get that last one and highline into his second one. It was almost like he hit the lip mid-face.
Yeah, the fact that he was able to meet that lip from such a square barreling section.
Super impressive.
His landing for the first aerial needed to be so on point in order to continue with speed and get around that section just for that last tap. Super
Exactly.
impressive.
That last tap gave it to him. Oh, we are under 2 minutes here in the final redemption round. Some of our higher-seeded competitors walking around confidently, waiting for the moment, observing the conditions. Imagine if you were looking at this and about to go out in a heat, you'd be pretty psyched to sail, I'll tell you that. Vicente Gonzalez, plenty of time to go. Time winding down. Boom.
Oof. Well, he went for it. He went for...
Might very well be the end of his heat. Here comes Benjamin Fabres. Can he get into the mix? And more importantly, beautiful landing. This guy got hot at the right time.
Kind of freestyling now.
Nice level. Fabres is on to the next round. Can Vedeles find another score? I don't see him anywhere in the lineup.
And there is a set.
And there is a set. There's 40 seconds left for Vedeles to get on the horn.
But there's nobody on it.
We will let Matanzas decide. Vedeles has a wave. 18 seconds. Vedeles is on one.
Oh my gosh.
Vedeles is on a pretty good one. Fades upwind. Time is going to expire. Vedeles, moment of truth. Sets his inside rail. Arches his cutback. The wave hits the midsection. Gets a little quicker. Second check turn.
Russ as well.
Russ as well. Can Vedeles summon the score he needs? It's way on the inside. Is there one more little lip hit opportunity? No. Vedeles and Faro head in. The screen goes blank. Kai Kachiduri and Bant Rodinger bringing you the final redemption heat. And we are going to separate the field into the quarterfinals, which is where we will meet you later on today. Thank you so much for joining me for this round, Bant. We really appreciate your insight. Certainly earned your spot on the chair as we look at the replay. Impressions, please.
I mean, I was literally here on the edge of my seat this entire heat. This was an insane ride.
Love the floater.
I mean...
You know I do.
Yeah, that sticks with me so much. I really feel like Russ, he had such a strong... like 4 turns in a row from that wave up
But they
at the
weren't
points.
quite at the amplitude of this.
No.
Springing.
There was an easy point of difference, and then, yeah, this double air was so impressive. I mean, I've tried this a bunch of times, trying to make this section, and
yeah,
I couldn't do it justice the way that he did. This was super cool. And this wave was just him kind of playing around at the end of the heat.
Right. But that shows you the potential here. Woo. Man, this place is like a good video game, eh? Well, we're going to go to commercial, and then we're going to come back with the women's Reaper Charge. That, I suppose you've got a little bit of mental and physical preparation to do. And good luck to you, huh? Great sailing.
Thank you, Kai. See you soon.
All right, we'll go to commercial and be right back here at the 2024 Chile Pro.
¿De qué soy? Por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Ajuste en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le achuntó! ¡Le explico! El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 vecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
Si hay algo que necesitas, es confianza. Confianza para dar ese gran salto o para alcanzar cada una de tus metas. Y confianza para apoyarte en un socio de por vida. Por eso en AFP Plan Vital queremos acompañarte y ayudarte a construir una mejor pensión para tu futuro. Porque contamos con el respaldo de Generali, la principal aseguradora de Europa. Cuenta 2 con la menor comisión del mercado. Y somos la única AFP que no le cobra nada a sus pensionados. Cámbiate ahora a AFP Plan Vital. AFP Plan Vital.
At beautiful Matanzas Beach in Chile. What a round that was. Win, lose, or draw. That's why we played the game. And now we will join the women's Reaper Charge redemption round, so to speak. Line, Bang, Wingtrup, Maria Behrens, Sol de Greek, and Dominika Osman ready to do battle. They just had to put Lena and Maria in the same heat, huh? These two are like travel partners, buddies. And this is kind of, you know, like, listen, this is friendly competitive, but it's competitive.
It is, totally. I'm back, guys. How are you? Karovita here with you. And Kai Kechadurian.
Thank you so much for joining me, Carol. Only fitting that we get to call this women's heat the Chicas. And boy, I do need to remark, as this heat is on, that this generation of women are amazing.
Very amazing.
It is
chicas.
So great to see the liveliness of our field. Bright smiles all across the board. I am going to try to ID this rider. It must be Dominika
I
Osman,
think it is. Our challenger girl.
who does a cutback a little too much caliente on the cutback because it goes out the back. Next up on the list, that must be Sol de Greek. And she's only 14 years old. And she rips like a full grown up and is in the mix in this contest. Say no more. Sol.
Look at that.
Great swooping turn. That's her signature combo. That little delayed bottom turn, swooping cutback, another one.
Another one.
And a third one. Oh! And Matanzas hits back sometimes, and we saw that there. So what might not have been a massive score to begin with took a little bit of a hit right at the end of that ride with the Matanzas slap down. But it was a great ride before it happened, and I believe that Sol understands that when you get on the board first, you start building your house first.
Exactly. These kickbacks were really strong. Look at that. The points show us. The judge saw the same thing. Who's that coming in? Who's that on the wave? There. Maria Behrens. Look at that. She found a great wave for her. It looks like it's going to be a long one too. She has two bottom turns on. Let's see if she can find another one there in this middle part. But no, she decided to abandon.
Maria Behrens means business. And her buddy Lena Witchup had a good view of that ride. And Lena kind of got left out of that exchange, to be polite. And, you know, Maria got a good ride there. Dominica got, you know, half the cutback. So I think I expect Behrens' score to be a bit above Dominica. We'll see if she gets above De Grey.
Dominica having another shot here. Let's see if she can find the right timing this time.
Behrens in second place with the 2. Here comes Dominica. Reset button.
That's actually a very nice looking wave for her.
Drew a great line off the bottom, a little bit deep.
Down the line she needs to go.
She's
there
in the safe
she
zone.
is. Going for it. That's perfect. My God, challenger girl here.
On the outside, on a sizable wave, appears to be none other than Behrens. Oh, man. Maria Behrens on a runner.
Whoa.
That was a great wave for me. And she's not done, really. Oh, my goodness. One of our youngest competitors from Lübeck, Germany, just got a heck of a ride there. And definitely did the distance. That was simply awesome. Great ride from Maria Behrens. Here
Amazing.
comes Lena Bang-Wittrup on an insider. Really trying to claw into this. And trying to catch her buddy Maria Behrens, who just took command of this heat. Ahead of Dominica Osman. Wow, we'll see a replay of Maria Behrens' wave. I'm just sitting here going, oh yeah, that's going to be the one that comes home and gets put up on her wall there at home. That's like the big signature postcard moment from Chile. Maria Behrens living the dream on that one, getting a super nice 6-point ride to back up her 2.67. And there's Sol de Greek's backup ride. Man, this heat's going to be a fiery. I can already tell it is all guns blazing here. De Grey is on it.
Bam! Yeah, that's it, Sol. Go for it. There's more to go.
Here's the section. Is she going to re-enter this? That would be a massive,
Go
massive
for it.
score if she can get in. Not quite. But it definitely rode out into the transition zone.
That was a nice wave.
And we will see exactly what the judges want to give that. That's quite a good wave. I don't see anybody riding right now, but I do see firing waves coming in. And that is going to be enough for this show to continue in style. Man, what an opening round of scores. That'd be great to see some replays because there's nobody in the zone. This would be the perfect time to throw a couple replay.
Yes, especially the one from Maria Behrens.
Maria Behrens
Amazing.
just crushed it. But Sol de Greek, on the nature of 2 higher scores combined, takes the lead over Maria Behrens.
Amazing.
In a non-consequential situation based on the fact that top 2 are advancing here. But the consequences are the bottom 2 aren't, and they are out of the contest. So that's what's at stake here with roughly 20 minutes to go. De Greek really had the floater line there, and if she had stuck that and got a little more nose heavy, just wanted to see that re-enter, great attempt. Great attempt. Sol's beginning to take these shots now. And the judges would have gone bananas if she had made that because she already got a 6.5 for it.
Imagine.
It was her finishing move. Yeah.
I'm so glad the girls have better conditions today because the first time they were on, the wind had toned down, so they really get a real good taste of Matanzas right now. These waves that just came in were humongous. It was a huge wall. There was at least 4 of them.
Yeah, Maria was on a bomb there on her second wave. And you really understand that, there was only limits to what she's going to be able to do on it. But she had some pretty critical positions that she went through the course of the ride. Not the same aggressive approach she might have had on a wave that's a little bit more open. But man, beautiful start to this heat. And these fearless competitors are going to be heading back out into the zone as you see Paul Karolides on the jet ski, who's been taking beautiful photos for the Fishbowl Diaries team. Thank you, Paul and Sophie.
Good job,
and
guys.
I might add that the gallery that hit the shelves here from yesterday, and I said this before, but it's getting worldwide recognition here from the likes of some very, very well-known photographers as well, like Eric Ader, just, you know, really remarking on the comments and really liked what he saw. There's some super unique angles coming out of this, and it takes the creative eye of a photographer who can bring all of those landscapes into one shot. And boy, there are some great images coming out here being seen around the world.
I mean, come on, between Golden Hour and that island, how can you not find great picture to take?
The picture here is basically, to the left of your screen is Barons heading out. De Greek's heading out. Barons is coming in to the zone. That is probably who's going to be next to strike. Barons is getting around. And she's in tune with her kit, and this is another really nice wave for Maria.
I think so. Look at that one.
Maria Barons trying to square up, make sure she's not too deep. Sets the course here. Perfect positioning. Now she fades into the power part of the wave. That was a little double fade. Gets her first turn. Maria, second turn, mid-face. These are rapid-fire turns. This is kind of her style. I remember that at Hokipa going. Fourth turn. You know, really well-ridden wave. Nothing too spectacular, critical, but just solid riding and also in the spot. I can guarantee you that that's going to better her low score. And that's probably putting her pretty close to being in the lead of this heat. But we'll see. We won't speculate on numbers.
Definitely it will change that 3.73.
We'll see, yes. And here comes Lena Wittrup. Lena Bang Wittrup, Klitmiller local. Port tax specialist. But maybe a few things to learn about reading the wave at Matanzas, and she doesn't really get the chance and wisely kicks out of that wave instead of pursuing the potential far away down the line. Big reset button here. What's the score going to drop here for Maria Barons? Do we already have it? Let's see.
There is entering, I think. There it is. Another 5 for now.
Boom. 2 low 5s. So De Greek holds position on Maria, but Maria definitely getting props for her riding and also her wave selection.
Amazing wave selection. She chose really wisely, and this is game changer. Oh, we have someone on the wave there.
Double exchange. Lena Wittrup down low, getting closed down on, but this is Sol de Grec. And she kind of doesn't quite get the line. She gets closed out on. Matanza said, "You blink, you missed me." And Sol definitely blinked. And credit to her for looking at it through the eyes of preservation, mostly. Because that could have done some damage if she had timed it wrong.
I think the tie is going low. That's why we see these bombs pumping in. The sandband there makes them like go up a little faster and break a little faster too. So it's going to get a bit more radical on low tie.
More radical and maybe spread out the field to the point where, you know, these upper and lower sections play into this. Right now, if this heat ended, Sol de Grec and Maria Barons would be moving on from the redemption round into the quarters. Lena Bang Wittrup slowly trying to creep back into this. Maria Barons has 2 high 4s, 4.93, 4.9. Sol de Grec, 2 middle level 5s. So, no, that's a high 5 at the end there, 5.8, 5.5. And getting around town is Maria Barons, already back on a wave. She's motoring. All right, here she goes, and she's not going to get caught from behind. Full rail cutback for Barons. Second full rail cutback. She's throwing buckets.
There you go.
Right in the pocket.
Woo.
So these turns that she's doing, I really like how Maria went about that because it did 2 things. She stalls with the cutbacks, put her deeper. One cutback was in this spot. The second cutback was a little deeper. The third cutback was even deeper. I thought that was really nice rail-to-rail riding. had there been some actual contact at the end of that ride, maybe the judges would have been primed to reward her a little bit more. But it looks like she's still in that high 4 territory, just under 5 points. Not quite able to scratch ahead of De Griek, but getting there and definitely putting some nice rides on tape. Here comes Dominika Osman with a 4 and a high 1, and that's not going to increase her total. Well, it's going to increase the amount of sand in her wetsuit, but her point total will remain the same. And it was a nice, she took a shot at the lip. And let's encourage that by all means.
Yeah, she took chances, and that's why she's there. She's there to take chances.
The Matanzas slapdown happens to everybody.
Oh, yes.
It is part of the game here. And I will say that Maria Behrens has pretty much avoided it for the duration of her event so far. And I'll also add that a bit of her style of riding is based on not absorbing the slapdown. At least in the part of the heat that we're in now. Roughly halfway through it. So what's happening is that we've got enough wind to run these heats fairly effectively, and the opportunities seem to be increasing. But the level of risk in the riding is important to manage in a situation where you're actually going to get eliminated from the contest. But don't leave the door open either.
On these low tide situation is very risky business here in Matanzas. We all know it. I broke a few masts during low tide in Matanzas. I think every rider did here. So it's risky, and you need to read well the wave. It breaks fast, and it's actually quite fun to ride if you had it right.
Fully juiced riders on the way out. And what happens, you know, on point breaks and such, when you have power going out, you get on a wave, you're loaded. So all these girls are feeling powered on the wave. I am pretty sure that is the case there.
The wind is still strong, Kai. This is still with us. I'm so happy we have these good conditions today to get all the heat as we can. We're still at 27 minutes heat, though.
Also, just as a side note, for all of you out there who want to check out, you know, some of this footage, these beautiful shots I'm telling you about, go ahead on over to the PWA Facebook and have a gander. That's a great place to be for all your gandering needs. That gallery is up and running there, and I encourage all of you to head on over there to PWA Facebook or the IWT Facebook, and it will be up there. Fishbowl Diaries, everybody, getting it done here. Beautiful work, Paul and Sophie. Carovita.
Yes, Kai.
We are going to thank our sponsors.
Oh, that's a good opportunity. So first of all, we say thank you to Hotel Sarasso for receiving. Is the event HQ, Peugeot, major sponsors. Did you look at those trucks? Makes me want to get one. Gobierno Regional, Región of O'Higgins, governmental. Thank you so much for believing in that project. Gore O'Higgins, Región de O'Higgins, el CORE, los concejales, muchas gracias. Ellos te incluye. Corona, Jack Daniels, Lipigas, Plan Vital. Without you guys, it wouldn't be possible. And I also want to mention all our minor sponsors. I didn't finish the list earlier, so I will take from where I stopped by last time. I will go with Greenvik, providing all the athletes here with beautiful fresh fruit, amazing. Windsurfing Chile, Taka, 25 knots. And I think I'm going to stop because there's someone on the wave.
Muchas gracias, sponsors. We're back.
We're back. I think I can continue.
The wind is on fire. Matanzas is firing, and it's the combination of wind and waves, for all of you that don't know, that makes wave sailing possible. And that also has to include the right angle of wind, the right amount of wave. This is a delicate balance.
The right swell.
The right swell, the right tide.
Hi, exactly.
Okay, but the thing I would need to say about Chile is that this place is so abundantly full of all of those elements that in places around the world where, you know, the best day of the year isn't even going to be as good as it is right here. You want to know what the best day of the year looks here at Matanzas?
I want to.
Or the other places? We're getting looks. This was definitely a really good run of wind and swell. And there are these really, really good moments. Especially when a rider like Alex Vargas or Julian Salmon, amongst many others, time it right. And speaking of time, there's 7 minutes left in this heat. And if you're Maria Behrens and Sol de Griek, you hold on tight right now. Because time is both your friend and your enemy.
Exactly, Kai.
Time is your friend if you get on waves. And time is your enemy if you leave the door wide open. And I know that Maria and Lena Bang-Wittrup are close friends. And they are right next to each other in this equation right now. Maria, you can see her. She's on the white duotone rig. She just jibed. Lena Bang-Wittrup on the pink Goya, I guess.
I think it's orange.
Orange, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm colorblind already, staring into the sun as long as I have been. If Lena, who you see on your screen, can find a mid to high level 4-point ride, she's going to get closer and closer to Maria. But this is the difference between Maria and Lena about who's advancing and whose campaign is done. And so there's a lot at play there. And to be specific, as I fumble my buttons incorrectly, because we have a number for Lena. She only needs a 2.07. Let me second that number.
Let me see,
really what
Kai.
it looks like there.
Yes.
It's got to be a higher number than that. The numbers do not add up for me there. She's going to need like a 5 to catch Maria. And what you see on your screen is Maria Behrens bearing down, but jibing, playing defense. Now, does Sol de Griek have this wave? Lena Wittrup jibes like a true sportswoman. Sol de Griek on one of the best waves of the heat on the up top part we call Vargas Land.
Oh my
On
God.
a higher tide. So she gets the wrap around. Behrens behind her. Big exchange with our two leaders. This would be exactly what they would have planned to do. Sol de Griek coming to the inside of this wave. Gets a little contact on the higher part of the wave. We haven't really seen her use that part of the wave yet. Behind her is Behrens cutting up the inside. De Griek takes a shot at the lip. Ooh. Is she going to actually re-enter this? She does! Major riding from these two riders. Lena Wittrup finally gets into this nugget that she's been looking for. Does this have a lower line to it? Maria watches in suspense as Lena Wittrup gets into the mix here, trying as hard as she can to make some contact with the lip there. Does she get shut down slightly on that? It's going to need to be a pretty solid score. It's right on the edge of that.
We have Dominica there too.
Dominica took the Matanzas slap down. What's slap down in Spanish?
Se lo comió. Se comió la ola. ¿Ah?
Oh, mamma mia. Let's see what the judges want to do with that exchange. Again, Maria Behrens behind De Greek on that really nice wave that Sol was on. Maria was on a different section there, deeper. But she was doing the same thing, that little deep gouging bottom turn right in the hook. Wasn't quite the same rewind. This is what I'm talking about. Look at the Behrens bottom turn. Full intention. Man, she puts the body English to it too. This was earlier. Man, no, that was the exchange. And Behrens kicked out, possibly in a situation where she might have gone further, but the thing is that she wanted to get back out. It was like, no, I think I like my chances better going back out and getting into the mix.
And that's
Selena can't get a good one, and Dominica can't get a good one, because Dominica's in striking distance too. This is a really well-sailed heat for Maria Behrens. And Lena Wittrup off your screen is on a lower bowl. There she is, trying to climb to this. 1 minute 40 left. Wittrup with a searing cutback off the top. High-level position there. Can she re-enter it?
Oh.
No. And there is a festival of shred going on upwind. Maria Behrens is right where she needs to be. This is a gorgeous looking set here. This is the wave that's making me want to ditch this live cast and go sailing. I'm telling you right now, I might disappear after this. Oh man, look at Maria Behrens reading this perfectly down the midsection. She's going to get running downtown. This wave is going cylindrical. Behrens, in one of the crowning moments of her young career, just shredding this wave, finally takes a shot at the lip, punts the section, and ends her heat on a nice high note there.
Amazing.
She is going to sail in with 40 seconds left. Behrens just caned it with the perfect wave selection and then read it the following way.
Yes.
Did not stay too deep on that wave. Behrens absolutely read this to the preservation of her chances to advance through this round, and certainly held her position within this. Backs it up with the 5. Sol de Greek staying in first place, but the distance of separation with mere seconds left in this heat. The battle is done and dusted. And Maria and Lena are still going to be friends after this.
I think so.
And certainly we will cheer all 4 of these women on. But Sol and Maria are the ones that are going to move on. I'm really proud of both of them. And Sol really put in a big performance there. She's going to be a lot to deal with in this contest. And, props to Maria Behrens, who's had this confident, super happy look to her throughout the whole thing.
Yes, look at that again.
You root for someone like that.
Look at that. Beautiful. I think she really did her homework. I think before going on the water, she sat there, she watched really well what the sea was doing, and she got it.
Lots more to go. I'm telling you right now that Sol and Maria both know they're not done. If it's up to them, they are going to go ahead and win this thing. And they're that much closer to that goal. So great sailing for the 2 of you.
Bravo.
And that allows us to catch our breath. Caro Vita, Flycatcher, back at you after these words from our sponsors.
pie de los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Ajuste en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le chuntó! Le explico. El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 libivecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
Acceder a estos descuentos en laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
Es confianza. Confianza para dar ese gran salto o para alcanzar cada una de tus metas. Y confianza para apoyarte en un socio de por vida. Por eso en AFP Plan Vital queremos acompañarte y ayudarte a construir una mejor pensión para tu futuro. Porque contamos con el respaldo de Generali, la principal aseguradora de Europa. Cuenta 2 con la menor comisión del mercado. Y somos la única AFP que no le cobra nada a sus pensionados. Cámbiate ahora a AFP Plan Vital. AFP Plan Vital.
So here we're back, and we're gonna go right to our images because these girls are on fire. The Heat 2 redemption has started about 1 minute ago.
And a big exchange in the midst of that. Maria Andres went to town.
Was amazing.
On a really good size, perfectly shaped wave. Andres is going to be on the board in the biggest way here. And on this yellow Goya, Sibyl Bode ready to get in the mix. Dr. Sibyl is going to perform surgery on this wave.
That's it. Look at her. This wave's gonna die, but in the back we have someone else. Who would that be?
Is that Camila
It's a
Curano?
Severn. Is it Camila Curinao?
Curinao, kind
She-
of out the back on that one, unfortunately for her. Never really quite got a turn on it. I will promise you, Maria Andres is going to have a score to her credit. I'm so happy she got that wave.
Yeah.
You didn't see most of it.
Oh.
We might get a replay. We might be blessed enough to have a replay on that. But Andres started this heat on one of the nicer waves I've seen since I've been in Chile.
Yeah, I agree with that, Kai.
Well, you've been in Chile a lot longer than I have, so if you're agreeing that I haven't been here long, fine. But I bet you've seen it all.
I've seen it all. It's true, but today I think this was the best looking
Misprint
wave.
on our first mistaken ID of the day. It was Coco Fouveau on that other one. Not Curinao. It's Coco Fouveau. But Sibyl Bode is also waiting for a score. We might have missed Fouveau. Maybe all four have scores. They're coming in now. Andres, 6.3 for her wave.
Yeah.
That's a massive score.
Massive score. And actually,
Yep.
we did see a little bit
Everybody's
Coco
on the board. We
on the
missed
red
we missed
cell.
Coco Fouveau. That must have been at the very beginning of the heat while we were still like commercializing. Such heavy battle going down here. Right off the bat, Andres just hits a home run out of the park.
Whew. It's great to see that 4 of the riders now have points on the board. It means all of them got a chance on something. So let's see more.
We will see more, but it's going to be a little minute before that happens because all 4 of them went way down into the border. Down to the border. Sibyl Bode's in the border. Curinao is definitely down below the border. Fouveau and Andres are the ones moving into the zone, sailing out to sea, upwind as quickly as they can. Actually, Sibyl Bode is a little bit further along that quest to get back to the peak as the other 2. She's probably going to be the first one getting there. And we will see that occur quickly because the wind, the Surazo
The Surazo
is on fire.
definitely on. That's normally where the suraso is just as its strongest after 4 o'clock and usually lasts until 7. Let's see what happens. Someone is coming back for one. Is that Coraline? I think it is. Friends must be cheering her up right now. Let's see her on that wave now. It looks like a medium-sized wave, but I think it's going to build up on her. And she didn't take it. Maybe that's a smart choice. She knows that they can be better. Girls are slowly making their way upwind to go get the bigger bombs like they did at the beginning of this heat. Soon we have someone in the critical zone, and I think I see some wave coming in too.
You see more than some wind. It's blasting positively here. Andres can sail in a lot of wind. I've seen her holding down some sail size on occasion. She's had a little bit of a racing background, as she reminded me of back in her teenage years. She was an Olympic sailor.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my God, look at that.
Which means you hold on to big sails.
Yeah, you do.
That's the definition of Olympic sailing at the moment or in general. Hold it down. I'll tell you what, with the Olympics coming up in the IQ foil division, we're going to see a lot of athletic achievements, but it is definitely a grind physically. Oof. And so is wave sailing, by the way. And we are looking at Sibylle Bode from Germany.
Nice
a world
wave.
traveler, well-versed in her global pursuits. And Chile ended up on the list, and that's an endorsement in its own right. And this is the nicest wave she's caught in this contest so far. A great ride for Sibylle. Nicely ridden. The freeze frame, right there, the postcard moment. And someone like her, I'm not sure what her competitive aspirations are, but man, like you show up to the game and you ride like that, then it's looking good.
You deliver. Amazing.
Thank you so much, Hotel Surazo, for taking such good care of me and my friends. I love this place, and I might never leave. I don't speak a word of Spanish, but I'm going to have to learn, apparently.
I would gladly have you as a neighbor, Kai. I show you Spanish.
You'll get tired of me real quick, trust me. I'm gonna start occupying.
I have a drum set in my house.
Fantastic. Let's set it up here in between heats. Let's go. What do we got here? Is this a competitor from another heat? No, Fouveau.
No.
Excuse me. Coco Fouveau. I got all discombobulated. That's a small sail Coco's on. And Coco, I'm calling her a world title contender. She's super well-rounded sailor. Part of that Guadeloupe crew. Coco's got to get on waves, though. And this has kind of been a presiding theme of her contest so far. It's frustrating. She knows exactly what to do. I haven't seen Coco connect with a set wave yet. And it put her in this position in this redemption round. And right now, mentally, it's not time to panic. But it's time to realize. Get on waves. Sibylle Bode in the lead in this heat by nature of her two rides. 2.57, 3.4. Shocking the rest of the field. Maria Andres with a 5.9 knows the game.
I mean, she's there waiting. Look at her, just going back and forward. She doesn't have to do
anything but get a better one. One good wave leads to another.
Exactly.
And that's the Matanzas way of things. You've got to be patient. That has played out.
That has
played
out.
We saw it with Vicente.
Oh,
boom, the buzzer beater. Are you kidding me? Right? That's the way that went. Coco Fouveau in the lead now, even with that scrappy little 1.9, still had enough in her pocket. Takes the lead. And I'm just telling you, you haven't seen anything from Coco yet. She's got high-level shred capability. She's got the framework physically to be very powerful when she decides she's going to lay that cutback out. but there's style flowing throughout her game too. Watch out for Coco Fouveau. There she is.
Go and get it. Vas-y, ma belle, t'es capable.
Flicka Boards, a new sponsor acquisition as well for her. Representing proudly. Gracias. I see something breaking on the horizon. It is Sibel Bode on a set wave coming kind of midsection.
But she's going for it, I know. No, she decided not to take
Coast
it.
run.
But I think...
Ooh, there's a lot going on lower on in this battle here. There's Camila Curinao.
Vamos, Camila.
She is on the lower ball, and she is going to make the decision to hit the lip. No. Not this time. Maybe next time. Whitewater hits.
Whitewater hits.
It's kind of the admission of next.
Eso, pero aquí en la parte más abajo de la ola, mira, sigue Camila. Muy bien.
She's got a better one in her, and she knows it. Sequence upcoming.
Oh.
Beautiful set wave. Coco Fouveau has answered the bell. Beautiful bottom turn from her. This is a nice wave setting up. She doesn't want to outrun it. Maria on a nice bomb behind her. Try and get both riders if we can.
Ooh,
we have both riders. Look at Andres
both.
behind her. Fouveau finishing her ride with some contact there. Maria Andres backing into another gem of a wave. Andres is summoning the spirit of Matanzas to her side and is abiding with a very nice ride of her own. This spells danger for every single competitor in this heat because she already has a 5.9. And when head judge Bujmagiol decides what that score is, hold your breath because here it comes.
That was beautiful riding. I can almost call her a local with that kind of riding.
Carefully looking at the replay. These standings are going to stay the same only so long because Maria Andres is in the lead. There's our replay with that turn. Did you see the redirect there? El Fuego.
Beautiful. Perfecto. Bacán.
Bacán, Maria. Shredding. It's awesome. That was what she was waiting to do. Did you see how that played out? Did not Matanzas decide that right there?
Matanza decided, but I think that also Maria decided to take that wave.
Clearly.
She waited for it. She did. She really did. She was patient and she delivered on that wave really beautifully. She knows this spot. Maria Andres still in the lead. I mean, come on. With the is that the middle six? The middle 6 point. 6.6.
A high five.
And a high
and
five.
And a mid 6. And those scores were earned very patiently in the sense of keeping alive in the wave hunt and striking when necessary. We have entered glare hour, but I can tell that is a yellow Goya, which means it's Sybil Bode checking in for her appointment. Her appointment with Matanzas.
Great looking wave, Kai.
This is now the best wave she's gotten, but maybe not the best ride. She had a little bit more business to do there.
The wave itself was really beautiful.
It was a beautiful wave. For a beautiful woman and a great rider.
I mean, come on.
But I'll tell you what, the judges are judging the ride.
These girls are also amazing. I got a chance to talk with a lot of them, and woo, you can tell this is a great community. They're all talking to each other. They're all having fun with each other. Amazing.
Friendly competitive.
Friendly competitive. Someone is coming back in. I think we see Camila.
Maria Andres actually found that competition is bringing the best out in her sailing.
It's true. She's this Pacific girl, but on the water, whoo-hoo, watch out. She can do those cutback with lots of power.
Andres is a veteran. She's been in the game a long time. She won the IWT Tour. You know, champion of the IWT Tour based on a number of events. And that wasn't too long ago. And her career path, you know, aside from the early beginnings and her Olympic efforts and whatnot, I think, you know, things transferred into a wave riding career based on her association with then called Fanatic and now called Duotone. You know, it's been a very, very faithful rider to her sponsors. And that's finally paying off because she's in tune with her equipment, and that kind of puts one at ease in the mindset of like, okay, I've got that out of the way. I know how my gear's working. I know my gear's good.
Yeah.
So I can focus on the riding and going out and finding and getting on waves.
Yeah,
and in
I
the
can
course
see
of this
that.
heat, which only has, you know, 11 minutes, 45 seconds left in it, half over.
Look at those
There's a lot
waves.
to play for here. Right now in these standings, though, you look at the body of the work of the two, you know, touring pros who are in contention for a world title. Andres is in that mix, and Fouveau is surviving so far into this mix. It's not a huge cushion between Bode and Fouveau, but it's enough that if Fouveau gets another really good wave and pushes it into the 5-point range, and perhaps even into the mid 6-point range, and dare I even believe she's capable of more, but right now,
I think she
the
can.
spirit of Matanzas seems to be on the side of Maria Andres from España, who is lining up another ride here and looking very at home here in Matanzas. Maria, textbook style, really gets the intention off the bottom and throws a bucket of spray off the cutback. And this wave in real time, the way I'm looking at it from the beach, is an absolute canvas. Heading downtown, Andres noses the board in off the air attempt, not quite scoring it,
but
getting right into the mix and also keeping their competitors off the waves.
Exactly.
That was also at this point part of the game. Coco Fouveau is in the midsection now with 10 minutes left. She's playing the lower bowl game. Let's go bowling.
Let's go.
Okay, let's see if she can bowl a strike. She hooks her bottom turn, high line snap. That was critical, but there is no way she's catching up with the rest of that wave.
Too fast.
But man, the one turn had me thinking that the judges at some point start to reward that. Now, something also to note about Coco. She sustained a pretty big injury in Pozo, and it was a head injury. So, you know, she has said herself that she's not all the way back from that.
Yeah.
And that's something, you know, to really remark here, that not only do I applaud her courage for sailing at this level after such an occurrence, it's a slow climb back. We're hearing the same thing from Kai Lenny, who hit his head at Pipeline. You know, these head injuries are serious business. They're very important to take them seriously. And, you know, with that in mind, when I see her hitting these lips, I'm like, you know, like she's getting back into the groove of things and getting her courage back. That's an important thing for her to do, is to start taking those kind of shots in this phrases of these heats where, okay, there are consequences. But the consequence of not trying and not having the aggressiveness, it's a good sign.
It's a good sign.
And we really wish the best for Coco Fouveau and everyone else in this heat to sail safely and responsibly, but we are here to push the level, and that's why we like to see that. You know, the down the line locations across the globe work very well for Coco Fouveau, who's part of that Guadeloupe crew But I will.
On wave riding there.
Nice.
I don't really see who it is.
This
I
heat?
think Coco is on.
Yeah, this heat is still
Ooh.
2 minutes. 2 minutes 40 is on the clock. And we have Maria Andres leading, but like with such a difference.
I saw
Big
Coco
difference.
just had a wave. Maybe she'll improve her scores. Let's see.
Was that the 450? Probably.
I think so.
No, a 5. Oh, that's nice. That's good. Yeah, looks like with 2 minutes left, looks like Coco and Maria are gonna advance.
Looks like.
It's so hard to see against the sun.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. How did your heat go? You had some nice waves?
Yes, I had some really nice waves. I think could have been a bit longer, but all in all, it was really fun to sail. Because now it's windy, the waves are coming in. We had some men's heats before that I was a bit worried about because there were not much waves coming in. Did you remember, like Takuma's heat? I think it was the second heat, the second repechage heat today.
Yeah.
So I was a bit worried. But then in our heat, we got bombs. We got
we had
huge
a lot of
waves. Yes.
Yeah.
Like I jibed and I was on the next huge set coming out, like going in. And
I think Sibylle on a wave. She's
Is
gonna
that-
try for it.
Is that her?
Yeah, it's Sibylle.
Oh, she needs to improve on that. What is it?
And she's going
340.
for a bottom turn. Yeah, nice.
Another one,
Nice
another
turn.
one.
Ooh.
Nice.
She's staying close. Looking good. And
Yeah, 2
driving
nice
out.
turns. Let's see if she's gonna improve on that 337 point wave.
Yeah, or maybe the 3.37.
I was
Yeah.
at 3.0. Didn't quite improve.
No.
But there's 7 seconds.
Let's see
someone's-
if Maria Andres gets something out. Looks like she's pumping.
Yeah.
She's on a wave. She's still in time. It's gonna be a buzzer beater.
No.
No, doesn't look like. Driving out. End of the heat. So that's Maria Andres advancing with a 12.5 and Coco with a 9.7. And now we're gonna go on to the next heat.
Yeah, right? It's the men's.
Camille Jubin against Takara Ishii against Andres Topar.
Oh, 3 of them.
Yeah.
Nice.
Let's see how it will go. Yeah, we see.
There's Kai coming back. Are you gonna? Are you gonna rescue us from? We're in big
So
now.
looks like everyone's coming in.
Yeah, men's
Okay.
round of 24.
And Maria Andres is. Maria Andres is still.
It's a quite
coming in
nice
on the
place
way.
you have here, huh? With the sun.
Now you see
Like-
how hard it is to tell who everybody is with the glare, though.
Yeah, it is. That's really hard. That's pretty hard. Don't know how the judges do that.
We have some 9 drone footage of everyone coming in.
Yeah. Who's that?
Let's see.
Is that Maria Andres?
Maria Andres, yeah.
Smiling, probably smiling in the camera because of
Probably.
her good waves. I think she feels good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She does.
Was ripping.
She
really
advanced,
nice.
so.
And then Coco can also be happy to pass this round.
Yeah. So 1 minute left until the boys' heat starts. Let's see what that will bring us.
Yeah. It's a really nice vibe at the beach.
Yeah,
all in
it's
all,
always
I
nice.
really like it. It's a lot of people watching, especially now in the afternoon. It's really good.
It's good.
And a lot of like people helping. Like when you're going downwind, I saw Coco. She went super downwind on one wave, and there was Morgan, of course. I think Morgan is no, it's Camille. And then Morgan just helped her get the gear up again. That was so good.
What was funny in our heat, like I think we were 3 people running at a moment.
Really?
Like, yeah, you just started and then I arrived at the beach and Dominica arrived at the beach.
No way.
And I didn't see you, but I think Dominica had 2 people I saw crossing me, and then I had 2 people like carrying my gear. So it was a funny moment.
Yeah. Yeah, Alexia and Pauline also helped me. Like they were like, disconnect the board and the sail. I was like, okay, and then they ran. So thank you, girls. Always nice
the heat
to have
is
girl
on.
support.
The heat is on. I think we are gonna have a first wave soon.
Yeah.
Looks like I think Takara is on.
What a nice drone shot.
Yeah. So Takara in the middle of your screen, I think.
No, that's Camille, no? No,
it's
Takara.
RRD.
True.
Yeah, Takara. Nice wave. Bottom turn, top turn.
Going
Ooh,
downwind.
Has to speed up. Ooh, nice air. Nice air.
Closing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Matanzas is a really difficult spot to read the waves. Ooh, someone else on the wave. Who is that?
That's Camille. Yeah.
Ooh,
nice.
Ariel. Nice one. Nice one.
Now it looks
Speedy.
pretty fun for the boys too.
Another one.
Windier.
Yeah, looks
way
good.
windier.
And then this would be Andres Tobar, also on the wave.
Oh, he was ripping before. Did you see his heat?
No,
He's
I
a
didn't.
local. And he had
nice.
a super nice wave before in the rapid charge.
Looks like this is also a nice wave. Going to the lip. Ooh.
Nice.
Really
Next
nice.
one.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, he's going for
Takaraishi watching him.
Ooh.
Oh,
wow.
what?
Yeah, he made it.
Did you see that? He was
made
sitting on
it.
the board, no?
Yeah. Looks like his foot got out of his foot strap or something.
Oh. But he saved it.
Yeah. Let's see what that brings. So everyone has a first wave at the moment.
Yeah.
And we still got 15 minutes to go.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the scores to drop.
25 minutes to go.
Only what? Yeah, 25.
Is it 20 or?
Oh, look, Camille. First score.
Takaraishi second with 4.4.
Let's see.
And Andres at 5.5 and
Same.
Camille 5.5.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a tough heat.
Yeah, exactly. Now they're changing. Changing some.
Yeah, everyone's sailing out again for to get a second wave.
They got Tobar a bit higher score there. 5.85. Yeah, nice score for that wave. The round of 24. We're getting teached here by by Kai Kachidorian. It's always nice.
Telling us what to say.
Commentators in training. Don't quit your day job yet.
Oh, Andres Tobar, his wave got upscored to a 6. And Camille also got an upscore to a 5.67.
Wait, like, Kai, did they drop the time again to 17 minutes? Have you checked the chat?
Wow, so like times actually, they like changed the clock from 27 down. I'm sure that these aren't 27-minute heats. It's probably shorter.
Okay.
That's my guess.
Okay. No?
I can get the word on that from Bouge though.
Yeah, quickly check.
Takara.
Oh, okay.
So Takara
Then the
is
watch
on a
in the
wave.
live stream is wrong. Yeah, okay. It's like, it's 10 minutes, it's 10 minutes more. You can
Ooh.
like, instead of 13,
Camille on the
23.
wave. He has to speed up. It's closing. Woo.
Wow.
Nice air.
Come on, come
nice
on, come
air.
on, come on.
Oh.
Oh.
That was a sick one.
He got fully washed.
I think that's gonna be the biggest crash of the heat. You think? It looked
Probably,
like that was a
yes.
big crash.
Yes.
But he still got a 3-point wave.
Replay. Oh, we like replay. Bam.
First
Oh, that was a
nice
tweaked.
aerial. Yeah, looks like.
And
dead.
Oh.
He nearly made it though, but yeah. Oh, his
Could have
score
saved that
got
one.
upgraded to a 3.93. So he's leading with 9.6.
Yeah.
Tobar on the way.
Tobar is
going.
Yes. He's really ripping. Come on. Oh, nice.
Oh, nice drone
perspective.
footage. Woo.
Wow.
Oh,
no. I thought he
nearly
saved
got it.
that.
Looks like he would save it, but
Yes.
he didn't. Yeah, this is a nice view. You see all the waves lining up.
I think Takara needs to get a better wave.
Andres
He wants to.
Score for that last wave is a 3.33. And Takara still needs a second wave.
Yeah, a good one.
It's close against Camille Joubon and Andres Tobar. They only have 0.27 difference.
Takara is on the wave.
Looks like a
Some
big one.
Japanese power. Come on, Takara.
It looks like a good one.
Yeah.
What will he pull out?
Wow.
Ooh, nice turn. Ooh.
Ay, come on, down with.
Faster.
Oh,
not a crash.
That was nasty. In front of the rocks.
Ooh, I think he's just next to it, but
okay.
But
That's
it's
true.
It's still a difficult one.
Yeah, it's difficult because now you can see it really nicely. The wave splits. You know,
Yes.
when you pass the rock, the wave splits. And then you have to go really down the line
and fast to still get it. It's a nice view. You can see all the waves line up. It's a good view. Takara got a 3.57 for that last wave.
Yeah, he needs to do better, for sure. But he's still
Yeah, he
got
needs
20
more.
minutes on the clock. So
yeah. Who's this again?
What?
Who's this?
This is Camille, no? With the Maui sails.
Yeah. So Camille is playing out. Gonna search for another big wave.
And Tobar is positioning.
Yeah.
So let's see, Tobar. Maybe you'll pump a wave there.
Let's see.
Yeah. From the last round was a huge score he got. Yes.
Six is highest though.
Yeah. They see two. Let's see. Does he? Is that a wave? Is that a wave?
It looks like he's gonna try for it.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really looks amazing.
No, it's maybe downwind.
Probably
no.
just jiving out. And then Camille in the back.
Yeah. Looks a bit
Also
messy right now,
getting
the
out.
wave there.
Yeah.
This one.
So Tobar is leading with the highest wave score, and Camille is leading with the highest heat score at the moment.
Oh, that could change now.
Yeah.
You see, Tobar.
So Tobar on the wave.
Yeah.
Probably a good one.
Oh yeah.
Looks
That
like
one looks
it's
good.
lining up. It's got a speed. Already nice hit. You
And
need
now.
more.
Oh
Ooh. Ooh, smart choice, smart choice. Would probably have gotten eaten.
Yeah.
If he took that turn.
Probably.
Yeah. Will that improve his score from 3.33? Will it bring him in the lead? And then Takara in the
sure.
back on a wave.
Oh yeah.
Looks good.
Oh.
Looks like a nice one.
Yeah, that one looks good. Yeah, with this one he needs
to
improve that score
if he wants to
4
pass.
and 3, both.
And
Come
then
on.
oh, that was a nasty one. So then Camille in the back, I think. Oh, driving
What's
out.
going on, Takara?
It's a bit annoying. We can't see the scores.
On there, yeah.
The wave of the bar improved his score a little by 0.05 scores, but he's still not in the points, but he's still not in the lead. So, let's see.
Yeah, this is practically our view from here. You can see.
The only thing we see is
hard.
Sims
And also
and white.
the view of the judges. You have to imagine it's pretty hard for the judges to see the sails, sail color, brand.
So
this is a better
Camille
view.
on the wave. Looks like a drone view. Ooh, nice. Nice first hit. And a crash.
In the back.
So Camille is swimming. Ooh, wave on his head.
Aye.
It's a nice point of view.
Yeah, it's pretty nice to have a live stream with the drones.
Yeah.
It's really good. It's really professional. I really, really like it.
So everyone's sailing out at the moment? Or swimming?
15 minutes. Still going. Let's see if some nice set comes in.
Oh, there's someone on the
Has
wave. I can't recognize the sail, but someone's out.
That's Tobar.
Yeah.
Yes.
Looks like. So Tobar on a Severn.
Oh. Is he gonna?
Looks like a good wave.
Is he gonna go for it?
And if he's going, will he improve? Looks good.
Oh.
Looks good. Ooh.
Tobar, come on.
Looks good. Some speed.
Oh, looks difficult.
You need some speed. And Takara in the back.
Oh.
Going for a big one as well.
Oh, Takara, come on.
Ooh.
This one's yours.
This has to improve.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Yes. No. No. Yes. No. No.
No.
And then Camille in the back also.
Nice set coming in. All the guys are riding. Wow.
It's an amazing set.
Yes.
Ooh, passing Takara swimming.
There it splits. Splits up.
Yeah.
Wow, he keeps riding the white water. It's
Looks
not bad.
Looks like it will improve his score.
Yeah. Also, riding the white water in the end can generate you some points, like some small points, but
yeah, not a lot, but
no.
some.
He got a 5-0 for that one.
Ooh, looks
5
good.
points.
And Tobar
And
got a 4 for his last wave.
Yeah.
And looks like Takara didn't improve.
Feels like the conditions are changing every heat. In every heat, like every heat is
looks like-
different.
Ooh, Takara.
Our heat, I think, was different.
Yeah,
did.
we had some really
Some
nice
huge,
sets.
Yes. The amount of sets was
And now the guys are on, and it's Camille's score got a bit downgraded to a 4.93, and Tobar has a 3.5. And at the moment, with 12 minutes on the clock, it looks like they will improve.
Now the clock is right again.
Yeah. But it's annoying, we can't see the scores. So everyone's sailing out. And I think Takara is on the wave. Is it Takara? Or is he just sailing in? Looks like he'll catch a wave. Let's see what it brings.
Come on. He's stressed. For
Yeah.
sure.
He really needs to improve.
Yes, he needs to improve. He still has 12 minutes, almost, but he cannot risk too much now. He knows.
He already got some nasty crashes.
Yes.
That was a nice aerial.
Yeah, that was...
It's a nice wave.
That was
still
the most
going?
you can do out of that wave.
Still
Come on.
going?
Yes.
Ooh, another air.
Yes.
And
Another nice
turn. That's
Yes.
a good one.
Yeah.
That will improve his score for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
He's gonna make it like
Last minute.
really yes.
Yeah, he will make it
gonna-
last minute. Looks good. Let's see what that will bring.
Oh, 5 points.
Ooh,
5.25.
That improves a lot.
Yes.
That brings the Takara to a second position
Yeah.
with a score 9.57,
It's close.
which is only
It's really
0.2 points difference with Tobar.
Yeah.
So
They're all pretty close, huh?
it's all close.
This
It's
is-
gonna be a really difficult heat.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. Really interesting. Ooh, what's that? Did someone just crash or was that just a wave? Ooh, screen is blocking a bit. Looks like everyone's sailing out.
Oh, Camille.
Oh, Camille's sailing in. Let's see what it will bring. No, tack out.
I think maybe with Tomar could, with his knowledge, with his local knowledge,
Yeah.
maybe he could make it like
Yeah, very last
minute catch a really, really good wave or.
But it looks like now the waves are a bit smaller again than in our heat.
But he knows how to read, you know? He knows which one goes and
which one
one breaks nicely to go down the line.
Yesterday I had some big closeouts.
Yes.
Ooh,
me
someone's
too.
on the way.
There he goes.
Tobar. Already nice backside. Yeah,
he
he's
gonna-
still on it.
No.
Oh no, he's out.
Yeah.
And then I think Camille on the back. Is it
Yes.
Camille? Yeah, Camille on the back. Nice wave, nice wave. Will it improve his score? Still
That
going,
one, that
nice
one,
down line.
yes.
Whoa. Another turn, some speed.
Going for
Looks
an
like he's
aerial.
going for an air. Ooh, nice one.
Nice.
Nice one. Will that improve his score? He
what
needs
does
something
yeah.
bigger than a 4.93.
I think.
So that's
work
Tobar
out.
lining up.
Oh,
He's
that one
taking
looks
that
good.
wave. Looks good.
Yes. As commentators, it's fun. It's really fun. Never tried it.
Never tried it. That's just youth. We're still youth, you know.
Yeah.
Like I'm 14.
Well,
years old.
I'm not youth anymore, but
You're still young. Like
yes, I hope so.
Yeah, guy just gave it out of his hands
Yeah.
and said, "Your choice now."
It's a good experience. We're not as crazy as you, Kai. We're like, wow.
Let me see some people in the back for the next heat.
Yeah, these ones are warming up.
Looks like, I think Arnaud, maybe Brown.
Camille.
Ooh, Camille on the way. He's going for it. Nice hit, nice hit. Ooh, aerial.
Wow.
Not
nice style.
Hit. Yeah. Wow. Looks good.
Almost took the clue, but he saved it.
But will that improve his 5.67? He already has some big scores. He already has a 7.4, and let's see what this will bring.
Wow, Andre Tobar, 5.7, 4.8. What is
that? Improves his score? Yeah.
No.
Just doesn't improve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, that wave from Andres Tobar got him to second place again. So, Takara Ishii's third.
With 10.54. So, Takara needs 5.47.
Yeah.
Which he already has, but he needs a second one.
Yeah.
To get there. And he only has 50 seconds to make this score. Let's see what will happen.
He needs to set on a wave.
I think he's sailing out at the moment.
He's sailing out?
Yeah.
Then he will probably not have the chance to take another one.
Oh, that's from the next heat.
Yeah.
I think that's Arnaud Frenet, but I'm not sure. Let's see. First we'll finish this heat. Half a minute on the clock. A bit less, but let's see. Doesn't look like there will be any more waves. Let's see.
Close call for Takara, eh?
Really close.
If it ends like this, yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone hears that.
So that's the end of the heat.
No, wait, now.
This is the end of the heat.
That's when you're in competition, that's everything you hear all around the spot the whole time at the beach. The watches beeping. Beep, 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 beep. The whole time.
Yeah,
so yeah.
Camille and Tobar.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's Camille and Tobar advancing to the next heat.
You're not Camille Juban, no?
No.
You are.
Yeah, so I'm Sol, I'm 14 years old, and I've been competing for, I think, 2 years now.
Yeah. And I'm Maria Behrens from Germany. I'm competing since 2019, and yeah, last year was a great year for me. And follow me on Instagram, Maria G209. Yes, let's go to commercial.
Sí, por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Ajuste en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le ayuntó! Le explico. El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 vecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
Es confianza. Confianza para dar ese gran salto o para alcanzar cada una de tus metas. Y confianza para apoyarte en un socio de por vida. Por eso en AFP Plan Vital queremos acompañarte y ayudarte a construir una mejor pensión para tu futuro. Porque contamos con el respaldo de Generali, la principal aseguradora de Europa. Cuenta 2 con la menor comisión del mercado. Y somos la única AFP que no le cobra nada a sus pensionados. Cámbiate ahora a AFP Plan Vital. AFP Plan Vital.
And we are back. Thank you so much, Maria Behrens and Sol de Greek. And they are invited back anytime. Thank you, all of you at home, with such positive energy for everything happening here in Chile 2024. Next heat, Marcilio Brown sandwiched between two heavy locals, Alex Vargas and Arnaud Frenet, honorary local. And Alex and Arnaud are kind of on similar looking sails, so we'll really have to pick apart who's who. That kind of looks like Alex.
I think it is Alex with that low riding bottom turn.
And Frenet luckily is on an orange Nash. We're going to have no problems here. We are in that glare part of the day.
Well, that's a nice
Let's make
looking
sure
wave.
I'm going to hold on. So that was Frenet.
That was Frenet.
You're sure about it?
I'm sure.
Okay, so Alex
100%.
in blue. Alex in blue and Frenet in orange. Marcilio Brown also in this heat. We are in the round of 24. And in the round of 24, there are 3 sailors and 2 advancing. Third place is out. And that is where we are going to continue here. Also of note, 27-minute heats, 3-minute transition. We must have missed a ride for Marcilio Brown, who's got a 5.2 off the bat.
We completely
And
missed
there
it.
hopefully is a replay of it. We have brought replay into the menu, thankfully, and a part of that dynamic, if I may elaborate on that, is that head judge Bujma Guiol is using replay to fine-tune the final score and you know, get a really good view on what just happened. A good tool to use, no doubt about it. We are squarely in glare hour, but that brightly colored Goya sail belongs to reigning world champion Marcilio Brown, getting started on his second ride.
Ooh.
Lip climb from behind the section, hard to do here, and risky as well. Hung that aerial over the section, perfectly placed. Brasinho destroying Matanzas.
Oh my.
Great looking wave for
Beautiful.
He just surgically dissected that thing. And a little word on those Goya sails he's using. There looks like some sort of integrated filament in the paneling of that sail that you don't quite see from this distance. But Jason Diffin has created a masterpiece with that rig. That is a very nice looking sail, and compliments as well to these Nash rigs that seem to be some of these top dog local riders' sail of choice here. Everybody making great gear, and it's kind of just a perfect place for us to see all the various brands and how effective they really are. And Brasinho taking the lead there ahead of Frenet and Vargas. And it is going to be a very tight battle here. Luckily, 2 are advancing. But whoever ends up in third place, their campaign is over.
Flush down the toilet.
Great sailing so far. I'm a little bummed we missed that Juban wave in the last heat.
Oh my God.
Juban, didn't get the highest score of the event, but the highest score of the event, and then the wave, but the wave itself was really one of the nicest waves.
He did, if I remember it well,
Here's
he did
Vargas.
like one very. No, this is the replay of
Alex.
Oh, no, Alex, yes.
Alex and Arnaud trading off, so a little bit more substance in the wave. But Brasinho on that lip climb really told the toll. This air over the section here.
Totally in control. And then he keeps it up and does it again. Another bottom turn, another air there at the end. Right on time.
Really deep into the glare hour. Thankfully, they've timed it right with these 3-person heats, making it a little easier on us, Carl, because we had a hard time yesterday at some of these, everybody on the same brand and whatnot. But we'll get our infrared glasses on. The sun is right in our grill at this point. Try and stick with the drone angle as much as possible because that's the one that really is going to help us here. 21 minutes elapsed.
Here's time.
We're going, we got 21 minutes, more like about 6 minutes elapsed, almost. Vargas looking for 0.061 only to catch Frenet. That's your battle.
I think that's it.
Just statistically speaking, in the scorecard, Brasinho right now is on defense. And he's not going to hand the ball to anybody else. He's going to call the plays, and he's going to play defense until he's on the waves he wants to be on for the remainder of the heat.
Yep, he's going to try to get another one of these 7-score wave to secure his place there. He's actually on, totally on. You can tell on that first wave he rode.
It definitely started off on the right foot.
Oh, yes.
Still waiting for replay of it, but we do see a little bit of activity here. Alex Vargas. I do see a wave forming under him, but these are breaking lower down, so what you're going to see these riders. Brasinho's on the keeper. This one's going to grow under him. Vargas quits and goes for a better one. Brasinho's riding this wave.
He is.
Fully powered. Clears the section. One more turn, much like his last wave. Maybe got a little bit more in him here. Brasinho's powered. And
there
he goes for the air.
Almost
goiter
nailed
over
it.
the section. Almost a Taka rotation, but it's really offshore, so you go with the goiter on that one. Put that clue of the sail into the pit of the wave and rotate around it. Bling.
Chi-ching. That's a shame because that was a really good ride again. He felt really comfortable. Maybe he was missing a bit of speed for that goiter to work. There's the replay. We're going to see it well.
Yeah, that's not the 7. We don't have a replay of his 7.03. Two similar rides going here. That was on the tape before we had a chance. We were looking at Frenet and Vargas going, oh, wow. And then all of a sudden this score for Marcilio popped up. So that was not on the broadcast. So by my count, Brasinho's got 3 rides. That'll play out in a second here.
I'm not sure. They took it off. And
could have been before the horn.
Could have been before the horn.
That's hard to say. We'll talk to head judge Booge about that. Right now, we are in the heat of the moment with 18:40 left to go. And Alex Vargas behind the section. And this is a little uncharacteristic of Alex to be settling for a wave of this kind, except he tries to go with the rotation, doesn't get it. Maybe that's what he was thinking here. Alex Vargas may be showing a little bit of impatience there, a little bit of nerves. It's hard to say if he knows he's in third, but you get the feeling when he did that, Carl, that he feels like he is.
Yeah, we can feel his nervousness
yes.
All the way up here.
That was an admonition of a little bit of tension now. Arnaud Frenet and Alex Vargas sail together here a lot.
They do.
All of a sudden, they are in this do-or-die battle. Brasinho is kind of hovering above like, hey, guys.
Got that.
Would you like this wave? Well, sorry. You can't have it. So I got a comment here. Marsilio Fast and Furious. And, you know, part of that comment is basically you had an association for a while with Pirelli, which was a tire manufacturer.
Yes.
And a Brazilian, so he started looking like a Formula One driver there for a little while. It was very relevant as you see Morgan Noirot setting up his gear, little test run in Kittyland. That wasn't a kite I just saw.
I just saw a kite too. I just saw a kite going by.
Well, anyway, Brasinho and Frenet on the outside.
Is that
calculating? This is another one of those smaller offerings for Brasinho.
There we go.
High line to the bowl. Very similar ride for Brasinho. It's lower down, though. This is actually the lower bowl. Winds his bottom turn. What's he got?
Nice.
A nice little stock air over the section. And those have proven to be very healthy scores when you can finally punt that last section. Have we seen a moment in our lineup where it's actually focusing a little bit more on the lower bowl? And that's a hard one to call. It depends who you ask. I was talking to Rodiger for a while about this, and he seemed to be of the opinion that it's a little bit of both. But Vargas is glued to Vargas land. That's where he wants to get the work done. And it's not quite that far up this time. Vargas is above the point. This is where he likes to do his work. That's a nice turn. Inside rail work, staying busy. How much left has this ride got? Second section.
Ooh.
Gets the air over. Nice
Good.
landing. Frenet right behind him, however. Similar looking approach with a better bowl coming, but less amplitude. And that ride won't continue in that manner. So maybe the better of that exchange went to Vargas, who's trying to back up a 4.53.
Did really well.
And with that earnest, though, with 15 minutes to go, these guys are riding the inside. So I guess it's like fill the scorecard and then get the goods. I would hate to see a big set roll in right now under these guys. That must be Robbie Swift also giving it a look. One or the two, Morgan or Robbie?
I think this is Robbie.
That looks a little more like Robbie. Morgan went in earlier. So there you go for your gratuitous JP Pride shot. Arnaud Frenet and Alex Vargas are both riding Nash sails and probably some variants of custom board under their feet. Let's see if we can see what Frenet's got. I don't see any familiar logos.
I think it's also Nash. He's been known to ride and have a lot of Nash material, including his stand-up paddle boards. Alex Vargas, I'm not so sure. I think he has a custom one. Last time I saw him was a Quattro, so I'm not sure. Look at those judges, also having a long day, Kai. Also having sun in their eyes.
Yeah, this is really the brutal time now. We've got about 2 hours of daylight, and there's definitely some wrinkles. Oh. I'm trying to just watch the screen. I think I give up on looking at the horizon at this point. I'm gonna have such fried, sunburnt eyes if I do that.
Exactly.
So just stick with what everybody at home is looking at, like we should, and try and focus on the job at hand. Vargas still in third place after his second score drops. And it's kind of like Brasinho definitely with a commanding lead, but he's not completely safe. And by the nature of that, a 5.77 puts Vargas
in second,
right? So Frenet needs a 7.7 to take the lead in this heat, which will put Brasinho all the most likely into second. depending on what Vargas does.
Exactly.
It's definitely open. It's no combos at stake here, but the point is that Brasinho can totally play this lineup and play it on his terms.
Alex had 2 wave, a 4.53 and a 4.13, so he needs a 5.77 to get into second position. We know Alex can do that. We see Arnaud there, looking for a wave.
Yeah, there's nothing left for Alex to do but try to summon Matanzas to his side here, as he has done so many other times, and get on good waves, should they be available. I can see the drone angle here. He's under power. He's looking around like, really got to do that wiggle again? I would really like this to be a bigger wave, and he's over it.
Good.
But you look up the coast, and those lines on the deeper part of the point are going to come filtering down. And I do see some action in Vargas land. And Alex knows this. He does see both Brasinho and Frenet in the picture. Brasinho's the only one heading in. Brasinho gives it a look.
Yeah.
He's watching Vargas very closely. But they are on opposite trajectories right now.
I think Brasinho is going for another one of those waves. He's a little higher up now in the first section.
Another shoulder high offering for Brasinho, but this one's a grower.
Yes,
and
it
if he
is.
reads this correctly, he's going to get a really nice hit right there. And that was read correctly. Brasinho's been sailing here for years.
Ooh.
Over a decade of experience here at Matanzas. Behind him is Vargas. 1-2 exchange.
There
Big
you
rotation
go.
for Brasinho. Can he pull it out? Those aren't really happening.
Nope.
Here on the inside. Vargas going to town here. Finally given... Ooh.
Good job.
That was a massive cutback. And that really gives you an idea of the amplitude.
And you go.
That just the momentum of the wave itself. And he goes and brings it around.
Nice.
For the Taka rotation. And that separates him from Frenet. It does. A
Surely.
4.53 and a 4.13. And at that offering, we finally saw the real Alex Vargas, who is gripped in a battle with Frenet. And now the judges have their work to do. They can't get too carried away because of that rotation, but it was at the perfect time at the end of the ride. And there was a lot of really good rail work done in that ride. Specifically a cutback that comes to mind midway through that ride.
Oh, yeah.
I would love to see a replay of it. I'm sure that Bujma's looking at the replay of it. And we're about to get the score. Drum roll, please. As we look at the beautiful culture of Matanzas.
Football.
Right in front of us. Football and wave sailing. Beautiful riding from Brasinho, who read that wave perfectly. High line to the lip there. That was the lower bowl one. Vargas. That's probably the 4.13.
Yeah.
And this is the end of that other ride.
There we go.
Deliberately rotating around like that.
I can
Vargas,
say...
Vargas, 5.5, 4.7,
There
into
you
second
go.
place ahead of Frenet. And that was, it took a little time. 6.8 and 5.5.
That brings him closer to Marcelo Brown, actually.
Closer, but most importantly, and to the relief of Alex Vargas, right next to Brasinho. Ooh. Man, they have got their work cut out.
Yeah.
But luckily, Matanzas is providing these opportunities that are just as much up to the rider as the wave as to what the scoring potential is. These aren't big waves, but they are technical rides. Here comes Vargas again, sniffing an inside section, maybe not aware that he's in second. the urgency of the fact that he's even on that wave tells you he's in grip mode here.
I think he transformed that negative energy that he had before, that stressful thing in his stomach. I think he transformed it and very channeled it to positive, patient, and lion energy here. We're seeing some good stuff. And there's 7.5 minutes left to that heat, number 2. They're all looking for waves out there, hunting them down.
Yeah, Caro, there are situations where you're out there hunting for waves, but Chile also with the consistency strikes me that there's sessions here where the waves come hunting you.
Yeah, there is, especially that lower lip that sometimes just close up on you. We saw it with a few of them with Takara, it was on the first one there, or Takuma.
Well, I mean, Takara and Takuma, but, Takara becomes the first shock exit of the event.
Yeah.
And it absolutely, is the upset so far in this.
Yep.
I can only think of Kimbani Laurent and a few of the other people who didn't make it out of the trials as being the other upsets, but that's, long gone now. And in kind of a different category, Takara Ishii is a world title contender here. And he's going to leave Chile with a little bit less of a result than he desired. But Team Japan will still stay in the top 16, and their presence is definitely felt. The scoreline on Vargas is a 5.25 and a 6.5. Vargas is a 6.41 out of first place. Brasinho, we haven't heard from him for a little while. Honestly, he's kind of got cruise control on.
Yep.
The foot's not off the gas. He's just going to keep all the gas in the tank.
I think that's it. You just don't want to be anxious. He's just waiting.
Exactly.
There's over 5 minutes left, so there's time for him to get another one of those critical, beautiful, technical wave. He knows how to do them.
Frenet jibes, looks at Vargas. Don't kid yourself. It's a huge battle between those two. Friends and friendly competitive aside, it's going to mean a lot. And right now, Vargas is kind of our top dog here, other than Vedelis. Vargas is clearly on a very high level of both knowing what happens here at Matanzas, knowing the spot, and just his sailing in general. You saw it. And he would be the first person to tell you when he comes in from the sea, I had a crappy heat, he's got a high standard. He's got a high standard, just like Brasinho would probably tell you he had a bad heat too. And Brasinho's already put some really good tape in kind of a different category. These smaller skate park waves where the versatility of the rider to be able to turn a wave like that into a score comes into play.
Yeah.
And Brasinho's one of those guys.
Totally.
Just like Camille Joubon's one of those guys.
I just feel they're so in control all the time. They know exactly what they're going to do. And I think when they jump, they know if they're going to land it or not. They know what they're doing.
They know what they're doing. And the great ones know what they're doing even before they do it.
Yeah.
They're in connection with what they're trying to achieve, and they can see it and visualize it before it actually happens.
4 minutes left to this heat. I think they're both desperate to get at least one other great score. I see these two Nash sail going back and forward, back and forward. When is the next set coming? And I think Brasinho find one coming there in the back.
There's big water on the outside. And Brasinho has found himself in a very, very commanding position now, because this is a gorgeous wave, and he drops into it with the silhouette of the front lit light matching his beautiful rig. Brazil chanting in unison as their top dog heads down the line at a beautiful Matanzas offering here. And behind him is Vargas. 1-2 exchange here. This is awesome stuff. Brasinho airs over the section as Vargas sets up. Second air from Brasinho. And he's still taking aim, practically outrunning the drone. We're going the distance here. And Viva Chile! third aerial, Brasinho,
Wow.
as Alex Vargas now takes aim above, and he even have Frenet behind him. Beautiful
we
air
go.
from Vargas as the entire wave passes him through. What can Frenet get out of this with 2:40 left? Frenet wraps it around.
Nice cutback.
This is what I was expecting it to be. One after the other. We're getting there. Frenet punches it from deep, trying to get the air over this section. A little bit more of a floater.
My God, if we
the
got
Brasinho's
some
wave.
shows. Oh my God.
Okay, two things about Brasinho's wave. The replay is going to be half an hour in slow-mo.
In slow motion, please, to see it
And like,
again and again.
that was such a nice wave he was on. And there it came. Matanzas decided that one too. You know, it was just one really good one out of the three. Vargas, had to settle. Brasinho was already on it before Vargas could get to it. And all the stuff that went on the outside there as we look at Matanzas Island and Parral Coloridos on the jet ski and everybody sailing back out. There's Alex Vargas hunched over his rig. Kind of like I wanted that wave that Brasinho was on.
Oh my God.
Frenet and Brasinho are on the inside dealing with it. 1 minute and 30 left. It's doubtful that either of them are going to be in scoring position. So I think the story of this heat right now is a big set coming in straight to Alex Vargas, who can take the lead in this. But at the moment, Brasinho with an 8.4.
Take that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we're in new high score territory. Or was Salmon an 8.5?
I think it was.
Let the keyboard warriors rain down on that. I think Salmon might still have the high one. He does, yeah. Brasinho right there, though. My God.
Amazing work.
I would really like to see a replay of that. There's really not much happening in the lineup. We get the replay at the end of the heat here in 30 seconds of Brasinho going to town. That gives you a good idea of the glare here. It's getting hard to see.
Yeah.
I don't even want to look at the ocean. I'm just going to stare at the screen. Hurts to look out right now.
Alex is in a good position there too. That last wave didn't quite get him higher than what he had.
Live action, Alex Vargas. 6 seconds left. Rotates the Taka around the section and sticks it with cheers from the crowd. It's not going to be an 8.4 or a 7.03, but it's a great way to end the heat. And he's got his hand off the boom because he has effectively dispatched Arnaud Frenet. And Vargas moves on as well as Brasinho does. Great heat, you guys.
Amazing.
We will let the drone get some new battery power and we'll recharge ourselves here at the 2020 Chile Pro. We will be right back.
Wow.
Sí, por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Ajuste en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le chuntó! Le explico. El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 libivecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
es confianza. Confianza para dar ese gran salto o para alcanzar cada una de tus metas. Y confianza para apoyarte en un socio de por vida. Por eso en AFP Plan Vital queremos acompañarte y ayudarte a construir una mejor pensión para tu futuro. Porque contamos con el respaldo de Generali, la principal aseguradora de Europa. Cuenta 2 con la menor comisión del mercado. Y somos la única AFP que no le cobra nada a sus pensionados. Cámbiate ahora a AFP Plan Vital. AFP Plan Vital.
Welcome back, guys, and we are at heat 3 of round 8, and it has started.
Federico Mauricio, Morgan Noirot, and Robbie Swift. Going to be one of those ID battles in terms of Swift and Noirot, and let's see what that battle it's setting up. We're getting multiple angles here, but I'll look at it live. Noirot, I believe, was in front. That's Mauricio on the air.
Nice job.
I can tell you that much. Bear with me between Swift and Noirot. Identical kits. We went through this in Fiji too. I know them both personally well and their styles. It will take a moment to discern. And we'll definitely let the judges help on that because we're in peak glare moment here. And that's the angle we really want. The drone one.
That drone really helps us to see well. Amazing.
That would be... anyway. Replay of Mauricio. Stick with that.
Bing! Wow.
6.75 speed and amplitude. That was only part of the ride. Noirot, 5.6, and Mauricio, 6.75. So that makes it easy. Robbie Swift needs to get on the board. At least he is feeling much better today, having gone through a viral stomach day, and that definitely affected how he could sail. I'm sure you'd understand. Woof. Noirot on the board early. These heats start quick, don't they, Caro?
Yes, they do.
The commercial sometimes goes a little extra. That's our problem. Anyway. Got to pay the bills, and we got replay. Plenty of wind still. The Surazo is holding strong. We're about 40 minutes officially from golden hour, but it's definitely squinting hour already because it is vibrantly low to the horizon here. On the wave, Robbie Swift. That is Swifty.
Yes, that
Textbook
is.
Swifty, how he peeks over the rig like that. First bottom turn, first wave of this very important heat for Swifty. We've got work to do. That is doing work, though. Swifty went up and down roller coaster. Floaters and everything else on the menu there. Not the biggest wave, not the longest wave, but a very super well-ridden wave by Robbie Swift. And you saw him. He peeked over his boom, and he was looking. He was like, okay, he drew the line before he sailed it. And then he delivered it. And he gets just barely ahead of Morgan Noirot to take second. Again, this is a round of 24 here. One sailor is going home out of this. Replay.
Beautiful work.
Great riding
there.
from Swifty. Yeah. He's a world title contender from the word go and has been just about entire career. He has not won a title, and neither has Noirot. And neither has Mauricio, for that matter. Everything to prove for these riders. Lots on the line. I believe this is Morgan. It's a very deliberate bottom to, and you can see the frame, the body frame. That's 100% Noirot. He stays a little more upright. He's a little bit of a taller guy than Swifty. Morgan has this torque in his riding. See how he just built up his torque before he turned? Took the vertical approach on that one. And really the tendency to milk these waves for all they're worth right now in a heat of this magnitude is going to be on display, because Noir, got a lot of turns there.
Yes.
And that is definitely going to score well, and it's also his second scoring wave. So let's see what head judge Boujma ends up rewarding Noiro once he has filtered the other judges' scores into the system.
Definitely showing us some great stuff.
High score of the heat so far belongs to Mauricio, 6.6. The only sailor with 2 scores is the sailor in the lead, and that's Morgan Noiro, 5.6, 6.0. Robbie Swift with a 5.9, and that's a great score to have in your pocket as well.
Oh, yes.
21 minutes and 50 seconds left. I see Federico Mauricio on a full head of steam, heading towards Matanzas Island, ready to cash in his credits.
Yes, and he knows how.
Replay.
Morgan.
Up top. Swifty. Swifty. Unfortunately comes unglued on that one. And I don't want to jinx anybody, but those opportunities are the ones that sometimes slip away in a heat. But that wasn't a really super big wave either. And Mauricio relegated to 3rd place on the basis of not having his second score. If there was any effect that Robbie Swift had on that, is that he kept Mauricio off the wave he was on. That might have been a score.
That may have been his strategy.
And so,
You're right.
You never know. He was on a wave, that's for sure. And Swifty had a good look at it. And they are adjusting it. It wasn't the ride of the century or anything. And he did bobble the end of it.
He did.
But there was a lot that got done before that. And even if you have the highest score of the heat, well, let's just say Federico Mauricio has 20 minutes to get on the board, and I think that there's a 100% chance out of 100 that it's going to happen.
For sure. The wind is pumping, so going upwind is not that difficult at that time. I see them going really fast into the water, so wind is part of this game. And it's wind surfing, and the wind is with us.
Oh yeah, much better. Wipe the dust off the screen. Yeah, now I can see. Yeah, the visibility is great for these guys with the sun angle. They got the sun at their back practically as they're going down the line. Doesn't get any better than that. It's not like sailing Hokipa in the middle of the winter after 3 o'clock when the sun's in your eyes. But for us on the beach spectating, and for the judges judging, and for the commentators commentating, sun's right in front of you right now. But we haven't blown it yet. Robbie and Morgan have been identified correctly, much to my relief. Nice looking wave there.
Beautiful.
The beach announcer's losing his mind. I'm casually and cautiously assessing this. Looks like Noiro to me.
Oh, yes, it is.
And another one of those kind of like contest waves, scoring whatever he can on it. And not only that, but playing the game. He might have even been thinking about a rotation, and he might still have one in there if he can rebound it. Pardon our flickering screen, we're hanging on by a thread here. A ton on the line here. And if you're Federico Mauricio, all the countless hours of sailing here over the years are definitely at stake
We have Robbie there on top.
Yes, Swifty on a good one. Mauricio somewhere in there, sail damage. Robbie's got a fluttering clue issue. He has to realize it. This starts to look like what my solution would have been for IDing the riders when you have a streamer. Now Swifty's got a streamer dangling from the clue of his sail. And I don't know how that happened.
Is it a sticker?
No. He's got a malfunctioned rig here.
He had a really nasty fall on that last wave.
He did. He buried the rig in the sand.
Yeah, something like that.
That's what it was. It was an impact injury as we follow Mauricio trying to find his second score somewhere. Mauricio's on an okay looking setup. I think that could be upgraded to great any second here once it hits the point. Oh, it's a great wave. Mauricio draws the line, diagonal down, skips the first hit to get an under the lip snap, which he times perfectly. Mauricio with the second cutback as the wave gets a little bit wobbly, heading to the lower section. Transferring into the next section, he's still going down low like a pro and airs the end section, which is going to result in a shakeup.
I think it will.
It will. And the person who's in danger right now is Robbie Swift, who's experiencing a little bit of a breakdown here. And that's Morgan.
That's Morgan.
Can he pull it in?
Didn't.
Like I was telling Brant Rodinger, you know, those moves right now with the amount of apparent wind and wave angle, when you're going slow like that, you're generally not making it. Vargas is the only guy who seemed to understand the rebound angle of the Taka in that situation. But anyway, as we get a replay of Mauricio scoring.
And he did. Got a 4.65 on that wave. What
looks like
brings him
Swifty's
in
on
second.
something here. Yes.
He is.
Swifty setting up. Take it away, Caro.
He's now on top. I think it's going to be a nice wave for him. Hopefully his rig hangs on that. Let's go for it. Nice cut on top of that wave. Let's go for another one. He's in a crucial place. Maybe that wave is going to form again for him. That's good. Making points here. Connecting his bottom turn. Go for it, Swifty. And some nice hair there. Is there more to it? That was it. And we can definitely see his sail is totally ripped on the bottom there on the line of his wishbone. But he's still pulling it out. Keep his concentration and keeps going.
Yeah,
it's actually a piece of sail.
He's losing only like a micro square meter there, but I'm sure he's not going to go in and change to anything else.
He clearly saw that it's still working, and he's just going to apply some extra concentration.
Swifty is doing the up the beach run. I'm curious how he feels about this right now. He's not really looking around for any gear. No, he's simply running up the beach. He's going to relaunch and reset. Swifty's got a little work to do. Federico Mauricio didn't really get the score that puts him into second. Swifty's held on here. Mauricio with initially the highest score in the heat, which it still is, did not back that up with anything over the 5-point range. Robbie Swift holding serve here and heading back out. That is Swifty right there.
Good for you.
And this will illustrate what happens if you time it right when you're going out. And Swifty's banking on this. And unfortunately for him, I see a really big set coming in. There's a good size set coming in, and nobody's anywhere near it.
I think Morgan is a little bit on the midsection part there.
Noiro does edge in from out of nowhere on the outside. There you see a good eye, Caro. I couldn't even see through the glare. Noiro's on something on the outside. The wave in front of him is fairly significant. We'll see exactly how this shakes down. Noiro making sure that he's not too deep. Definitely the wave before looking solid. What does Noiro have to work with? He's got plenty to work with here. This is a really nice wave for Noiro. This is hitting that spot where he can get on his inside rail, but he kicks
Not
out.
enough.
He's like, nope, I can do even better than that. It was almost like he used that first little rail line as an indicator.
Yeah.
And then he was like, no, that did not pass the taste test. I'm out.
He did taste it for a second. Okay, so Robbie did go back in with the same cell, didn't do any gear change. He needs to keep calm. There he is, going back in. And Morgan Nuaro coming back right away. Let's see if he can find something better there. Okay, so we actually see Federico Mauricio coming back. Is he going to take that swell or no? No, he went back inside. That was not big enough for him. This is a real chase for the perfect wave. And as we're going to high tide, these kind of perfect wave are sort of disappearing a little bit. So the chase is a bit harder. They need to get their eyes open. It's coming a bit less frequently and a bit more disorganized. So it's not making things easy.
Just having a word with Brazinho, telling him he got quite a high score. We'll see if he's interested to come have a quick word with us. But the vibe's like really strong right now. He's looking out to sea, trying to get into the preparation mode. He probably feels that there's a chance he'll go again, but there's a chance he won't. We're kind of right on that borderline of how we're going to get into the quarters and the semis here. This is the round of 24. And what we're doing is we're sending 3 sailors out at a time. 2 are going to advance into the quarters. 1 is going to be eliminated. And right now, Federico Mauricio, with 10 minutes and 27 seconds left, has his back against the wall.
There it
because
is.
Team Pride JP have him pinned, but not permanently. He's got to fight his way out of this. And this is the first wave that he's ridden in this situation now. Mauricio, nice line off the bottom. That was a great little deceptive curve to get under the contour of the wave. Noiro setting up behind him. This is what we want, both riders.
He landed that.
First bottom turn from Noiro after Mauricio gets a 3-turn combo. Second turn Noiro, decisive and quick. Noiro, totally capable of getting the rotation, and you saw him just staring the wave down and out. But he is in the lead. And I would have a hard time giving Mauricio anything close to his low spot. It is going to be clay. He really ripped that wave, Federico did.
And there was a quite good-looking wave. It sort of dissembled himself at the end, but the start of it was beautiful.
The judges have to hold this in a position where there are exchanges happening and there are differences in the heat happening. And you've got to earn it. It's right there. I know that score is right there. And they're calibrating it here. We're about to find out. 4.25, not enough. Okay, so there it is, 6.6 and 4.63. The scoreline stays the same, Caro.
It did stay the same. They're pretty close to one another, Swift and Federico there. And as I was explaining when you were talking to Brazinho, is that we're going into a high tide now. So the wave is a little bit more sketchy. It's a little bit more disorganized and more difficult to read and get a great, perfect wave at this stage. Looks like Swifty here coming back.
Swifty carefully calculating Vargas land. Oh, Lord, these are tight battles. Matanzas giving us just enough for each competitor to have a fair shot at this. It's really true. Everybody's getting their opportunities. You couldn't ask for more.
Good job,
could
Bujma.
not. And Bujma deserves credit for this just as much as the spirit of Matanzas, because he tried to go early here. We were just going at 120, no, 140. Finally got going. And that's how you do it. And that's how you get to this position hours later to get the job done.
And stick to it.
And trying to get the job done is Morgan Noirot and Robbie Swift. And Federico Mauricio is right there, 11.23. What's the score he needs, Caro?
He needs 4.9 to get into second position.
A 4.9. So what that tells you is his first wave of the heat, do that again if you can. But his scorecard indicates that each ride is slightly lower than the next. And he knows it, and he knows he needs to get in the mix. Who we got here?
I think it's Robbie. We see that.
Yes, unmistakable Flappy. We'll have to do a quick little Band-Aid job on that. Here comes Mauricio.
With a nice,
and he's definitely found himself in a wave that is going to do what he wants it to do. He gives it a look, hangs up top. Definitely giving the high tide look, Caro. You weren't wrong about that.
Yep.
It's flattened out the wave and it's forced it to go to the lower part. He gives up on it. Oh man, Mauricio's in a pickle. 6 minutes now. This has been going on for Federico for a little while since he rode that smaller wave. He's in a pickle. Ooh.
I would switch in that middle section, lower section. Gets little score at the time.
At about 5 minutes, he's going to park it down there.
So we have Robbie on the wave. Let's see what this wave gives to him. Nice wave down the line to go get that lower section. Nice bottom turn, but again, that wave is just not pumping up.
Man, Matanzas is speaking to us. Morgan threw a bucket. Give me a bucket.
I just don't think that these rides are going to be higher than what they have. I think this is staying the way it is.
Until a minute to go. And there's going to be a set that rolls in that'll decide this thing for good, for better or for worse, is my call. What do we have upwind? We have some of our competitors in the next heat. There's Mauricio's 4.6. This was a well-ridden wave, showing the potential of the inside, but just didn't offer the amplitude. This is live, and this is an exchange between Swifty and Mauricio. Swifty on the inside really picked up a good one here.
Yeah.
Under the lip hit, redirects down. Swifty means business, and he needs a good score here to create separation. Mauricio's behind him with a dangerous amount of momentum as well. Keep your eye on both riders. Here comes Swifty for the hit. Executes it.
Tweak air.
Tail above the tweak. Not quite the traditional tweak, but he's still going. There goes Mauricio with an air behind him. That's the first air. The wave closes out properly, which really favors Swifty, who's still going halfway to Peru. One more hit, Swifty. Well, thank you, mate.
Amazing.
He's going to have a run up the beach, but he's going to have a pretty darn big score. Is it bigger than a 5.6 is the question. I'm not even going to say yes or no, maybe so, but that's what he needs. And Mauricio, buddy, that was a nice wave he was on, but the thing closed out.
Yep.
So can it possibly be the score that he needs it to be? Is it a high 4? Is it a 4.9?
Maybe.
Maybe not. We're finding out. Has it been dropped? Bujma's taking his time here.
Good for him.
He's going to replay this. Let's get a replay. And let's... Ooh. He gets a 5 by the narrowest of margins. Mauricio nips Swifty. But does Swift's score, has that come in yet?
No, not yet.
Swift getting a 5 on the card right now. So it didn't equal his better score, and Mauricio taking advantage of that 6.6, doing just enough because he needed a 4.9 and he got a 5.
Point.
And that's an agreeable decision for the judges there. Just barely enough is the interpretation. Swifty did get the kind of tweak there. Maybe a little bit more lateral than he's used to doing, but it was.
It was.
And that's probably what brought it to a 5. Because otherwise it probably wasn't.
Yeah.
Noiro pacing the lineup.
He's not that much in danger. I mean, Federico would need a 5-7 to get in first place, but as we know, 2 of the riders are going forward with this. Only one will stay out. So we see Morgan there on the nice looking wave, doing for first hit. Oh, and he goes for it, and he landed it. Did you see that guy? And he keeps going. He started with it.
Vintage Noiro.
Nice goiter.
That time he stuck it, and at the right time. He's not in the need of the buzzer beater status here. He's at 12-point total. He's just extending his lead or protecting it, one or the other. This has now gone into the direction that this heat was in terms of a tight battle between Mauricio and Swift. But Mauricio's the one looking down at Swift here with 1:25 left.
Ooh.
Noiro stomping it.
Robbie Swift needs a 5.98 to take second place. Will he be able to do that in under 2 minutes left?
We definitely have some people in the neighborhood here, and we will bring on board and kind of have a nice little pause between the heats here. But I saw him de-rigging, and he's looking loose and refreshed. We'll bring on Marcilio Brown, current world champion. Brauzinho, thank you for joining me for the last 40 seconds of this heat. I don't know if you're paying close attention, but our buddy Robbie Swift's in a battle with Mauricio. And right now, with 40 seconds left, it is time to get something for Swifty. It's been a tight battle. Swifty and Noiro were controlling it for a while, but Mauricio got a late score, and that's where we're at.
Yeah, it's hard because you kind of want to wait for the set because there are big waves, but sometimes they can be 20 minutes apart. So you kind of really rolling the dice, and if you do get one of the big ones, that's half the work done. But with that much time, I think they're just gonna have to wing on whatever they see.
Oh man. Swifty also going through a little bit of sail damage in that.
Yeah.
It has been a tough road here. Is Swifty on a wave that we could say would count, showing intent to ride?
He is riding the swell.
He is riding the swell. I'm going to buy it. Mauricio's on something. I'll stand up and kind of try and pay attention to this.
That might be the last exchange for now. Mauricio.
Swifty's on the wave that he was on when the horn blew. Mauricio finishing his ride. Hold with the lip climb. Swifty on the top of your screen.
That's kind of like the best part of the wave right there. Nice turn.
Wow. Mauricio's still going. How's this to end the heat? That was one of Mauricio's better rides. Swifty trying to milk it for all it's worth. He kind of got into the lower part there, Brau.
Yeah, that wave did not line up as good as the other ones. There is a little bit of wave left.
Can he fight back into the rotation?
That would be hard.
Forward off the lip attempt. No, that was
Morgan.
Noiro.
That was Morgan.
And so Swifty's on the inside.
Don't see that being the score he needs.
Unfortunately for Swifty, on the toughest of battles, and I guess the story was he's been sick too. Not to pile excuses, but he hasn't been 100%.
Yeah, he got food poisoning, and he was actually feeling really sick for the past 2 days, and in bed most of the time. He wasn't on the water, so very unfortunate situation during a contest for him.
Thank you for joining us, Brau. You had an awesome heat and a really nice wave in that heat. I don't think we'll get the replay on it now as we watch the replay from this previous heat, which was definitely a battle. But here in the mix now, we're heading to the quarterfinals after this round, and everything to play for early stages of the tour. Tell me a little bit just about your history with coming here to Chile and how long you've been sailing here.
Yeah, I came here a lot. In between 2010 and 2018, I was here at least once a year, sometimes twice. Robbie had a house up in the hill, and I was lucky enough that he always invited me, so we came over for a lot of training trips. And this place is like the perfect training ground because you got the down the line spots and then you got the jumping spots if you look at Pupuia. So as far as a tour training ground for somebody who lives in Maui and only sails starboard tack, it's a perfect destination.
Absolutely. It's definitely honed your port tack style in terms of the down the line wave riding. It's not quite as consequential as Fiji, for instance, you know, in terms of spots on the tour. You're a little bit more open throttle, but tell me, you know, on top of your approach here, obviously you haven't unleashed your entire bag here yet. I'm not going to ask you specifically, but I mean, this does lend itself to stuff like 360s and goiters and takas.
Yeah, it does. And the spot really, like, it has so many different faces. Like, the wave really depends on the tide and the size and the wind direction. So kind of like Okipa, some days I'm more for turns, some days I'm more for tricks. And I'm just trying to kind of like take what the wave offers, and right. Every day is different, and do my best on every wave because the level is so high. And yeah. I don't know, for me, it doesn't work making too much of a plan.
Talk to me about your gear. What have you brought here?
I've pretty much been riding an 89 liter quad. I have a 94 as a backup, and I have another 89 just in case something goes wrong. So it's pretty much those three boards are my main boards. And I have two 5.0s and a 5.3 at the beach, and I have a 4.7 as well, but I've just brought down the 5.0s because that's most of what we use, because as far as windy as it is, it takes you a long time to get around and get in position. So you want to be, after you're outside, you want to be planning.
100% understood. And stick with us here if you don't have anything better to do. We'll quickly, whenever you're ready, but we'll watch this heat here between Danelle, Chapuis, and Sugi. And that was Chapuis skying into this section. Pretty tight battles with these three people heat, and, you know, one getting eliminated. It's pretty fair shake, though. You get a good crack at the lineup. You're getting all the looks you want, right?
Yeah, it's those three guys are so good, and it really comes down to a little bit of the one who picks the right waves at this point, because all of them have the ability to beat anybody, and it's just kind of like whoever is more connected with the place and be on the right place at the right time.
No question about it. Yeah, so maybe a bit of a slightly bigger board sail combination to handle the current and the float and to be able to pace that lineup. How much apparent wind is there on the wave?
It comes and goes. It's the beginning of the wave. You have full-on power on the sail, especially if you start like way up behind the rock, and then first one or two turns, it just feels like any other good down-the-line spot. And then as you approach the middle section of the wave, you often have this massive hole of wind, right, that because you're going right behind the island, and at that moment is also the time where the wave gets the hollowest. So it's a really easy bit of the wave to stay stuck behind. So that's why you got to watch out for and kind of like keep your speed and make sure you make that section so you don't waste the whole wave.
Exactly. Sounds like you're pretty in tune with the plan. You looked like you had a plan in your heat, and you're also very aware of, you know, that was a local encounter you were in, you know, with who you were trying to get the true locals of this spot. And someone like fought your way a bit clear of it, stayed away from all kinds of trouble. You look at Chapuis here. He's employing a bit of a tactic on this replay, you know, playing it a little bit lower, getting scores early on so that you can be in the position to select that, be outside and wait for that one set. Was it really apparent when you caught that wave that you were on what you found, or did that just kind of double up, or did you see it right away knowing, oh yeah, this one?
Right before my heat, I went out 10 minutes before and I saw a set that looked exactly like that, and I could see it by the way it hit the island. It was much bigger than the other sets that I've seen. So I was like trying to see how long it took, and I was there for a while before I saw that set. So I knew that's probably going to be one, maybe two. So I was riding smaller waves, but always looking behind the island, behind my head. And then once I had two waves that I felt like were decent, I thought, okay, I'm going to park here, and I'm not coming in on anything that is not a better set. So that was my plan.
Great plan, Brad. Look at this heat here. Jules Danelle still yet to get on the board, but Chapuis looks like he's 2 scores in. I think Sugi's got a single score there. We'll refresh here. But yeah, these are the battles that are just, there's a lot of consequence here. Maybe it's a little bit of a different mentality than a 4-person heat. but definitely still a lot of consequence. The scores can flip quickly, and it comes down to getting a wave, like you said. Got to get on waves. No question about it.
Yeah.
So Danielle needs to get on the board here. Thank you for sticking with us, Brow. I know you might be in the heat of battle. I don't want to pin you here unnecessarily, but you're bringing a lot of necessary perspective to this. And it's important to get the competitor's eye view of Matanzas here. And I think you've illustrated perfectly that there are these. Being patient's important, man.
Yeah, like in any contest, but Matanza more than any other place, you really have to watch out for the wave. Like out of all the places we go down the line, this is one of the places that I see it's very easy to make a mistake and waste a really good wave just by staying 1 second behind.
Sure. It looks like patience might be paying off, because I believe that's Jules Denel here.
Yeah,
getting his first ride. Why don't you take this away?
That looks like a really good wave. He is a little bit behind the rock, which it's the best, cleanest section with where you got most wind on the sail, but wave's kind of running a bit fast. He's going good aerial, connected that one nice, and that's what happens. If you don't look at the wave really far down the line, and sometimes even if you do, the wave just does that. But it was a good turn air combo from him, and I'm sure that's going to count for his beginning of his heat.
Yeah, like versus running away from the hits he could have had and making the wave, but not getting those hits later. That wave clasped after that whole thing. He kind of took advantage of where he could there.
Yeah,
that's Chapuis way upwind.
Oh yeah.
You're getting a taste of how hard it is for us to see too. On top of it all, no, that's got to be Takuma Sugi actually.
Got two turns in, another turn. He's kind of waiting for the section. He better start speeding up right now, and he's gonna try an aerial. That wave's shaping up far down the line. He has good speed, and touch the lip there and see if he's going to finish it.
Yep, we're back live. We were on replay, but this is the end of Sugi's ride.
Nice
and
finish.
He pulls the sail out of the whitewater, so he's complete, and he went the distance there. That was a really long ride.
Yeah, Chapuis did a good goiter right behind him.
Woo! Well, we're throwing goiters in the mix there. Lots to keep up with here. A couple different camera angles, 2 drones at best. Being joined here by reigning world champion Marcilio Brown. Going for your 4th one.
Oh, he's trying, but yeah, it's hard. The level is everybody's progressed so much. Like being here for a week before the event, just seeing everyone wave riding and such a variety of events. It's really difficult, and I feel like there's 15 guys that can win an event at any time these days, so it's tough.
Yeah, and then you throw in the factor of what you've been describing about competing here in Matanzas and the wave riding factor. Okay, we're going to get a replay here. Sugi. Active rail work. That might not be the highest score on the card for him, but he has taken the lead.
Yeah.
Which is good for him. Chapuis, with the nature of his 2 scores now, is still in 2nd. I think that might have been a 1-move wave with that Taka.
That goiter. Yeah, it was a really good one. I didn't see the beginning of the wave, but he was at the end section, and it was a clean one. So I think it was a good score for a single move, but it was a really nice, clean goiter.
Nice ride for Denel. He's on a new set of gear here to
another turn.
Start his campaign.
Yeah, I feel like Jules is very strong in this kind of port-tack down the line conditions.
Very
I don't
strong.
know if this is why he sails at home, but he looks really comfortable.
Seemed like he was immediately at home, and I don't remember him having been here before. Not sure if it is or isn't his first time, but definitely adapting. You see people who are adapting every wave they ride. Jules, one of them.
Yeah, that was a nice turn into another one and a good finisher. Yeah, that's kind of the spot where the wind dies off right there, where he had the last turn.
Right. The wind hits the inside. We're officially in golden hour, Brow. We realize that it starts at 7 o'clock and the sun's extra low right now. You can kind of see this shot on the screen. We're getting into golden hour for sure. No problem seeing down the line out there, obviously. Sun's behind you. No problem being blinded by anything.
No, not at all. It's actually a really usually fun time of the day. The wind often goes a little bit more offshore, and make the waves look a little cleaner. And if it stays kind of strong, it can turn into some really good, like the best conditions on some of the days. It's been really late.
There's Miguel Chapuis with the high aspect north rig that's standing out like any other sail with the glare here. Almost like colors don't matter at that point. You could barely even tell your sail was yellow at one point.
Kind of hard to tell though sometimes.
Kind of hard to tell.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to tell, especially this time of day, but Chapuis sees just fine. What is he in fact on? This is actually a really nice wave, Brau.
Yeah.
Punches his bottom turn, takes aim, but he's not going to bring it around too much. Unfortunately, that's exactly what he did.
Oh, that was kind of a good wave.
That was a scoring opportunity missed there. And was it the gust or just a kind of just a misread? I don't know, but he's kind of, you can see the body language. He's like, ah.
Yeah, felt like he went maybe a second early there, and the wave wasn't giving too much back when he was doing his top turn.
Right. You can see that low sun. 1 hour of light left. 16 minutes left in this heat. Sending the next one out. I saw some of the Guadalupe boys getting ready. That's Sugi right there. Comfortably in the lead, but not perfectly safe. Chapuis right on his heels. And Danielle with the 5.6, he's in striking distance if he gets a good score. This heat's wide open.
Yeah, it's almost like a tight heat at the moment. So it's still 16 minutes. And yeah, it's really nice when you're competing on a location where you rely on waves and sets like this to have longer heats. If you like on more of an onshore location like Pozo or the Canaries, it doesn't matter as much because it's wind swell. But here it really makes a huge difference and makes it, at least I think, a lot more fun for the sailors.
I've just been informed that sunset's actually at 7:36 today, so we have 35 minutes left of sun being up, but that doesn't mean it gets dark right away. I'm seeing people sail well past sundown here.
Yeah.
Let's see how long we can compete. That's the key thing. How long is this wind going to stay with us?
That's
Surazo,
the key. You never know that one, huh?
Right? I definitely still see that it's windy, and it's gotten a little chilly, you know. That's part of that, what keeps it windy too, the pressure gradient. But this has now turned into a wave-catching battle, and guys are going to be holding their ground because everybody knows that these little inside ride 4-point, 5-point rides aren't going to turn this heat. Every single rider knows it's time to get on the waves. This is it. 15 minutes left.
They all have decent scores on the board too, so it's not much point on coming on average waves at this point for either of them. So let's see who's going to get in position.
Still plenty of juice heading out. There's Danielle at the top of your screen. Chapuis, Danielle, and Sugi. Two sailors making it through this round of 24, setting up the quarterfinals.
There's only so much cat and mouse you can play here because once you get to their island, you can't go past it. So it's not like Okipa that you see guys going out in the middle of the ocean.
Way out to the ocean.
Yeah, like here, there's that line. Okay, that's as far as we're going, and then you just, it's kind of weird, people just stacking around. But
God, that's true. I've kind of come under the illusion that the wave actually just comes out of the island. It's almost like a wave machine in that sense. Obviously, that's not how it works. But the bounce off the island is a certain indicator. You see that, you know you're in business. Sugi looks like he's lining something up here. And he does the fade line bottom turn. Starts heading down the line. Let's see if this thing gets given him a chance to go running. He's way up top, Brau.
He's looking fast on this one. Got a couple tricks in and has good flow, and I think he's looking for something big now to make it a solid score.
He's definitely covering the distance. Sugi looking for the lower bowl.
He's going to have a section there. He's going to go for it. He's lost a bit of speed. Let's see if he's going to go around it. He did. The wave keeps giving. What a good wave.
Plenty of good riding there. How's that cutback around the section, the reed?
Yeah, he started way behind the rocks. That was the longest wave of this heat, I think.
At 7:20, we will start Heat 5, which will be the final heat of this round. Thank you for sticking with me. Brauzinho, you're officially not sailing anymore today.
Always a pleasure to talk with you, Kai.
Yeah, appreciate you having here. I think everybody on the stream as well is, almost feel like some of these guys will start asking questions to you. I don't see any yet. Definitely a few shout-outs from your hometown in Brazil. Good time to give a few shout-outs in your native tongue if you want. You've got the world listening to you. But, technically speaking, obviously you're planning on going to Pozo. You're going to do the tour.
Yes, I'm doing all the 5-star events this year, and hopefully going to try and make it to Brazil as well to see my family and friends down there at some point in the middle, and then on to Fiji and Germany, and then back to Maui. So it's an exciting year.
Get to bring it back home to Ho'okipa. There's a few riders in this saying the same thing. And boy, we are lucky to be here right now. That's definitely my thought right now, is just right place, right time here. Chapuis setting up.
Looks like a good set. He is on the right spot. He's bottom turn. Very nice first turn. Straight into an aerial. And then another aerial. Wow, he might squeeze one more trick in there. A little late, but he just made it. That was a really good wave.
Really like the flow of that ride. It was like he landed into a bottom turn a couple times there.
Yeah, he never stopped. And he
never stopped.
Did, I think, 4 moves. There's a Takuma behind him.
That was a really important ride for Chapuis, specifically because he's in 3rd place here, and his low score's a 5. Brau, I might need to, raise the intensity here, because I think he might have gotten the score. We'll see in a second here.
I mean, his 6-1 was the goiter, right?
He takes the lead, Brau.
Wow, 5-8.
5-8. Judges doing their work. I think Bujma Guiol, our head judge, has definitely got a connection with the riders, having been on tour for years himself. Didn't just spit that score out right away. It took some time to chew on. They've got replay in the booth up there.
He went down a second now. I think it was probably calibrating, right?
Calibrating back and forth. You blink, you missed it. But they are going to put Chapuis in 1st place. They're going to calibrate it by how much, though?
6.5.
Right. There's your scale. And there have been some people talking about, the tightness of the scale in terms of some of these incremental differences of like half a point, quarter point. A lot of these heats have been really tight as a result of that. The fundamental difference of the ride doesn't reflect in the score, is my point. The scoring is tight. We're keeping it that way, I guess, to protect against some of these wild swings, the high score, the low score. But also, we've seen a couple buzzer beaters where in that moment, like, if you need the score, let's hope not, that doesn't automatically mean you get it, right? You gotta earn it.
Yeah, you gotta take risk and be on the right wave and on the right part of the waves. But yeah, this is a wave that is very different from like Ho'okipa, for instance, where you can really kind of choose a lot of different ways to go about it. Like this wave, there is only so much you can do in variations because of how fast it runs without the power in your sail throughout the whole wave. So it's definitely difficult to ride, but once you get a good one, it's really clean, especially out the back.
Danelle, currently our 3rd place rider right now. 9 minutes to do something about it.
First turn looks good.
Nice
in the pocket
riding.
Nice hit.
This is a good wave, Brau.
That's a long one, huh? He's going. Another
really
one.
Good ride by Danelle.
Wow, that's gonna make this heat tight.
Yeah, Chapuis behind him. Chapuis getting busy.
Danelle's still going too. Just did his last foam climb. Chapuis is gonna squeeze back into the wave. He's going for a goiter.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, unlucky.
Not quite.
Looks like he was gonna make it.
It did. That would have been big points. Not quite your 8.4, Brau, but man, I tell you, once you see a shot of that wave, you're just, you didn't see anything yet. You haven't seen what we saw. You were on the thing. You caught a beauty. It was such a nice wave, just on its own. If you'd just gone straight, beautiful.
It was a nice one,
but
and I was lucky that the guys were inside, so I had the choice on that set, and it's sometimes just the luck to be at the right place at the right time.
But you had spent some time
waiting
before that came, and like your story about that you had seen that same wave in the warm-up. That's great perspective, because that's in the back of your mind. Like, that exists. That's the plan. Plan A, get one of those. And it took your time, but you knew it and you believed in it, and there it was for you. As if you summoned it. I tell you what, like.
Stoked it worked out that way, and it's always nice when you can get your heat started earlier, so that you can be able to sit and wait for a wave like that.
Rail work with Daniel. He's kind of a higher boom guy, but he pressed into his bottom turn. It's kind of a back foot thing.
A wave is so hollow, you kind of have to sometimes. That was a really good wave.
Oh man, he almost had that. A little bit of a Matanzas slap down there.
It often happens here that you do a top turn and you think you're in a really good part of the wave, and then out of a sudden you're like, whoa, the wave just gets really hollow, and you really have to step on the back to not poke the nose, because once it gets on that shallow bit.
I mean, not only that, but just the simple act of making the wave itself. We have an upcoming exchange here. We'll try and see through the glare here. Chapuis way upwind. Definitely on something here. He's doing the read. This is more of an open first look, so he fades into it, but he's going to need to put on the gas here, and he already knows he's too deep, huh, Brown?
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of wind on the sail. You can see when he bottom turned, he didn't have that speed that you needed to have, but that was a good wave, man. That wave looks like a really good one.
Still going.
Kept going.
And is that not Sugi? All of a sudden in the third position here, with plenty to play for. Sugi on the runner, needs to get on it.
Made that section. Now he's going to have something to finish with, looks like.
Sugi eyeing the inside hit. Can he get to it? Looking good. Big hit for Sugi, and a very important moment for him.
I don't want to be a judge right now.
Right? Sugi needs a 6.44 out of that. Maybe. I mean, I could see it. It would be on the high side of what that was.
He started way up there. 613, is that it? Or was that 5.9?
I think Sugi ended up with a 5.4 for that. 5.8. Not enough. The score sheet's pretty full here. Everybody in the 12-point range, Brow. That's a solid heat. Everybody's taken their shots.
Yeah, all those guys are super dangerous, especially on Portec. Like Takuma, you see his result in Fiji speaks for itself.
Yes.
And Miguel has been one of the standout here. Seems like he's really put his time in here and came early for the event. Been sailing really good.
Credit to Daniel for toughing it out. He just went from worst to first there.
And he rips too. Like, he's been good on Portec for years, and I think this is probably one of his favorite locations.
Land of the Lefts. Beautiful Matanzas Beach in the Navidad region of Chile. We did not come here by accident. This is a wave and wind-rich region. And finally, after nearly decades of hope and preparation, we have a 5-star event here with world title implications. It's early April in the calendar. It's late fall in Chile. But as we head into the Northern Hemisphere summer and start thinking ahead to events like Pozo and Cloudbreak and Zilton Maui, let's not get ahead of ourselves, because we're not done here, not by any stretch of the imagination. And Sugi making the highlight reel here on the replay. 3 minutes and a half left for Sugi to get into this, but Chapuis
on a wave
has his hand on the throttle.
He's way upwind. He's like far behind. It looks like not a super long wave, but he kicked out. He didn't have much shoulder that wave, so probably a good move from him to go back out. The wave didn't do all that much.
Not that much.
Is he on the one behind? There's another sail that looks just like it. Or maybe that was Titoon warming up.
Yeah, you got the guys warming up in the next one, and they're going to give looks and kick out.
Yeah.
Throws us off a little bit, but...
There's Chapuis first turn, second
Chapuis
turn.
right away, huh? Man.
That wave's going to have a nice ending section there.
Sugi needs a 6.4. Sugi's behind Chapuis. Getting into 2.5 minutes left. That's a nice air for Sugi.
Nice.
Climbing the ladder. The rotation would have been nice. He's got to deal with getting back out now with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. That's not going to happen automatically. There's Alessio getting ready for his heat. He's not allowed to ride anything. It's kick out time.
I think Takuma's prior wave looked better than that one.
It did.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the score he needs.
It's kind of playing keep away right now, Brau. I mean, these guys aren't aware of the scores necessarily. They just have a standard in their own head about what waves they've ridden and what waves they're looking for.
It's kind of hard, and the heats are so long. Like, you often forget things, you know, like maybe you can even forget a good wave that you might have had. And never know. You're thinking so much like what you have to do next.
You've ridden a lot of waves, Brau. That's for sure. That's why I'm laughing. You know, your highlight reel is world beater status, and that's a good testimony to the tour too, that we're coming to these kind of locations and riding these kinds of waves
and living right in front.
Yeah, this one's a gem. There's Danelle, kind of just playing keep away as well. That's not going to be a game-changing score for him, but there is a minute left here, and Brau, you know, like, we've got another day under our belt here, fully productive. Chapuis,
50 seconds.
Rotating the one-hander in front of Danelle.
Not making it.
I want Sugi to just get a last shot here. 45 seconds left.
There
he is. 6.4 needed. He needs a score.
Let's see. Nice looking wave. That was a good turn. Second turn looked really nice. Touch the lip. Let's see. Sometimes those things just reform. You can't see it from here, but there it is. Another section. Nice turn.
He needs a 6.44, guys. Japan holds their breath. Can he get the rotation?
He didn't get the finish he was looking for, but his second turn was nice and in the pocket, and not sure if it would be the score, but it was a good.
It was nice, but was it 6.4 nice?
Probably not.
Just being honest, that's the name of the game, is come up to play, and that's certainly what they did in that heat. Great heat, you know, applause. Ladies and gentlemen, reigning world champion Marcilio Brown joining us here on the live stream. We're in between heats, one more to go. I'll let you go here and get your preparation, but you've got your head held high, and, you know, wish you luck, buddy.
Thank you, Kai. Thanks
you're crushing it out there. You're a fan favorite. All the comments are raining in about your prowess and your reign. Good luck for the rest of the year.
Thank you
and
so
in this
much.
event.
And yeah, let's keep looking forward. A lot of good forecasts ahead of us. So
exactly right. Ladies and gentlemen, Brazinho. We'll be right back after this commercial.
Thank you.
Aloha.
¿De qué soy? Por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Ajuste en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le chuntó! Le explico. El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 libivecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
Es confianza. Confianza para dar ese gran salto o para alcanzar cada una de tus metas. Y confianza para apoyarte en un socio de por vida. Por eso en AFP Plan Vital queremos acompañarte y ayudarte a construir una mejor pensión para tu futuro. Porque contamos con el respaldo de Generali, la principal aseguradora de Europa. Cuenta 2 con la menor comisión del mercado. Y somos la única AFP que no le cobra nada a sus pensionados. Cámbiate ahora a AFP Plan Vital. AFP Plan Vital.
At the 2024 Chile Pro, my sidekick, Caro Vita, is back. Thank you for rejoining us. Thank you to Brazinho for spending an entire heat with us.
And he was in his wetsuit.
It was starting to get a little cold, but you know, he had a lot of very, very interesting things to say. The story of that set wave was fascinating, him viewing that, you know, in the warm-up and all that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the heart of golden hour. We have reached the last heat of the day, and it features Alessio Stilrick, Antoine Martin, and Philip Koster.
Bam!
This heat's on. Antoine giving a little bit of a sniff. But that's about it. There's Stilrick. He knows he's in a battle, and this would be a career-defining moment for him if he can make this heat. Big hit for Stilrick off the vertical side of things. One more would be great, and he gets one more. Forget the glitches. He's sending shockwaves to our system with his riding. Antoine Martin actually with a 6, so we did see the tail end of something fierce there. Stilrick for 2 turns. Really did well, too. A high 4, a 49er. Nice 4.9 for Stilrick. Koster.
On one.
On one. Or is that not Martin?
That's North Cell. It's Martin. It's Antoine again.
T-Tune. Airs the section. Second hit. Oh my word, this is dangerous. Koster behind him. I knew he was somewhere.
God.
We've got a 1-2 punch of epic proportions. Right into the sunlight was Philip Koster with the double hitter, bringing the goods. Philip went to town on that wave. I am sorry if you missed it or you couldn't see it because of the sun. Welcome to Chile in the late afternoon, by the way. Man, that was a big exchange. How did T-Tune get on these waves so quickly? Antoine Martin on fire. Stilrick, great job to even up that to a 5.10, but Koster's score is about to drop, and he did big damage to that wave, and we are waiting for something here.
Yeah.
Koster has entered the arena.
I think we're in for amazing golden hour, Kai.
So far, so good. Koster on the red Severn. No two ways about it. We are still evaluating his score. Head judge Buzmayol wants to get it right. Here's the 2 combo from Stilrick. And this is T-Tune's wave. Bing! Nice with the wave placement. Look how good it is out there right now. Antoine Martin with 2 waves to his credit already. A 6.6 and a 6.3. There's Koster's second aerial. 8-point ride. Koster to start off the heat. 7.75. It's calibrating.
Yes, it's
fine.
Calibrating.
You know what? Big score for Koster. Hugely deserved. And you get an idea of what the potential is here. He's not messing around.
He went really high on those jumps, and that paid off. Signature thing.
He's last year's event champion.
Come on. He knows.
5-time world champion.
Oof.
It's been a little while since his last title.
It's been a
He
while.
would love nothing more than to seal the deal in the biggest way. His last title ended dramatically. He sealed it at Hokipa, Caro, in the most vindicating way. I'll take you back if you don't remember this. Koster just needed to win one heat. We were in a situation in Hokipa where it was very hard to compete. The channel was closing out. Guys are going on the rocks. Head judge Duncan Coombs was like trying to show mercy to the fleet. Guys are getting destroyed. And, Brazinho just needed to get to his round. He was sitting at home waiting. Koster makes it through this one pivotal heat. And then Duncan Coombs, pulled the plug on the contest. He was like, we can't go any further. This is not. And Koster won the title on the merit of advancing at Hokipa, showing his true versatility. Definitely in a technical situation that, you would like to people sail it out to decide it. But regardless, 5th world title on the merit of that. And here he is in Chile, fully showing up, intent to prove himself yet again as if he needs to.
Yep.
And with a 7.67, Koster sits in this position now where he can pick and choose and let the madness begin of the frenzied wave hunting that will ensue. This is Antoine Martin, high aspect north rig, poking around kind of midsection. He's definitely riding this wave. It's growing under him.
Yes, it is. Oh, this is going to be great. Did you see that jump? Good to start with. And
he hits the lip, not quite the air time.
Yeah, it's
Don't
true.
get too
You're
excited,
right. Sorry.
Carl. Leave some room. That's better.
Yeah.
Now we're going to get done. Floater off the lip. Multiple hits. Nothing but a strong backup score, but maybe not even in the 6-point range. How's Antoine Martin 6 minutes into this heat already at 12.9 heat total? He means business.
We have someone else on the wave there. Alessio. First bottom turn and get a second one there.
Great cut back.
There you go. Some splashing going around. Third one. Would he get another one? And he gets one over the lip. And that will finish there for him.
I'm proud of Alessio. He really showed up in this heat, starting it off. And temporarily or permanently, depending on what happens here, he takes the lead over Koster. Freeze frame, 4.9 and 5.07. And the judges have sent their message to Alessio. We like your style. Show us more. He's punching the lip vertically. He's taking these shots that are really pleasing the judges. This is Titoon. Bing! He's got that signature little extra pinball style.
Very nice.
Rebounding off of stuff. It's a little calculated for him. He likes to throw it with a little more abandon, but it's early days in this heat. And there's the cutback from Stilrick. Really froze that turn. The judges bought it. They loved it. Because it showed the ability. If he does that on a bigger wave, you better watch out. Koster opts out of a medium offering. Koster's got big standards to follow here. And he's going to stick to his milk that way for all it's worth. Down low, heck no. Go back out and find a wave on par with his first ride. Si, senor.
Still 19-minute, 30-second left to this heat. The wind has toned down a little bit, making it a bit more of a floater, maybe a bit more surf happening there in those waves. They're searching for one. Philip Koster doing a tag there. I think he's seen something. When he get it, I think he will. He's coming back. Look at that guy making his way.
Cautiously assessing his options. Koster says no.
He did.
Koster's in really remarkable shape here. Just, his physical frame. He's realized this tour is not held in 50-knot winds everywhere across the world. He's got to play the game. Float and rides become something very important in some of these heats he's been in. It's kind of just been fate intervening in a way. And he's in another light wind battle. That's the nature of competition. And the on and off conditions that we're going to get here with 18 minutes left in the heat and pretty much the day. We're going right to sunset here. It's 7:28, and by your reckoning, there's 11 minutes left of sun.
Yes.
When you told me
36, there's about 8 minutes left of sun. Yes. Look how beautiful this is. Running this thing until the end during our favorite golden hour. A lot of the guys wish they were out right now on those waves, and girls. Look at that. He's going for that one. He decided this is a good one. Nice bottom turn, nice hit.
Koster unimpeded by any conditions. He's prepared, but he's also, you can see he's tuned his game to be a little more effective in light wind. It's certainly something that he's atoned for, and he's shown the ability to ride in anything. There's just absolutely no doubt about it. But right now, what he's doing with 17 minutes left, yeah, he gave that a look, he gave that a stint. He's not going to give up his position, though he did kind of get a little bit out of it because he just needed to put a 4 up to knock Stillerick back into third. And this can go back and forth for a while here, but now he's climbing the ladder. Stillerick, the pair of 5s, not quite high 5s.
No.
Low 5s, mid 5s. Look at the bottom turn angle that Koster had there. Using the wave to project him down the line. Take note, ladies and gentlemen. There's Stillerick on his black tip and fly wave combo. Running the Simmer style rig and holding the Simmer style flag, because I just want to give a shout out to our other highly celebrated rider, Mark Perret. We wish you well, buddy. Can't wait to see you back on the water.
Oh,
Stillerick rotates
going.
around. Does he have the make? He might just have the ability to pull this out. It's like Japan, but not quite. They wanted to give it to him. The crowd would have gone bananas if Stillerick had pulled the sail out. He almost did.
He almost did. He put all his effort into it.
I mean, just for a little context, Bent Rodinger won in Japan. He had a similar looking goiter. He pulled it out of the white water on the buzzer, and the beach announcer went mad. It was very dramatic. Koster, the imposter. Beautiful look on the wave. Oh, man. He's serving notice. These rides, what they tell me is like, yeah, this isn't really what I have to do, but I'm going to do it anyway to show you guys that I mean business and that I want to be world champion for 2024. And this heat only matters for the 2 people advancing out of it. And it does not matter if you're a first or second. It really does not. As the sun sets in the Pacific horizon behind Matanzas Island, 15 minutes left. Stillerick heading out, trying to summon the spirit of Matanzas to his side. There's another nice looking Stillerick cutback, and here's the goiter. And almost pulls it out. He's calculating. He's like, what do I have to do? Here's Koster off the fade line. Caro, he faded into that turn.
Yep.
Antoine Martin highlining past the point. This is live action. Our heat leader by a very narrow margin, I might add.
Didn't take that one.
No.
Quite surprising because it was a nice wall forming, but he saw something else.
I smell barbecue.
I do smell barbecue.
Started like the fire pit because I'm starving, and I smell exactly what I want: a big fat juicy steak for dinner.
It's called in Chile asado.
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 Oh, let's go have dinner, Caro.
Let's
awesome.
go.
Man, 13 and change left. Sailors planing on the way out.
Way out. There's wind inside. It's another story. The wind has died a little bit on shore.
We're not looking at Koster right now, but Koster's not quite on his horse on the way out.
Nope. Will he be able to come in back in? I'm not sure, Kai.
Well, he's got plenty of time, and he will make it. He's already on his feet.
Oh,
he's out.
Already
he's
out.
fine. But the story right now is our boy Alessio Stillerick. And with a 5.07 and a 5.47, his low score is barely higher than Koster's low score, so that's a wash.
Yep.
But the high score is basically a 2-point differential. And Stillrick needs 7.21.
That's high.
Koster needs a 5.23. Those are big scores.
Those are big scores.
But Stillrick can do it. And
Yes.
here we have Martin and Stillrick on the same wave.
Who's going for it?
Where's Waldo on that one? Yeah,
Nothing.
it got a little heated here. This is definitely like both of them are on, and Stillrick gives way. He doesn't want to mess with Titoon. I don't know what happened there. And I think that it's just going to have to play out like that. Antoine playing for keeps. That was one of the first potential infractions we've seen. And I don't think anybody was necessarily at fault there. The Titoon's just going, what I do? Why you do that?
Pourquoi?
Pourquoi? And maybe a couple profanities inserted in the middle.
Mais là.
Alessio Stillrick sailing off into the sunset. That beautiful black tip matching with that beautiful horizon. Stillrick getting into the mix series, had a good contest, and to make it this far already is a good achievement. He wants to do one better though.
Coming
But
back
he wants
for
to
it.
make the quarters, which should be a super good result for him here heading into Pozo. No doubt about it. Stillrick doing a couple laps into the lineup. Things have definitely gotten into that golden hour mode. Cue up the mellow surf music. This has got a real mellow vibe to it right now.
Look at that sun.
Yeah, the sun's halfway down.
Are we? Oh.
Get to replay. Keep the action. There he is.
Mais là.
Titoon. Yeah.
Are we going to see that green light at the end of the
Another
sunset?
flash. Philip Koster really had a bit of an ordeal getting out. This started resembling things in the morning, but the wind is a lot lighter, and Koster's down low. Just now cleared the lineup. What this is to me with 10 minutes and 47 seconds to go is Alessio Stillrick's chance to comb the lineup and carefully select the best wave he can possibly find. I think Philip Koster's about 3 minutes and change away from being back in the lineup. We'll have about 7 minutes left in this heat when we see Philip again.
As the
Maybe
sun
slightly
set.
longer. And now the sun sets officially.
Do we gonna have the green light? And we did for a second. Did you see it?
I did. Another beautiful Chilean sunset. And the sun is down, and we've got 10 minutes left in this heat.
Ooh.
I like it. The glare is gone. Thank God. Oh, man.
Welcome back to our eyes. Normal vista here.
Philip Koster now on the outside, heads back upwind.
Antoine.
Not on a crawl. He's actually on a subplane second gear. Antoine Martin just occupying a wave, not even really bothering. Probably feeling pretty good about his first two waves, huh? He's ridden 4. His high scores are his first 2. Maybe he should just come in.
Maybe.
That would be arrogant.
To have some Marcelo.
Even for Titoon, that would be arrogant. And I'll tell you, nobody's that overconfident. There is no way you're coming in right now. You're combing the lineup, playing for keeps. There's Stillrick above your screen there, looking by Matanzas Island. Can he find a wave? I don't see much, Caro, but he's in the spot. He's in Vargas land, looking around. Actually, he kind of is on something. It's a lower grower. Stillrick pumping his black tip and flywave over it.
Yeah, there's
It's
actually...
not worth it.
No, it's not.
Don't leave the door open for anybody but yourself. He's still the sailor in position here. Koster has turned around, is now heading back upwind towards Matanzas Island. You see him on the lower part of your screen. There's Philip. Second place in this heat. Yes. Philip is going to pass us right now. There he is. What a legend. And he
Amazing.
killed it last year here. He showed the world exactly what he's capable of. There were some combination moves going down from Koster last year that were just baffling.
Very amazing. It was way on top.
You were here, yeah.
Oh,
you tell
I was
me.
Here. It was way on top. People watching him on shore was like screaming every movement he was making. He got some airtime, like more than anyone here. Don't see many wave happening. It's going to be a difficult one. There's still 7 minutes 30 left. Let's see if they can get a lower section there. I think maybe this is something that can build under him, but
He's certainly playing it that way, but he's got to think along the terms of a 7.2. I don't know.
that middle section is not bad at all. Sort of growing now.
Well, if
There
you're
it is.
Alessio Stilrick, what a nice looking moment that is. Gets the cutback again, and he rotates it around, but it's not enough. Philip Koster behind him. Oh man, he almost got that, Alessio did.
Yeah, I did.
Koster pings it. Oh, this is dangerous for Martin. And this is definitely not what Alessio wants to see in front of him.
No.
Alessio gets out of the way, and here comes Philip, winding it up, and pegs the rotation.
Crowd is going
With
wild.
the off the lip. Oh.
This is what
Bakan.
Bakan.
Martin with a big hit off the screen, but just a one hit really at the end of it. Oh, Philip, thank you for that. The master. And it's like, Philip's not, a young Grom anymore. Here's the Stilrick hit. Whoosh. Fins out. Almost rotated it. It was worth a try. And then came this, the wind-up. Whoop-whoop.
There we go.
And totally planted it.
On butter.
He felt good about that, and he is in first place.
Very well.
Well, hang on. No, he's not. I'm going to let that flip one more time, two more times. Buzma's calculating here. It's at 8. And it's going to stick. One of our few 8-point rides of the contest. Not the high score.
No,
but it's one of the top scores, for sure. On one of those waves. So the rotational momentum speaks for itself because Koster's in the lead.
Good on him.
And now Stilrick needs a 7.43 to catch Martin. And he's got 5 minutes to do it. It's not a pretty decent wave, but not good enough. And he understands that. Koster's heading out through the shore break. And yeah.
It's all playing on the middle section now.
That was pretty much how I called it. Koster at about 7 minutes caught that wave and he did that.
Yeah, I did.
Yay.
These are two massive waves. I mean, massive scores. Sorry.
Yes. So that's the thing about those scores, Caro, is that they weren't really done on massive waves.
No, that's it.
And that shows that the judging scale isn't so wave-centric that you automatically get a good score if you get a good wave. You got to deliver the goods.
It's just part of.
It's part of the equation. No doubt about that.
That middle section is
8-point ride. Yeah, like.
Look at that.
The score is going nuts over there. 8.7 as it turned into the high score of the contest. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
So far, he delivered the goods on that ride. I mean, I'm not debating anything. I'm going to leave that up to the judges. Splitting hairs by saying anything else. Right now, it's the top score of the contest, but it's definitely been one of the best rides of the contest. In terms of the wave itself, I'll take Brow's wave, the actual wave that he caught.
Repeat.
Okay, but that the wave and the score are two different things. And so when we say, you got the best wave of the heat, well, okay, the score and the wave. So the score, look at that scorecard. This is the highest heat total too. I don't remember anybody at 16.37. 6.67, 7.67, and 8.7.
Big scores. There you go.
No question. Philip Koster, right where he belongs and right where he left off last year. And he's kind of like, like, let's not just leave it at that. But there he is, just, it's so funny, the contrast of just like lightly sailing out on a plane and then all the destruction that just went down, in contrast. And that's what windsurfing is all about, are these concentrated moments. Antoine Martin trying to get something in there. There's a tail grab.
Nice.
Okay. T-Tune has a little bit of a lower section going here. He's on the races. And he gets his second aerial.
Perfect.
And that's going to be it for him.
Beautiful.
But he's in a big battle here. But Stilrick is the guy now. Oh, does he have work to do?
He does.
7.4 doesn't happen automatically here.
But he's on something. Let's see what he can do.
Nice jibe. That's all you could do on that one for sure. I'm telling you, with 2 minutes left, if the gods of Matanzas and the spirit of this place want to play fair, which they may or they may not, we'll get a chance to get Alessio on a nice bomb and finish this event in style one way or the other. But he's had a good campaign. I'm proud of you, Alessio. You showed up here, and you definitely have some good highlight material to back up the 2 weeks worth of scoring you had before this thing started.
Totally.
Woo! Koster. I'm also proud of Philip. And, he is a determined competitor. Good for him for being in this position and putting on that kind of a performance in this situation, mind you.
I know. Oh, look at that.
Stilrick, his prayers are answered. This is a great looking wave. Draws his bottom turn with that signature cutback that he's getting to know. Second turn.
Oh.
This is a great wave.
And he keeps going.
Keeps delivering the cutbacks. Back foot heavy potential. Can he wind up a rotation here? This is getting pretty interesting. He's speeding up to the lower section, and he is going to connect with a rotation and barely miss. The goiter, which would at that point maybe have been a 7.8 he would have needed. And Koster, just for kicks, rotates around another one with 40 seconds left. He smells barbecue.
I think he does, like us. I mean, it does smells good, guys.
Smells the barbecue. 30 seconds left. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all she wrote for that one. That's the way we want to end it, right? Or does Martin have something to say about it? Of course, D-Tune has something to say about it. He's on a lower grower. And we're going to end this on the horn with a banger. He's going to do something cool.
Oh, please do, Antoine.
Bring me the no-handed aerial.
Show me the money.
Hook that thing in a no-handed aerial for me. Come on, T-Tune.
Go for it. Easy? Easy?
It's not going to happen.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
We're done and dusted for the day, ladies and gentlemen. Let's catch our breath here. A few things to discuss.
Yep.
And applause.
Applause. Very good, guys. Oh, my God. We got 5 heats there.
Stilrick almost had that. Great riding from everybody. Koster. How does he project that into the wave in that situation? That's really what I have to say about that heat. Was Koster, you would be tempted to say, oh, it's light wind. Uh-oh, look out, Koster. Well, the answer to that is 5 world titles ain't by accident.
Bring it on.
And,
Come on.
That's championship pedigree at stake, the versatility to be able to adjust to that. But he has made that adjustment. What I'm going to say about that is that he adjusted to lighter wind riding, both in his physical frame and his equipment. He's not riding pozo boards out there.
Certainly not that golden hour.
But the performance level of today took it up another notch here at the 2024 Chile Pro. Men and women, hats off to all the great riding we saw today. The riders who lived another day and are knocked out aside, you are all part of a historical day of windsurfing here at Matanzas. And we will reflect on some of these highlight reel materials. This is all replay here. And we will take you through some of what we saw today. This is a heat replay of Antoine Martin. And there's Koster punting it. Some more Titoon for you. Keeping it nice and fresh on the menu. Titoon has an understanding about keeping his inside rail alive. And Stillrick had a very big understanding about amplitude off the cutback. And I really, once again, I'm team captain at Simmer, and he is somebody I'm very proud of, Alessio, and his riding. And he can hold his head high. Koster really looks like he's ready to do some major damage here when the wind starts blowing a little bit more. Is that what's going to happen, though? And with these technical tricks and this kind of inside wizardry aside, let's hope this thing gets decided in some really substantially sized surf. But Koster's going to play this game just as well as anybody.
There's some good riders, Kai.
There really are. But you see the inside rail game. We were talking to Felipe Vedlis about this. This was a really interesting ride for Stillrick. Had he pulled it around, and there's Koster right there, staying busy in this.
There you go.
Like I said, taking up right where he left off. We're going to see that 8.7 in a second here. And that's going to be worth replaying like 10 times to understand. Bam. Still trying to claw into it. There's the end of that super high scoring ride. So, Caro, let's go have a cup and a supper.
I agree with that.
Over at the Swarzo restaurant. Thank you again to all of you who have stuck with us throughout the hours. Thank you, Maria Behrens and Sol de Grec, for stopping by.
Awesome.
It really was. And they are not
so
done
cute.
with that. They're just a little too young to begin their commentary career full time. They've got a lot of competing and sailing to do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marcilio Brown, also for stopping by, and Bernd Rodinger as well. Thank you, Cara, for joining me.
Thank you, Kai. See you tomorrow.
We're not done by any stretch of the imagination here on the IWT PWA Unified World Tour. Thank you so much, and we will see you tomorrow for the call. Aloha.
¿De qué soy? Por ahí nos espían los gringos.
¿Vieron la luna? ¿Sabían que el hombre llegó a la luna?
Ese también fue un montaje de los gringos.
Ajuste en el precio del gas.
Los gringos de nuevo.
¡Al fin le achuntó! ¡Le explico! El 80% de todo el gas de Chile se lo compramos a los gringos. Y como allá el invierno fue más largo que el vestido de la Estatua de la Libertad, usaron mucho más gas y eso hizo que subiera el precio. Pero acá ya tenemos medidas para que baje. Más de 130 vecinos para ahorrar hasta 3.500 pesos. Alianzas con más de 180 municipalidades para ahorrar hasta 4 luquitas. Y si los junta, ahorra hasta 7.500 pesos.
Buena, perro.
¿Cómo acceder a estos descuentos? En laverdadelgas.cl. Libigas, la buena energía.
Necesitas es confianza. Confianza para dar ese gran salto o para alcanzar cada una de tus metas. Y confianza para apoyarte en un socio de por vida. Por eso en AFP Plan Vital queremos acompañarte y ayudarte a construir una mejor pensión para tu futuro. Porque contamos con el respaldo de Generali, la principal aseguradora de Europa. Cuenta 2 con la menor comisión del mercado. Y somos la única AFP que no le cobra nada a sus pensionados. Cámbiate ahora a AFP Plan Vital. AFP Plan Vital.